get it from Lactoid, and then I can send you a actual link. I think that'll work.
Okay.
Who did what? What are we watching?
Yeah. What do
Um,
we?
The best
We're doing
porn.
it. It's a shared stream thing.
Okay.
And I was chastised for not doing it previously.
More N words? Unbelievable.
More N words. More N words. More Nancy boys.
Seems like Corey's just hopeful. The ends are getting dropped.
Fingers crossed. You know me.
But yes, I was like, and I've been meaning to ask Gibbs about it before. But so anyway, but that's inside baseball stuff. Nothing the audience needs to worry about. But I'm also waiting on Gibbs because Gibbs wants to introduce the topic to us. Gibbs, why don't you introduce the topic and then we got the link.
I want to introduce the topic.
Well, you said you had something you wanted to talk.
It's been a
about.
long weekend, Brian. Come on.
It's been a long weekend.
Yeah,
what are we doing here? I don't know.
I don't know what we're doing here. Let me read what else I've said to you here. Make
The
sure.
gaming panel, right?
I didn't know. Yeah, gaming panel. I guess. I don't know. You said you had a topic. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, I'm back. All right, cool. Sorry, I have a short little intro one we can do. I have noticed something interesting recently in my degeneracy days. I've gone out and I see this online. I see on the Red Pill. The Red Pill guys are always talking about how women only want dudes with money, right? They only want dudes with money, and if you want to get this guy, and I've come on here and I've come on other places to advocate that's not true. I see felons with no jobs. They're literally homosexuals and they're dating like the best looking girls in the world. However, I have stumbled to something interesting. And it's this. I'm kind of an interesting place, right? Like my adopted family has been in Texas forever, but they've never had like money until like recently. We've all started doing well, and we've kind of had this interesting look where we've been like the poor, and then now but we've known the old money people. And so now, like, we're kind of in some of those same circles. And I've noticed, so it's this interesting, like, two little, like, best of both worlds or worst of both worlds or whatever. I've noticed now, kind of when it's in the dating field or you going out, there's this infatuation with the money to a degree. And I think there's always been that. But there's this kind of new old money perception versus like, new and old money kind of thing that they talk about. And people don't even recognize some of the old money like flexes, right? Like I was watching the fights this weekend and it was they had Crawford on there and he had the brand Off-White on his shirt, on his shorts. So I Googled them and like this is all like what I would call like new money attire. I thought it looked hideous, etc., etc. And then you see like what old money people wear. And it's so interesting because if you go out, you'll see girls and like talk to guys with like Cartier watches or whatever. But then if you see a guy wearing a Rolex, you're like, what's this basic X watch? And it's, I don't know. I've seen this kind of interest. Do y'all think that there is a aspect to the social brainwashing in regards to like dating with the new money kind of taking over? Have y'all noticed any of this?
Yeah, all the 17-year-olds that grew up, that got famous, right? We have a new influx of 17-year-olds who get famous, right? And then they get all this money. And so, yeah, you're going to have a cohort of like young kids who are going to be attracted to like the FaZe Clan flex lifestyle, right? Or like the TGR, like stock trading lifestyle where everything is brand. And because the brand is like, it's a symbol, right? And
some of these brands are shit.
Yeah, like, I mean, most of them are shit, right? Like gallery department or whatever, like doesn't have nice clothes. It's really just like, it's a baggy t-shirt. The material might be like slightly better than like your average Old Navy t-shirt. But yeah, obviously you're going to have when the young kids get the money and they're the ones who are setting culture for the younger kids after that, then yeah, flex culture is going to be insane, right?
It's really weird because I wore like Versace glasses out this weekend. And, I think Versace is a solid established brand. And I wore them out and like two different women came up to me like, oh, you're old school. You're kind of not hip with the times, huh? And I'm like, bro, hold on. Like some old money things are like timeless, but like, is that really the case? I don't know.
Versace anymore.
Exactly. Yeah, who wears Versace anymore? Like,
no.
But you wear Champion, and like Champion, people are like, oh, look how sexy that is. I'm like, Champion's the Walmart brand, bro. Like it
used to be, not the Walmart anymore.
I mean, it's just crazy. I just have y'all like, I don't know. I think it's interesting how like it develops like these perceptions.
Well, that interaction that you had with the classes, those were women that you didn't know. They just like strangers that came up to you.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Even that in itself just seems so. A stranger just comment on your glasses.
Well, you're at a
know,
bar, yeah. Like people comment on your stuff. You know, like, hey,
Well, yeah, I don't hang on bars, so I'm ignorant on those things.
I mean, it was kind of like an icebreaker, I guess. I don't know. They came and started talking, whatever. But like, it's just, you just talk to random people.
An icebreaker by
bars,
essentially criticizing your glasses. That's what it's
It's
called.
called, it's called negging, Corey. All right, maybe if you
True.
watch some pickup.
Yeah, it was like
artistry,
playful. They weren't
you know?
like mean about it or anything. They
Oh,
were
okay.
Like, oh,
It
yeah, you're a
sounded
little
like,
out of touch, huh?
It sounded like they were talking down to you, of like, oh, this person's like That's the impression that I got, which obviously I'm mistaken about. At least that's how it was sort of.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure, but it was like a playful, like they weren't being like rude. It's just I do find it interesting that would even be like a comment, not like I think maybe the rude aspect of that's maybe kind of getting hung up. But yeah, it is like the negative. It's like a playful like banter kind of thing. Like you pick out something like whatever that they noticed. Obviously, they noticed you're wearing X brand, and then they comment on it. Clearly, you wore the brand to be noticed. That's probably partially kind of thing, right?
They're saying Gibbs is old money, right? They're saying he's
which
old
is
money.
not
Like,
true,
look
but-
at you.
Yeah, basically, but it's like kind of like this perception because then you're like, oh, you see them out, and they'll say that comment, and then it's like, oh, they'd rather hang out with like I don't know, well, not they would rather hang out, like people would be rather be associated with other brands, and I just kind of find how people are choosing these kind of interesting.
This is why I want more people to just reject brands. Okay, I refuse to wear
True.
branded clothing. None of my clothing has any brands in it. Okay, I make sure I got a bunch of plain blue shirts. Okay, a few different plain black.
Yeah, but are they
shirts.
still like? Are they good quality, or do you go to Walmart or H&M and get some shirts? Right.
These are Walmart shirts. These are
See,
Walmart shirts. don't worry.
that's the issue, man. Is you got to find the nice plain. That's the rich money or old money, new money, right? Old money, right? They're going to be wearing their Laura Piana or whatever it's called. They're going to be wearing their Brooks Brothers polos. They're going to be wearing. So it's like you can still get the plain, the covert, right? But it's better material, better quality, right? You upgrade one day from Walmart to Uniqlo, right? And the shirt looks a little nicer, fits a little better, lasts a little longer. It's only $5 more, so it's what you're willing to pay for.
I buy straight from the cheapest sweatshop labor available. Okay.
You specifically go for the garments made by children.
Exactly.
The children
They're the best
bargain
places
bin.
for non-fun, right?
Absolutely. Hell yeah.
I mean, yeah, brands are weird, and yeah.
Yeah, I thought that we
obviously-
might have gone off in a different direction than it did that. It didn't seem like there was much commentary on it, but not everybody gets to win.
Brands aren't weird, right? Luxury brands are a little bit strange because they're getting away with charging so much because they're like they're established, right? That's people are willing to pay for them. There's some notoriety to their thing, but no, brands aren't weird. I think branded clothing is like not like screaming the brand, but like there is something to be said about like,
But,
certain
have you seen
companies
Off-White stuff?
use better materials. Certain companies do just make better clothes. Right, and so it's like I don't know if the brand thing is necessarily a bad thing.
No, that's
there are
true.
brands
Obviously,
that are gaudy.
There's a range of quality when it comes to clothes, but there are clearly people.
I don't
in
know if it
terms of,
is
like,
though, Corey, and sociological. Like I'm specifically bringing up like Off-White, right? Because this is the one that was really egregious to me when I like looked them up because I had never heard of the brand. I looked them up, and they had some shoes, okay, and like they had a little tag thing on them.
You don't know who Virgil Abloh is?
No,
The guy has
just,
the guy has a Maybach. He has a designed
listen,
Maybach.
I'm not saying that
yeah,
whoever made
he
it.
was Louis Vuitton's like head designer
Listen,
for
it's
X
just not a
amount of
brand
years.
I'm
Like,
familiar with. Okay, I mean, every once in a while you miss a brand.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sure, it's fine, but like, and I'm sure it's wildly successful, especially if they can sponsor. They have their name front and center on Crawford's dick. I'm sure they're fucking gonna be able to afford to spend some money. So I'm going there expecting this to be kind of whatever, and so I see the fancy shoes, and I'm like, okay, these are cool. They're ugly. I wouldn't wear them, but like, hey, I can see people liking these. But then I get to the t-shirts, and they literally look the same like Cottonelle t-shirt that like you could get at Walmart. And then they basically just have their own version of that, and they just don't have that brand on there. And then they literally looks like they put a screen press on there with like the cheapest designs. And I'm just like, this is a $600 shirt.
Yeah.
And like people are gonna recognize that brand, but if you go wear like a polo, like you said, they're not gonna be like, oh, what is that? That's Walmart. I'm like, that's crazy. It's just crazy to me.
Yeah, but that's because like the artist himself made.
When
a
did
brand.
you guys become bitches? Like, when did you grow vaginas? Why?
What do you
What
mean?
is this? All this fucking fashion talk? Like, all of you.
I didn't start it.
With you?
First of all, in order to get pussy, you have to
fucking
understand women.
brands
And
and
part
all
of
God,
understanding
you
women is enjoying fashion.
Wearing
okay?
my Versace fucking glasses. Like, oh my god.
Well,
I
I don't
love
wear Versace,
fashion.
yeah.
I like fashion, dude. I'm sorry.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Why would I be ashamed of myself? I succeeded. I have a wife. We're chilling, right? So I'm good on my end.
When you latch onto these stupid brands, right, you're essentially surrendering your brain to this like fucking a massive conglomerate that's convinced you that their name means something. It means more than your name, actually. It means more than the fabric that it's
true. I don't wear brands.
It's bullshit.
I don't wear brands, but there's something to be said about certain brands and their quality.
No, fuck
there
that.
just is. What do you mean? Fuck that. I'm not talking about
you should buy
Versace, right?
$50 shirts. No, $50 pack. Hold on, $50 packs of shirts from Temu. Get like 200 little white shirts, and there you go. That's all you need.
I mean, hold wait.
Exactly.
I use
plastic.
Shein. I use Shein, but even within Shein, right? Even within Shein, there are certain brands that have good quality. So like my jeans that I buy, right? They're $15, $20, but the brand that I bought one pair from and the pair that I bought another from, you can tell the clear difference. And one is a really cheap, it's gonna fall apart brand, and the other one isn't. And so, like, no, there is something to be said about quality from certain brands. And
so
I'm not saying about I'm not saying about $80 t-shirts, right? I'm saying like the difference between a $10 Walmart t-shirt and a $15 Uniqlo t-shirt is vastly different in terms of like the quality of what you're spending your money on, the return on the investment of what you're making, right? How long or how durable something that you're spending $10 to $15, $20, $30 on matters, especially when it comes to like something like a t-shirt, right? If I want to wear a t-shirt and I can only get 2 washes of it before it's like deteriorating and looks like shit, well then yeah, I'm gonna want to spend maybe the extra $5, $10 and get a better t-shirt that'll last me longer and I'm getting better use out of.
No, fuck that.
I mean, yeah.
This is, I think, even thinking about this, right? And as deep as you have, right? Think about it any deeper than you would like fucking which like plastic cup you're gonna use, right? When you're at like a party or something. Is like just bitch shit. It just tells me that you've been like your brain's been invaded by women, right? And now you're like regurgitating their.
I'm the baddest bitch in any room I'm in. First,
I know. Okay,
understood. Not like listen, it's the Lebanese in me. All right, Lebanese men are the
actually that makes sense. That makes sense. Lebanese and Armenian guys, is exactly the same.
Yeah, so
I mean, in Texas, we like to be outrageous with our outfits. Have you seen our cowboy hats? Come on, bro.
Wait, but also you've seen how I dress. I wear pretty plain shit. It's just, you know, my style comes in like the jeans, the accessories, the hoodie, the extras, the ensemble. But my jackets. There's something to be said about like brands and what they come with. I think it helps to be invested not for nothing. These fresh all the guys that are in the Red Pill, they all dress like absolute shit. And it's like, I know that they're getting women, but they're not really getting women, right? They're essentially paying hoes to sleep with them because it's just like the girls come for the lifestyle and then they hook up with the guy. There's nothing meaningful or fruitful that comes of it, right? And it's just like, I don't know, all that money and like no fashion sense really bothers me. It feels like you could afford a stylist, right? You could afford like maybe just figuring out what your style is instead of just the whole skinny jean hoodie. I don't know. Look, it's a bit insane to me.
You just got to get some custom shit made for yourself, right? That fits you perfectly. Made just for you, just the way you like it, and that's it. Just you don't need to do all the brand shit. It's kind of lame.
No. Once again, when I said brands, I said the luxury brands aren't necessarily worth it. But like in terms of like regular brands, yeah, it's worth shopping around and paying attention to what you're wearing.
Said you should just get custom clothing. Just get
In fact, you should buy them. You should buy them for me.
Because Doobie has money, right? Doobie has money.
Thanks for that prime.
So he knows to go get custom clothing. He knows that clothing matters. So when he says no, the brands don't matter, that you can't be like that, dude. He'll be like, well, brands don't matter, and then be like,
they don't matter.
There is something said. Doobie, there is something said for what Sociologic's saying, because I do make clothing, like a lot of custom clothing, right? And usually it's like where it doesn't matter. Say like a suit, and it's like a mass-produced suit, and then I rip out the inside, we do leather or something. Then I would agree with matter. I will say there's a definite like difference between like Jildan and like some of these great value, Chinese brands in the t-shirt. Like they'll just hold up.
You can buy white tees at the gas station.
Yeah, like if I get a blank Crooks and Castle hat, it's gonna last a lot more than if I just buy like the Jildan flat back and then like I modify it. It's just a higher quality. But like I think there's a point that it reaches that it can't be higher quality. Of course. Like other than being like ludicrous, like, oh yes, we use Italian lambskin, 300, like whatever. Then yeah, sure.
You are just paying for like the brand.
Yeah, but then at that point you're paying for all the different expensive items. But when it comes to like mass produced anything custom, then yeah, I think there is a brand production like quality.
Like jewelry, right? Don't go buy designer jewelry, right? Like a Van Cleef bracelet, which is like all the rage right now, which is like the little 4-leaf clover with the gold. Well,
some
I'm
more
telling
tonight,
it to
boys.
you, right?
Diamond created
I'm telling it
diamonds.
to you. It's a gold bracelet, and it's supposed to have like some like stone in it, whatever. You look at the pricing; it's like $1,700-$1,800 for a minimum bracelet. Don't go buy that because you're just paying for you're not getting your ROI in terms of like you can go to a jeweler. They'll all make you the same fucking design. It'll be a third of the price.
Well,
And
Non-Fon's
boom.
going to tell you, Ali, that we should be supporting the like blood diamonds here because the child labor is good. So like he's going to say the boys not as bad. Tell him, Non-Fon. Tell him why you're right about it.
My understanding,
I'm a
most of the
synthetic
blood
diamond
diamond stuff
guy.
was like involuntary, right? Like that was the big concern, is that there were like literally troops like ordering people.
Would you
to
be
go extract
okay
these
with a
diamonds.
hypothetical child slave mine and like not like slave mine, child slave labor mine if they're
Not
paying
slave
them,
labor,
like,
child labor. Jesus.
child labor. Yeah, take the slave word out of there. Sorry.
There are not many cases where I would be okay with that. I don't think.
But you said child labor is good last time.
Child labor is base.
A lot of child labor that exists in today's world that like we buy from or whatever is like probably good. It might not be like literally the best option or whatever, but it's probably better than a lot of the regulations try to shut down.
Here's child
we
labor.
buy them the Minecraft when they could just be mining.
The first thing that Lactoid says the entire stream is like, yes,
Yes,
more child labor.
correct.
Yes, more children working.
Yes.
Like set them on fire.
Not every child's gonna be a fucking physicist.
I think children should be practicing law, if anything, right? I think children should be lawyers, right? They should be able to.
You should never do that to a child.
If children can mine, children can practice law. I think that's fine.
We need more. We need more.
Right?
No,
right?
we
Like
need
9-year-olds doing surgery.
We need more lithium. We don't need more laws. Okay, we need more lithium.
Wait, what jobs? What jobs are okay for children?
Lithium, not laws. Lithium, not laws.
I want 12-year-old bartenders. I want
No.
12-year-olds. What do you mean no?
That could be dangerous for them.
I was a server at 14, right? People would ask for the wine, right? Like, what do you mean? You want
There's
these
plenty of
children
jobs
to
they
work?
could do.
Fucking work.
There's plenty of like newspaper couriers, delivery food.
Newspaper.
Yeah, maybe not drivers.
Yeah.
Wait. Who the
Slaughterhouse
fuck is the
attendants,
newspaper?
right?
You're gonna have this kid wake up at 7 in the morning for one
That
person.
would be a good one. because
The
they work
milkman, the
already.
paper boy.
They're already working, so they're probably capable of killing the animals. So if you,
Clean
like,
the saws. Yeah.
No, not to clean the
12-year-old
saws.
clean
I was gonna say actually
Just, like,
do the shooting of
spray
the
the
animal.
blood off of them. That's all.
Hey,
I don't know why we have janitors
work environment.
in
I
a
want to know
school.
the
No,
work environment
what
where
we should
there's-
have the kids doing is
like, could you imagine working with a 12-year-old? Like having a 12-year-old coworker?
That's the more.
I don't want. No. I don't want that.
They work on the ranch anyway. They'll be dead into that.
I don't want
You know, you gotta
12-year-old
kill these animals.
coworkers. What I want is I don't understand why we have janitors for schools. We can just have the kids clean up the school. That to me, I think, would be very important to establish important lessons.
Is America. Love it or leave it. Okay. All right. So
That's what you guys say when I bring
You
up
want to become
taxes.
communist China? You want the children to clean the schools when they're done with class?
Would you be okay with like?
I'm pretty sure
putting in,
Japan
a
does that
program where
too.
They can earn money. Hold on. What if
Communist
what if
Japan?
What if the school gave them an option to work for the school to like be a janitor?
Yeah,
like
child
for a
labor.
class, for like
What
a
if
class,
we
for like
paid
a
them?
class, they could be caught this and they could earn like minimum
Sure.
wage. Like as
No.
a janitor, you can talk,
They
like,
earn
like
credits.
real-world
Like
skills.
instead of going to a class, like one of their classes could be like janitorial engineering.
They earn
Well,
which they
social
clean.
credit.
I say that.
Social
They
They
credit.
clean the school.
Well, hold on.
We have a
I
social
say that
credit
because
score,
when I was
right?
well,
This
well, when I-
this solve. We can now differentiate between the good and the
Does that
bad
also
people,
count to
guys.
the private schools, the expensive private schools?
They can have their own
also
policies.
required?
They can have whatever policies they
No, they
want.
can have all. Just
well,
the
they
public
could
school
they could
kids.
do that too. They can
Public
actually
school
offer to
kids
pay
can
their
do
What's
way.
the broke
not
kid?
for that.
Yeah, I'm not going to
Well,
tell
what
other
if-
people what to do with their
well,
own
what if the
property, but
private
public
school-
schools
Oh,
are
of course not.
partially my property.
Yeah.
Well, if the
fuck
private
yeah.
school paid their kids to do, they could maybe make a scholarship program. Hey, if you want to take this class and you get to work, whatever. But I'll tell you something. My high school did was we had like a process tech class, right? And it was and it had a partnership with the city of Corpus Christi, the water department, and then they would like send people to be intern at the end of the year. But to fund the class, because they did a lot of welding, a lot of other stuff, they would make like as projects that would get graded. They would make like barbecue pits, or they would make other like useful things, and then they would sell it. And then these kids would get graded before it would be a project, and then they would be able to make money off of it. And basically they would just sell scrap. Like that's almost like a pay class. kind of
It's
thing.
called bake sales and car
Yeah, same sort of
washes.
thing.
In high school, I know like my high school had like a mechanic shop, right? Like you could take mechanic for like a fucking period or whatever it is, and you could work on the teachers' cars, right? Teachers were getting free oil changes and shit, and I guess that would be the trade-off, right? You're learning a skill. Teachers get a free oil change or a free spark plug, whatever the fuck.
Hell
your
yeah,
basic-
dude. I love this.
Basic ass need was, but like once again, that's like a high school. right? You only got to do that when you're like 17, 18. I don't know if you want your 12-year-old. Like what
Make it
like,
age appropriate.
expectation-
Yeah, it'll be age appropriate, right?
Yeah,
So
what
like
job?
small.
What job? Like I just need to
Sure.
know.
So here's a classic example, right? Whenever I walk into a Chinese food store that's going to actually have good Chinese food, there's always like some fucking 8-year-old who's like running up and taking
okay,
my
true,
order.
fair based.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
And so boom, we know they can do that. And so now every single cashier should be like 8. And then that should be between like 8 and 12. And then
Well,
like
wait,
between like
wait.
12 and like 15.
Especially in 7-Elevens where they get robbed often, right? They should put an 8-year-old.
No. There's not going to be
the
robbers
eight-year-olds
once
get
everybody
credit
learns the
cards,
value of
that.
hard work.
They should be able to work overnight, right? They should work at a Waffle House.
No,
right?
they shouldn't work at a
because
Waffle House. No, they might have schoolwork. No, I'm,
Wait,
look, I'm
I
being
know,
reasonable
I know.
about it.
They
I'm being
might
reasonable
have
about it.
Unreasonable too. They should work at a Waffle House. Waffle Houses, like they have such a fun name, right? It's such a fun.
Working at a
environment
Waffle
for
House, that's
kids
basically
to be
like
the cashiers.
working at like at an MMA ring. I
You
don't
should
want
work at
people.
gas-
I don't
gas
want them
station-
working at a
gas
Waffle
station-
House.
What about
They
gas
need to
station
learn how to fight.
cashiers?
Hey, why not MMA?
I was
Prime,
a
do you
gas-
want to
not
ban?
fighting
Do you want to
it.
ban the cultural practice of small Chinese children bringing me my crab rangoons? Yes or no?
I didn't say anything about
Yes or
banning
no?
anything. No. What I told you. You told me
Not a
what we
cultural
should
practice,
do
it's
is ban the adult cashiers.
Kind of is.
So I'm just taking. I'm like, okay, I'm following your lead, Lactoid, right? Let's ban the adult cashiers.
No, I'm
and
not
let's
saying
put them
ban
in
it.
Waffle
I'm not saying.
I want a
House.
14. I want all my managers at
Look at
Walmart to be
7-Eleven.
15.
It'd be
I
the
want
market.
I want
Put
the
them in
cashiers to
gun
be
shops.
12.
Hey, you know where they also have cashiers in gun shops, right?
No.
Why not?
True.
The market would decide. Like the reason why all these 12,
Market
the
will
reason why these
decide.
children are going to be like. By the way, farm work is great for kids. Some of the healthiest and strongest people I know
Amen.
grew up
And
on
then
a
you're just
farm.
gonna have adults riding in the street against children
Let's
for the.
go
They
to
took
TV.
our jobs. Like you're just
I don't
like,
actually-
kids took their jobs.
No, because that's
I don't
their
actually
kid.
think farm work is great for kids. I think farm work is typically bad, which is why the better
Oh, here we
opportunities
go.
that they
What
get
happened
in
to kids?
that they get in sweatshops is
greatness.
better than the
That's
farm
what's
work that they otherwise would be doing.
Let's go to Doobie.
I like where your head's at, but I disagree. But go ahead, Doobie.
Yeah, I don't know how you get to that though.
The evidence I've seen is just children are more likely to be injured in farm work than they are in sweatshop work.
Doobie.
Did you guys see that Alex Jones tweeted that video of Destiny saying that conservatives need to
I
be
saw
afraid to go to?
Oh
events,
yeah, I
whatever?
was going to mention that in the
Showers.
opening. But you want
I'll
Oh,
post
we're
it
gonna
on your end.
we're gonna
Pretty-
talk about
pretty
it.
funny.
Doobie.
Oh, it's gonna be talked about. Yeah.
Okay.
Gibbs is gonna be unhinged this.
I put it in the group chat for you,
I'm,
Prime.
I'm waiting for it.
Thank you.
No,
I've
we're gonna
never
be
watched-
surprisingly hinged, Ollie, compared
I've
to what we've
never
seen the
watched
last couple
it.
days.
I've
Oh
never
yeah,
watched
for
it.
sure you're gonna be hinged right
ever.
now because it's, you know, we're all gonna be very,
I'm a very
Very
hinged
calm.
person.
very calm.
Mm.
I'll be
Well,
unhinged as
he
usual.
could-
I
Oh,
might not be
Lactoid, did you see
calm.
the
Piers
I might not
Morgan
be
video?
calm, but I'm gonna be hinged.
Did it have to
Lactoid,
be
did you
a
see the
Hutch
Piers
clip that you
Morgan
were sending?
appearance?
I did watch the full Piers Morgan video on 4 times speed, and so I
4 times. What's wrong with you?
watch videos on
Yeah,
4
you
times
hate-
speed
you
because
hate
otherwise I
your
get too
life.
impatient.
Oh my god!
Have you ever
How
heard
can
of
you even
Adderall?
listen to that? Like
It's
it's, not.
I can make out
Fucking
and
check
like
out a prescription.
you can make out enough words to kind of get what they're saying. But again,
Oh my
like if
God.
I'm at the point now where I'm so brain broken that if I'm at like 2 times speed, like I feel like anxiety. I gotta go to.
Yeah, that's nothing to be proud about.
Yeah.
That's actually. a
Yeah,
sign
you might want to
someone
go
cares.
see somebody.
I go through a lot of
You
videos.
need to disconnect and go into the wilderness for a while. I think.
I
Just,
look
like,
whenever
rest in the
every hunting
outdoors.
season I do.
No, but I mean just like live out there for like a month. You know, no connection to anything, and then
Your
come
chat-
back.
Is that even possible to survive that?
The chat just
We'll
brought up a
find
good
out.
point, Lactoid.
A
I bet that
month?
saves you a
Yeah,
lot of
you could
time
do a
on Pornhub.
month.
I don't do it at 4 times speed. And by the way, I don't even use that website. It's
Do you use
so
it 4 times slow, or
fucking.
like, is it like frame by frame?
Sterile.
Lactoid is a gentleman. He uses and pays for OnlyFans.
I do not.
What?
Not because I'm against porn, but I'm against paying people money.
Okay.
What is
Sorry,
free somewhere?
I just
Oh wait, you're just
watched
paying
it.
people money. Period. You're stopping there.
I try to generally
just
avoid it
watched
as
that.
much as possible.
Can we actually
Okay.
get a list of the list of preferred sites that you like? Since you
Let's,
don't like
I don't want to do that. Not, at least not here on stream. I don't know if I can do that.
We all know Lactoid's lots of spreadsheets.
He searches
rating
really,
people,
really hard on Twitter
all
and
that
Reddit. Okay. He
Any
finds the good
I do
stuff.
recommendations?
not-
For any recommendations for the group to try later? Like,
Yes.
This is fun. Finding out what
Unironically-
you don't use is actually way more fun than finding out what you do use.
MILFs, unironically, okay, because I'm a well-adjusted person.
Mm.
Can I say so?
well,
Cold
that
ended
goes
in
well
chat,
hand in hand with you
um,
liking Latinas. So I mean,
There's a guy Cold End in the Twitch chat, right? The shared Twitch chat you guys have, and he said that he says Destiny and Hassan Abbey are both bad people. They should be shunned and allowed to sink back into the obscurity that their lack of talent and intellectual risk deserves. Yada yada. Like, I don't understand lumping Hassan in with Destiny. Like, I really don't. Like, I've looked into his statements and shit, and I really don't understand.
Sympathizer, Doobie.
Didn't he go to a brothel one time, Doobie?
So what? Oh yeah, he went to
No,
a
that is the main
like,
argument. He's a terrorist sympathizer and like Marxist Leninist. So those
I
two
just
things
don't
make
understand like lumping him
like-
in with Destiny shit.
What-
Because like
what-
it's just I don't know. It just seems so far.
We got
disconnected.
him. We got him.
So we can get into it. We just get into the topic. Sorry, and I'm gonna read a super chat. I see it, Lawson. I'm gonna read that super chat in just a moment. However, before I do that, because if I lose this, then it'll never come up again, and Julie and I will never talk about it. Doobie, I've only seen one photo of you, right? And the photo he chose, everyone, was a gym photo, like a thirst trap gym photo with him bare chested, right? That's what he is.
big sexy.
Right? Yeah, interesting, right? Just
There's
interesting.
no way
choice.
that's a real photo.
Wait, what's wrong with that photo?
I know there's nothing wrong with the photo. Nothing wrong with the photo, right? Now, but I'm just curious. Again, we're going to get to the topic in a second, right? I'm just curious. What do you actually wear? So I've never actually seen it. I don't know, like what you usually wear. What does that look
Just always bare chested, no matter what.
like?
I'm just always bare chested. That was me. Like visiting my grandmother.
Doobie wears
That's a good
polos
picture
and
of me walking by.
chinos on the
No,
regular.
no chinos. What the fuck?
100%.
No, I tend to.
What
I
about
tend to wear,
Jenkos?
like,
Do you wear Jenkos at all?
I don't even know what Jenkos are. Okay, I just tend to wear dress shirts, button-up shirts, usually darker colors. Usually like slacks or jeans. No, I'm not too fancy.
Okay. All right. And they're all custom made?
Most of them, yeah. I have some older stuff like that. That it's not, but I don't wear that often.
Okay.
But like,
of
I prefer
course,
to wear stuff that's like fitted for me.
high quality.
I have a guy in Glendale that does
and
that
mind
for me.
you, like my taste in fashion was like, you're very bitchy. It says the custom tailored.
Okay,
clothing
I was
guy.
talking about the brand thing. Okay, the brand thing is what bothers
Yeah, you're
me.
right. You just went a step above and made your own brand, right?
It's not. It's not that serious. Okay, you just go get fitted, get a bespoke pattern for yourself, right?
A what?
And
A bespoke pattern?
Spoke
Yeah.
pattern. That's right. He knows the language.
Yeah,
By the way, if you want
it's a
bespoke
unique
clothing,
pattern built
if
for
you
your
want
body.
bespoke
Okay.
clothing, matter of course customizations. Thank you, Doobie, for the shout out. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Bespoke
Okay.
clothing.
Yeah, it's
Right?
like rich
That's what
people
it's-
speak for custom.
Yeah,
Yeah,
matter of
I know. I
course, one
understand
of done.
what it is, but I'm just like,
I just
I'm
learned that
trying to
pretty
take
recently.
this all in. Yeah, I'm trying to take this all in, right? Like, oh, he's saying for the rest of us, for you out there, YouTube and combined Twitch chat, he's saying for you, like the answer to your clothing needs, right? To your design dilemmas, right? Oh, it's just to get customized clothing, bespoke patterns.
I've never
like
agreed
just
with
why don't
anything
you
you
just
said
get all
anymore.
your clothes like custom?
Here's
Doobie's
the
Doobie's
thing.
the
Design.
baddest
Utterly
bitch.
unique.
I'm
It's
sorry,
not
I
a
didn't know.
problem.
I didn't bet.
Oh my
Doobie,
God.
I did not.
Doobie's
respect
never
you.
said a more
I gotta
true
respect
statement.
your game, bro. You are the
That's
baddest
100%
bitch.
true statement.
Says Mr. Millionaire. Why don't you all out there? Why don't you just do what I do? I just all wear custom clothing.
Wait,
Thank
hold
you,
on. Okay,
Doobie.
but Prime. Before I had the money to do that, I was wearing like dollar store shit or thrift store shit. Like that's what I wore. Okay. So if
Okay.
you're not able to do the bespoke thing, just don't do the luxury brand thing because that really is just like a poverty trap. I think.
Who's
I agree.
saying do?
You
You can also
luxury
custom your own.
brand?
Well, you can also custom your own clothing. Like I have a friend, and I'm actually about to hire him to like start being one of our designers. And he literally buys white T-shirts, and then he like cuts sponges into shapes, and then paints the shirts with like some kind of whatever clothing, and he resells them for like bukus of money because they look fucking cool. Like you can make your own bespoke clothing if you're really broke, until you like have enough money to buy the the better, higher quality shit. Bespoke clothing is the best clothing.
My favorite clothing
Doobie's
is from
absolutely
Kanye West.
Well, that's
Bro,
I actually bought some of his like $20 like weird sock shoe things just to see what they look like what they were. It was fucking terrible. I do not recommend
It
it.
doesn't work too well.
It just feels awkward. It really does feel like socks with like rubber. I mean, it is socks with rubber pads on them. Like it's
Yeah,
not.
but then you
a
get
real
used
You gotta
to
shirt.
it.
suffer. You
Your
gotta
body
suffer for the
comfortable.
style.
Fuck
Did you
that.
order the Hitler shirt?
No, I didn't order it. That's the $20 sock shoe thing is like the only thing I ever got from.
So I heard that my friend of mine, multiple friends of mine actually ordered that, and they canceled the orders. It's I don't know if they're actually ever going to get it.
When did they order? Because it took me a
You have
long time to
multiple
get it.
friends that
It
ordered
took
that shirt?
it took a very long time.
Well, it was
to
only
get
up
those
for
stock. Oh, you mean the Hitler shirt?
Yeah, the Hitler one. It was
Oh,
only
okay,
up for
yeah.
a day, and so because by the way, that was Kanye West truly is like a artist in the sense of a very creative mind. He ran a fucking Super Bowl ad, and then pulled off all the products except for a swastika shirt. Like when everyone would go, that's master level trolling. Okay, that is master.
When you got
level.
that kind of money, you could do what you want. It's called
Yeah.
fuck you money and such.
That is fuck you money.
don't
He's got new
know.
products on it right now.
He's
got
got a
new
lot
products.
less of it than he used to.
Well, it's the nitrous. Once he stops that,
Well, you want to know another way to get the really expensive brands cheap? I found this out back in my. I was about to type this in your
Buy
chat.
fake.
Was the I used to be like real big into like Tap Out and Affliction because obviously I fucking was wrestling doing MMA. And those were the big brands like
Giant
growing up.
douchebag.
Yeah, giant douchebag. I mean, I am still a giant douchebag if you hadn't figured that out. So I mean, I remember walking into a Sam's Club one day and they had all the fucking Affliction shirts and Tap Out shirts there.
Yeah, Sam's
like-
Club is a good
like-
hack.
For like $15, $10, because these other companies, when they run low, will go buy them from like a Sam's Club or something and sell them in their store, like short notice. So I was like, oh, bro, I'm doing this all wrong. I should just be going here to get my fucking name brand clothing.
All right. Now we know. Okay.
Now you know.
This does make me feel more feminine.
He's selling dresses
talking
now.
about this. Let's get to manly
Kanye?
things, okay?
lingerie.
And let's talk about murder.
Don't forget the super chat.
I know I haven't got.
Oh.
No, let's forget the
if
super
you-
chat. It makes me angry. I just saw it. Fucking Lawson. God damn it.
Okay. But the super chat is dealing with the topic at hand. So we'll wait in a second. But thank you for trying to remind me, Corey. You know, I simply cannot be trusted. So thank you.
And I can't be trusted to kill dead air.
that's true. Okay. Hey everyone. This is the Rugby Roundtable. We should have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Name's Prime. And we got a great group of guests here. We're going to talk about uncontroversial topics as usual here, right? Try to keep it clean. Try to keep it calm and cash, right?
Not me, never.
That interests you, consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give subs. We haven't done so yet. We do our pre-show warm up, right? We're warmed up now. Now we've all touched our softer, gentler side, our more bougie side, honestly. Yeah. So consider supporting the channel. Again, follow the channel on Twitch or sub to the channel on YouTube. So doing that. If you're on YouTube, of course, you can give us super chats, send super chats in. I will read the super chats to all these wonderful people, and we will react to those super chats. So the super chats extremely helpful. Consider doing that, and we'll react to it, and it'll be fun. And sometimes some of our greatest, when you stray from a conversation, what's that called again?
A tangent?
Tangent. Thank you. Yes, some of our best tangents have come from super chat. So consider doing that for us. Okay. Let's get started. I'm going to read the topic, and I'll also read that super chat. I've forgotten, but so let me put up the banner. Yeah. All right. Earlier last week, conservative commentator Charlie Kirk was assassinated. The suspected killer was caught, but as of now, the motive is unknown. However, that hasn't stopped Donald Trump from blaming the quote-unquote radical left for Kirk's death. Trump has promised retribution against those on the left that he perceives as responsible for this. In this moment of political crisis, do you think Trump is the man to lead this nation? Do you agree with his message? Do you think Trump's rhetoric will heal the nation? Is healing the nation even something we should be striving for, or should we be seeking vengeance against those who think have wronged us? Charlie Kirk got shot. If people want to talk about their feelings about that, they are free to. that necessarily isn't like the actual assassination isn't really the focus of this particular conversation, but I'm sure it'll come up. But more like the aftermath, right? And what's come, like what our political parties are doing. We can talk about the response from the Democrats. Not really much to say there, honestly. But mostly, I like to talk about like what the Trump administration has been doing, and other conservatives, what their response this has been, and like, is this what we want for our country? Maybe it's fine, or maybe it's not. So we'll ask our friends, and you can do an intro, right, and your opening statement. So we'll go to our friend Lactoid.
All right, so I wrote down an intro. I'm gonna speak quickly because it's a little bit longer. I have
4 times speed.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to talk as fast as I can at 4 times speed. It's unfortunately how I think now. 5 main points. The first point, this is by the way, like really the first time I'm really like talking about this. I did have like a brief conversation on Wix channel, but so I just have to get some thoughts out of the way first. Just been rant a little bit about what I've been saying. Number one, murder of Charlie Kirk was horrific and inexcusable. He was trying to share his opinions like all of us here are trying to do and will try to do during this panel. And he was assassinated in cold blood. Absolutely reprehensible. Number two, the killer was indeed a left-winger. However, far more importantly, the general left-wing response has been disproportionately horrific. Mocking, insulting, celebrating, and misrepresenting. A lot of them will be awful and hide behind cheap whataboutisms to justify their evil. Not all lefties. Some of them have been surprisingly refreshing. I was actually kind of blown away by how human at least Hassan's initial response was. I haven't seen anything beyond that. But there still is too many horrific videos out there about the reaction here. Number three, these cheap whataboutisms aren't even solid. I am going to argue during this panel that the left wing spreads dangerous misinformation that overall leads to more unlawful violence than the right does, and the left does not play nice like the defenders of the left argue that they do, even beyond the absolute unhinged terrorist adjacent shit that Destiny's been saying lately. The left at large seems to be suffering from some collective amnesia about the BLM days. Because of this, well, we're just doing it back is flawed from the start, and it is informed by partisan propaganda. It is unjustified. 4, under the same standard that Trump incited an insurrection, the Democrats incited the murder of Charlie Kirk. For many lefties, fight like hell was sufficient to be considered incitement in the context of widespread mistaken election claims. Just for one example, the Unfuck America campaign, partnering with major left-wing streamers that we know, had Take the Fight to Charlie Kirk on their main website in the context of mistaken racism and Nazi claims, including on their website. Fight like hell apparently is incitement, but taking the fight to is not. If you want to say neither of them are incitement, that's fine, but just pointing out the double standard. Finally, in very direct response to the prompt, the Civil War rhetoric is dumb. Trump needs to calm down the shit that he says. I have never been inconsistent in saying this. I never have made fun of or talked good about the Pelosi situation with the hammer. I also never, talked good or spoke well of the assassination of the Democrat senators in Minnesota. Trump also condemned that and condemned that violence, which is good. I think some of the rhetoric right now coming out of the right is problematic as well. We need to stay peaceful and destroy these losers with ideas. No vengeance. Vengeance is bad.
And just quickly before we go to Gibbs, just so people don't remember the Pelosi situation, our friend Latchford brought up, it's when a unhinged individual showed up at her house with a hammer and I think like zip ties or something, right? But in any case, he was attending to accost Nancy Pelosi. She wasn't there. Her husband was there, and he attacked him and beat him over the head. He suffered severe injuries. Luckily, he survived, and the man was, caught. But after that, there was a lot of ridicule from the right about that particular incident. I don't want to go too deep into it and put my opinion on the whole thing, but it was the response was quite varied to that particular act of political violence. But I'll leave it there. let's go to our friend Gibbs.
Yeah, I tell you what, I initially on the day of, I was much more in the let's talk about it. Things we need to be cooler heads, But I over the next few days, I've gotten more and more angry, and it's not because of what the right is doing. It's what people on the left are doing. This is like one of those times where even people I thought were like, I don't know, like the reasonable ones, right? Have I done something that I think is a little bit sick? I'm really sick of the perfidious, duplicitous, and dishonest nature of this 1 degree of separation game that so many people are playing in like this moderate space, right? The idea that, oh, I can say X, Y, Z and leave the last part unsaid. Like just this week, I've came at several other streamers because they'll say, "Oh, we need to wait. We don't know what this person is." The media is doing it. See, MSNBC or CNN that just said something. Oh, this guy could be a Groyper. It could be a right winger, and they ran with this when there has been no indication, and all the indication has been we know the motive. They're left leaning. Their family said they were left leaning. Their friends said they were left leaning. There's this trans ideology aspect to this. There's the all sorts of other things that we know for a fact. These are facts that we've been given to us by the law enforcement. We know for a fact that he wrote these Bella Ciao, which is the anti-fascist movement symbol thing on there. We know the uwu bulge thing. That's a furry thing. We know this person is and has been confirmed by the neighbor that have been seen making out with their transgender furry roommate, which, it's crazy because this is the sad part about this. This person actually has worked with law enforcement, and now they're getting hate. We know that Discord has lied. We actually have a confirmed that he confessed in a Discord about it, and Discord said there was no evidence. So now we have more, I don't want to go with conspiracy, but it seems like Discord covered it up, and they don't want this associated with them, and that's bad. That's its own separate issue. But the idea that these are not a left leaner, and the fact that people push this idea we don't know the motive, which is part of even the premise tonight, I reject wholeheartedly. We knew the motive almost immediately when it happened. All the evidence pointed to it. People were jumping in joy. Some were claiming to have been the shooter. Honestly, these people should all be tried with the individual that confessed that we're killing with this man as accessories to the murder because they made the manhunt harder by being fake confessors. All this is evil. Destiny has called for the death of streamers, saying conservatives should not be allowed to go or should be shot before they go to places in order to silence them. That's their goal, to silence conservative voices because they've lost the debate. And so now they have to silence us in order to win. It's disgusting. It's just and I'm just really sick of it. And this idea that just, I can say all these things and then be like, well, I didn't use the exact term Groyper or whatever. And their whole audience goes on the chat and just co-signs the unsaid part. They're like, well, I had nothing to do with it. It's disgusting. You know what you're doing when you do this. And you can just because you can have the one little backdoor out saying, oh, I didn't use the one specific word, doesn't mean you're not just as guilty. And it's really gross behavior. And I think that this really was exemplified last Saturday when I went on a show and I went through my DMs and I went through other appearances and I took all the things from left-leaning people have said about me in chat and I inserted these people's names there and they said, oh my God, your rhetoric is so incendiary. Oh my God, your rhetoric is going to cause violence. And I said, oh, so then you as a left-leaning individual admit to knowing, this is to a Democratic senatorial candidate in Florida, I said this, you'll admit to knowing that this is loaded language that you're using, and when it's returned on you, it's a problem. So, this is something moderates have said. This is all sorts of shit, and only then is the problem when the right plays this game. And I think it's time maybe we either, because it seems like playing the nice guy hasn't worked, and now maybe we just have to do them a taste of our own medicine so that they feel like how terrible this language is before they realize that something else is bad's going to happen. And we do need to tone it down because clearly the most reasonable voices in the room are actually duplicitous liars 90% of the time.
Okay. We'll have fun with that later on. But thank you, friend.
Whatever that was.
Let's go to our friend Corey.
I'll probably keep this short. But you can find my Twitch, Corey Comedy 4, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, Discord Campbell. I suspect that this conversation is not going to be all that productive, but I hope to be proven wrong. The only thing that I'll say is to answer the prompt.
Yeah, Lactoid.
Do I think that Trump is going to lead us out of this and actually call for you? I don't think so. I think he's a poor leader. And like, I do agree with the sentiment that he's just, contributing to fueling the fire, so to speak. The only thing that I'll point out, sort of, I guess, to close out is, Lactoid, okay, despite everything that he said in terms of he criticized Trump, but he still voted for him, okay? And as far as I can tell, I don't think he regrets his vote. He's still sticking to it. And this is in the vein of like, the right wants to take or wants to talk about, let's say, accountability potentially. I think the left shouldn't take accountability for all the violence, which does exist, when the right actually takes accountability for everything that they do, which includes January 6th, which Trump still pardoned them, and he is rewarded for that. Okay, Lactoid still voted for him, Gibbs still voted for him, and they're sticking by their vote. So what do you do when you're actually incentivized to in that way, and you're not actually held accountable? People still vote for you. I don't know what to do about that, but I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, Doobie.
I think that both sides are being dishonest about how they've contributed to the escalation of the language and the violence. Like I was watching that Piers Morgan thing earlier, right? With like Destiny and Anna Kasparian, Andrew Wilson, Jack Posobiec is fucking drunk. All these people, right? Even Cornel West, who I fucking love. Okay, I love Cornel West, but even he was, I think, being dishonest, right? And I've seen this over and over again, where the left says, "Oh, it's the right that's been, using this crazy, violent rhetoric, calling us Nazis and yada yada," and the right says, the left says that the right's been saying all this kind of like crazy shit about the trans, and like they're calling like demonic, satanic pedophiles and shit like this, and the right says, "Well, you guys have been calling us Nazis," but I think that the reality is both sides have been doing this for fucking ever, and it's not even a recent thing. It's not even a Trump thing. Like when Mitt Romney was running for president, Biden was saying that he was going to put black people back in chains. Like he was saying that's what he wanted to do, right? So like this kind of like hyperbolic bullshit, right, to smear the other side has just been common in American politics for fucking ever. I think people need to stop pretending that it isn't common. I think people also need to stop pretending that the other side is entirely at fault, right? And I think that this idea that if we're going to bring down the violent rhetoric or whatever the fuck, we need to wait for the president to do it first. We need to wait for the right, quote unquote, right, whoever the representative of the right is right now, to do it first. I think it's just childish. I think both sides need to stop the escalation. However, I think there are some things that are true that you actually just can't talk about without there being an implicit call to some kind of action, i.e., Trump being a fascist. I think he's a sort of proto-fascist. And I think that Trump has been doing things recently that are direct attacks on fundamental aspects of like American values and American freedom, right? So him attacking those things and then people supporting him as he's attacking those things, right? I think at some point you do need to say, hey, that is bad. I need to call that out. And if calling that out makes some people angry enough that they use violence, well, that's on them. That's not on me for just calling the thing out. Like, if you don't want people calling you a fucking fascist, don't do fascist things. Like, it's that simple. I don't know. I think it's much more. I feel like there's an implication that a lot of these insults or these things are just like empty. They're like fake, and they're just like you're just like smearing the other side. But I think on both sides there's some truth there, right? In the criticisms, in the allegations being made, and I think those things need to be addressed in a real way before we can like move away from any kind of like tension or violence.
Okay, let's go to. Sorry, I'm not even looking at the screen. 1 second. Ali.
Yeah, so I agree with Doobie. This whole the left is doing it first, the right is doing it first, the right is doing it. It's just so it's pathetic and like childish. But so I agree with Doobie. But in terms of like, do I think Trump is the man to lead the nation? Yeah, right. Not in a way that I want to. Not that I think he should be leading the nation, but like this is what the people want. The people want him, right? And I know this is a sad time, but the fringes on either side, right, especially on the right, they got their martyr. They get to kind of unleash and go unhinged. And I mean, yeah, this is what they voted for. This is what they want. Should he lead the nation? No, I don't think so. But is he the man to lead the nation? Yeah, this is what the people want. I don't see I don't see anything coming down any soon. I see the rhetoric's only going to ramp up, right? I see more of this political violence. I don't think it's good. I don't think you should be shot for saying words. But to Doobie's point, right? If people are going to ramp up their rhetoric and say some fascisty or Nazi or like racist, like extreme racist rhetoric, whatever it may be, and then people are going to call it out, and something violent happens, it can't be the fault of the people who call it out, right? It has to be to some extent. We're going to have to look at gun laws. We're going to have to look at mental health crisis in this country, or like where people are at, and then like plus the rhetoric that's happening. So yeah.
Okay, let's go to our friend, a newer friend, Non-Fun.
Yeah, first of all, I condemn all violence coming from the furry community, okay? The very violent furry community that's attacked us. But I mean, I think it's relevant that like on a lot of sort of like 80-20 issues, Democrats are like end up taking like the 20% side because they're trying to appeal to the people to the more left of the party. There's like 2 issues they don't do that with, and that's Israel and political violence. It looks like every single elected Democrat, I think, has taken basically the right line on the issue. They've immediately come out and condemned it, and they're apologizing and blah, 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 blah. I don't think you see people on the, certainly not most elected Republicans even now, on the right doing things that I think are comparable to that. And I don't think Donald Trump himself has done anything remotely to heal the nation or whatever. And I think he probably will end up using this as an excuse to try to crack down more on universities because he already does not particularly like them.
Okay. So before we get started, I just wanted to read that super chat, which I didn't forget, right? And our friend Ali, I guess, wants to go after that. So the super chat from our friend Lawson Harrison says, why should we care about what an I can put it up on screen. I forgot about that. Why should we care about what an ex-reality TV star says days when the president of DGG can't even denounce violence? So I guess we can talk about this first. And again, thank you for the $10 lost, and thanks for supporting the channel. If you want to support the channel, great way to do it is through super chats. Go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/PrimeKai, in case you haven't done so already. Join our YouTube community and consider supporting the channel. With super chats, we'll react to those super chats. All right. But going off of this, yeah.
That's like what I was gonna say.
Oh, okay, great. Well, then we can. I'll just give a little bit of intro from what I've seen, and I've seen a lot less than I'm sure the rest of you have on Destiny's comments, like much less, and that's the way I like it. But Destiny seems to be taking quite an extreme stance on this, and not. It seems like. Unless my understanding is incorrect, that he's not just denouncing violence, that he's like saying that, well, maybe even encouraging it. Now, if I have that wrong, other people can correct me on that. But he doesn't seem to think this is a bad thing, from my understanding, and doesn't seem to think that we shouldn't be celebrating the death of Kirk, actively celebrating rather than just like discussing it or whatever, discussing his politics. Yeah, like I think that I think this is an interesting moment for the left to grapple with, as to like where do we want to stand on these things. Now, what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to be like lecturing people on how they should react, because I think that's bullshit. Lato tried to lecture me last week about that. But I'm not going to be lecturing people on their stances, how they should feel, because I actually care about
or react or joke about. I thought comedy was legal now. That's what I got. I thought
comedy was legal too. I thought comedy was legal, but apparently I was wrong. Yeah, but I actually believe in freedom, so I'm not going to lecture people about that. But like, if there's, okay, I don't want to say anything that's a little slanderous. So I don't know if Destiny has made an explicit call to violence. To be very clear about that. Because Lacto is also my lawyer.
The actual statement.
So I don't want to do that. But in any case, I think this moment is actually quite instructive as to.
Well, that's kind of what I was talking about.
I can give you the statement. Can I quickly just give you
the one degree of separation thing, though, is kind of what I'm talking about, Prime. I think you're kind of touching on that. It's like he didn't explicitly say it, but it's like, okay, you said it. You know, like, or you like did something and you're like, oh, I didn't say that it was a right winger, furry or a right winger groiper that killed him. But then it's like you set everything up for your audience to do it, not use, but like I'm talking the metaphorical.
Yeah.
Like I've seen multiple people do this where they do it and then they don't ever use the exact word, and then it's like they have like, oh, well, I'm just waiting for something to come out. Like, come on, bro, you're being dishonest when you do this. You know what you're doing. Like there's several people that are doing this. And I don't know.
The thing that he said was right wingers have to be, or conservatives. It's gonna be slightly paraphrased, but need to be afraid to go to public events. Should be afraid to go to public events for like fear of being killed, so that they pressure their leaders to tone the temperature down. That was the statement. Like they should be afraid to go out in public and go to these events. Should be.
I think that statement is irresponsible considering the size of Destiny's audience that he has. Like, if you're a big streamer in general, you should be careful about what you say because you're always going to have crazy fucking people in your audience. But I think his general point there, which I probably would not go as far as Destiny, to be clear, is that like when Democrats come out and repeatedly apologize constantly and condemn all the violence when the right doesn't seem to do the same, Republicans have no incentive to sort of to pressure their leaders to try to tone the temperature down, and that's why Trump feels perfectly okay not saying anything about this, or not taking serious steps to actually try to unite the nation. I would say.
Let's let Ali in.
So Trump might be like a unique case, but like with Destiny trying to get the president to bring the temperature down, do we think that like politicians hold more influence than like streamers or influencers?
I think the president does. Yes.
I think politicians do in general, and I'll tell you why. It's because they're the leaders of the party. They're the ones actually either like implementing the law, and a lot of times, even if they have like super PACs or they have organizations around them, or even like the non-fund, all of that all trickles down from them. So streamers, when they're advocating for a stance, like I'll say Hassan's kind of like an odd one because he's like kind of like anti-American in some ways. So like he might even be a little more whatever. But even then, like Destiny, for example, is like kind of trickled down from the Dem leadership because he's gonna use their stances and he's gonna push their policies. So yes, they are the more influential, I think.
Except in this moment right now, where all of the Dems are essentially denouncing, and he's kind of like saying it's cocked, right?
Well, I think
it's like the politicians, right? The politicians have denounced because that's what they're going to do, right? And I'm saying in terms of like how people are going to react to this.
Well, the only people they're denouncing are because of what's happening. Like their press secretary people are telling them, oh, you got to do this because it's a bad look. But despite we have them on clips saying all this violent rhetoric in the past,
so
like Ilhan Omar just got stripped of committee seats for her awful reaction to the Kirk death. So
it's not like all leadership is not when something happens like a death on the left or like a murder or whatever. Like it's not like the right's rhetoric is like peaceful and kind and like wishes and so on and so forth. They kind of go crazy as well, right? It's just that this was a political death, so it's like you guys feel like it's different in that.
Sure. Okay. I wish there was a better way to quantify this, but certainly, it feels like sort of the politicians on the right are able to set the culture for the Republican Party and for the right more generally a lot better than politicians on the left.
Because the right is more unified in what they want and who they voted for in terms of.
I don't even know. Well, that's. I think they're
the vibe they voted
unified
for,
who they voted for. Yeah. But I'm saying it feels like Trump is able to make issues out of things that the right never like considered an issue before. And Democrats, I think, struggle to do that a lot more. And it's, relevant when I think Trump could certainly, if he made it, political violence on the right an issue at all, instead of essentially tacitly supporting some of it at the very least, especially like the January 6th pardons, for example. But he's not going to because
he doesn't support that, right? He kind of like this stirrup is good for him, right? Only riles up his base more.
Well, yeah.
Guys, yeah. So so he's not going to tone down the rhetoric.
Well, yeah, because he's an egotistical maniac. Yeah, I agree.
So I'm curious.
I agree. He's not going to, but I think Trump is in a position where if he made it an issue, a lot of MAGA Republicans would essentially listen to him. I think the right is a lot better able to control that. And as I mentioned, like even in my opening, it feels like Democrats struggle to do that.
I think they'd see through the PR and kind of do what they're doing anyways.
I don't know if that's
okay. So I'm curious. Lactoid and Gibbs, right? So my feeling about Trump is that he is basically like a proto-fascist. I don't think he actually has an ideology, really, but I think what he's done, right, and the kind of his bent, right, the way that he leads and the way that he tries to get things done, I would feel comfortable calling him like a proto-fascist, right? And I think that he's done things that are or attempted to do things that are fundamentally at odds with American values, right? So, for example, this push that he tried to ban flag burning, right, or to punish flag burning, right, using fighting words laws or whatever the fuck. I think just the president doing something like that, pushing something like that, right, that we're going to punish people for burning the American flag, it to me feels totally antithetical to Americanism, right? One of the great things about our country, one of the ways that we sell our country when we're talking about it, is hey, in our country we can criticize the government. In our country we can say fuck you government, and they can't do shit to us, right? They can't put us in a cage for it. Whereas other shitholes, if you criticize the government, if you burn a flag, they're gonna throw you in a fucking cage and beat the fuck out of you, right? So the fact that he even tried to touch that, right, even if he's not successful, that he pushed in that direction, to me is fucking egregious, right? So how do you and to me that would be enough. That right there is enough that I can imagine somebody being upset enough about that to do something crazy, right? If not to Trump, then to somebody supporting Trump as he's doing these things. But then that's not even the he was talking about denaturalizing citizens, right? Denaturalizing them and deporting them for criticizing Israel, right? Crazy shit like this, right? That I think is bad enough that if you just talk about it honestly, people are going to get angry and they might want to take some kind of violent action, if not against Trump, then against people who support Trump. And Charlie Kirk was one of the primary people driving the youth vote to Trump, right? And Charlie Kirk has his own fucking issues. He's a Christian nationalist, right? Which is its own bag of shit. So how do you talk about this stuff without there being some kind of implicit call to action or avoiding language that might cause somebody to take some kind of violent action, because the actions themselves are bad enough that some people might want to take action. I don't know how you detach those things or you even talk about them.
Well, I'll go first if you want to add to it. I do agree with you that the concern for right-wing authoritarianism is something that people should be concerned about, especially since I know you just kind of framed as Charlie Kirk is white a white Christian nationalist or something, right? But
no, I don't think he's a racist. I think he's a Christian.
Okay, yeah, Christian nationalist. Fine, yeah, my bad. That's I don't necessarily have a problem with someone classified as that. And I know that some people are going to disagree with what I'm about to say next, which is that Charlie Kirk, in my opinion, was somebody more moderate on the right. He's in the center, right. He's not as far extreme. No. Hold on. Yeah, no. I know y'all are going to disagree. Hold on. No. And this is what's crazy is y'all are all saying this. And so us, most of us on the right, we all are yeah, he was a fairly moderate milquetoast guy, didn't have any convictions or anything, all this stuff. He was a good youth leader. And then y'all are already, just here on this panel, just with the laughs, already painting him as some extremist, right? And so when y'all are going, oh, hey, yeah, I'm worried that, there's going to be more authoritarian Trump. Yeah, I think that is a real concern. Because now you have people like Milo unretiring. You have people that are way more extreme now going to be having a bigger voice. I saw a rumble that Nick Fuentes outperformed Kai during his Marathon 3 thing going on right now, or Mafiathon 3 thing going on right now, which is crazy. That Nick Fuentes just had pulled those in, and it's because of the Charlie Kirk. And you're going and you've killed this guy that most of them on the right think is moderate, and especially Christians who think he's a moderate Christian guy. And y'all are going, oh, these are the radicals. And then you're like, well, we don't want the authoritarian to rise. Well, guess what? That's how you get somebody authoritarian, because you kill the guy that's in the middle, and then all the really extreme guys are the ones who are going to be not afraid to speak because they push extremist views. And I think that is a concern. However, that being said, I think another thing that's happened on the right is all the right-leaning factions have basically unified. I've never seen I don't have the urge to go after Andrew Wilson right now for some of his shit takes on feminism or something. I don't or it's men's fault, women's fault, or dating stuff. I have zero desire to do that right now because there's a bigger problem. The left is fucking killing our people. That's what it is. They're killing it with the policy. They're killing it. They're literally killing them with Charlie Kirk. They tried to kill the president twice, and then they try to do this dishonest framing oh yeah, this guy was a right leaner even though he donated money to Biden. All this other bullshit. We know the games. We've seen the games. We're sick of the games. And now y'all are terrified because y'all created a martyr.
I don't think anyone ever argued that this was effective political strategy. I obviously don't think the left should not support this because it makes the left weaker. I don't think anyone ever said otherwise, Gibbs.
Yeah, I'm not saying
I can respond.
He should have been shot. Okay, to be clear, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
I know you're not saying that.
Yeah, so just to give you something direct. So the Piers Morgan panel that I saw earlier, Andrew Wilson and Jack Versovic. Like one of the things that they were talking about is being called a fascist by people on the left, and they were saying this as if it was like ridiculous, and you're like smearing us by calling us fascists. But I mean, if they were supporting a guy who is doing fascist things, like what else are you supposed to call him and them? You know what I mean? Like if that's the smear, and the smear is just accurately describing your actions or the actions of the guy that you support, like how the fuck do we even communicate with you or about you?
I mean, you say that though, right? And like, I listen. I know Lactoid's going to be sympathetic to this because he's a libertarian. He doesn't want authoritarianism. Doesn't want to do it. I'm a Texan, and we don't trust big government. I've said this about Doge. If it's a tool used correctly, great. However, I'm worried that like the left is going to take over and turn it into something that it wasn't intended or make it expand the power. I like worry about big government. I worry about authoritarian government. I also agree with.
They're not banning lab-grown meat, right? That's big government.
Well, hey, shh.
Oh, yeah, exactly. No,
hold on. I mean, hold on. I absolutely think there's needs for regulations. I'm not a libertarian. Like, I definitely think there's reasons why we should do this. Lab-grown meat's another leftist plot to weaken America. We don't have to go into all that right now, but that's fine. We're going to sit here and like with Doobie, I definitely get the concern, and I can see why you want to argue this, but you can say someone's authoritarian. Like, if I call like Trump a populist authoritarian, that's not the same as me using the buzzword and calling him, Mussolini incarnate. Like that, like, he's a fascist. He's basically Mussolini. He's a Nazi. He's basically Hitler. That's loaded language, and you can talk about this in a way that's not like that. But y'all aren't doing that. And then this is the biggest thing: is the other thing that's happening is if I comment on left policies and y'all don't like my framing, like I'm gonna give you a list, right? If I said the left stands for open borders, open crime, free crime everywhere, and critical race theory, and they want to put transgender people into women's sports. You would say, I've literally heard this week from a person running for office in the Senate in Florida. They told me that was dishonest framing and that was incendiary language, even though that's actually can be tied directly to policy. And that's much less incendiary than me calling somebody a fascist.
So
I'd like to respond.
Lactoid, and then our friend Corey, and then Ali.
Yeah, I just wholeheartedly reject this characterization of Trump as a fascist or a proto-fascist. I think that it's myopic. I think that when you look, you have to compare Trump, if we're going to talk about whether he represents some kind of new threat, some kind of proto-fascist, you would have to compare Trump to presidents past, right? So you look at Donald Trump and compare him to, let's say, somebody like George W. Bush, right? What's more fascist, right? What about starting $2 trillion wars leading to shit tons of death, and also launching the PRISM program that is illegally spying on millions of Americans? And then when the person who calls the alarm on that, he puts out information exposing the government for spying on its civilians and its citizens illegally, then all of a sudden he gets a bunch of flack and has to leave the country and is continued to be sort of this target by the establishment, both on the Republicans and the Democrats, but the establishment. Well, that was George Bush. To me, that's infinitely more fascist than what Donald Trump has done.
Lactoid, can't there be more than one fascist?
Well, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Look, if you categorize most American presidents as fascists, then maybe you have a point. Okay, what I'm saying is that if you characterize like George Bush as a fascist for that, if you characterize Obama drone bombing U.S. civilians, you consider him a fascist. If you consider Biden a fascist, you're trying to get OSHA to illegally force. Maybe you do, Prime. Okay, but for most other people, okay, sure. Most other people, though, right, trying to through executive fiat push OSHA to force millions of vaccines in executive order, which was not the full scale, was not the scope of OSHA. We know that, trying to extend beyond what the legislation allows them to do. Potentially arguing for, potentially packing the court, and the Kamala, of course, having history of actually arguing to pack the court. I mean, we had I think the closest peer person you could probably argue with was a fascist, and even this is like, I don't really feel, super comfortable saying he's a fascist, but he is the closest by far, and this is FDR, right? The left's kind of sweetheart, the guy who put Japanese people in camps. This is the closest we get, right, to fascist. And this is nothing like Trump, right?
Putting people in camps now.
No, like putting people in camps because of their race, because specifically targeting, that was not targeting people because they were Hispanic. This is targeting people because they're in the country illegally.
Court decision where like the government fought against a restriction that would say you couldn't target people for their ethnicity.
No. So
right?
no. There's nuance to that. What that Supreme Court, and by the way, the Supreme Court ruled in Trump's favor on that, was that you can use a multiple of factors to investigate whether or not somebody is an illegal immigrant. And one factor you can use to investigate whether they are an illegal immigrant, which is the thing that's being targeted, is their race or ethnicity, because people coming up,
look at them and say, because you look Hispanic,
because
right?
Yes. This is wholly different. This is wholly different than the internment camps.
So
this is wholly different. This is wholly different from the internment camps. The target with the with immigration enforcement is targeting people who are breaking the law of the country, whether you agree with that law or not. When it comes to the Prime, when it comes to Prime, let me finish, please.
Were like,
no, they didn't break any law.
Right?
No, they didn't break any law. They didn't break any law. Prime.
The law says they need to be in an internment camp. If you're outside the internment camp,
no, that's not what the law. No, that's not what the law said. Those were military orders to put them in camps. The law did not allow for that. Right? It was only afterwards the Supreme Court kind of semi-justified it, and then has since the government walked it back. Right? That was the closest we got to fascism. Arresting people for illegal immigration is not that. Flag burning, I criticized that immediately when that was proposed. Flag burning has also been, I think by the late 80s, most states had flag burning legislation. There's been multiple attempts on the federal level to ban flag burning. If all those governments were also fascist, then sure, right? It's not good, but this argument that, hey, president is doing kind of authoritarian thing that I don't like, right? Therefore, he is fascist. When you compare, this president, you can point to plenty of things that he's doing that's not fascist, right? Like, you really thought a Republican would be on board with gay marriage coming in 2016? This has been what?
What is this argument? What is this awful argument? This is an awful argument.
Is it? Is it an awful argument? 2 wars, the prison program.
I'm not going to tell you exactly.
Okay, you think Biden was a fascist? Was Bush a fascist?
Hold on, I was saying. Yeah, Bush had a lot of. Hold on, it actually goes straight to my point, right? Hey, guy. First of all, why would I have any problem calling Bush a fascist? I don't know.
Do you think he's a fascist?
Yeah, what did I just say?
You do.
Why would I have any problem doing
that? Was Obama a fascist?
Obama is a war criminal. I'm not sure if a fascist, but
him and Fabian agree on all these things.
But 1 second. I could
have told you he was going to say this.
Who do you think you're talking to here, right? I trash all of these people, right? Biden, genocidal maniac, deserves to be in the Hague, right? Zionist, and Zionism is fascism, is Jewish fascism, and he is a pro-Zionist to his core. So yeah, he's a fucking fascist. I have no problem saying that, right? With Obama, he did the drone strikes, which I think was illegal. I don't know if I would necessarily call that fascism.
Funded fascists in Ukraine.
Sorry, what did you do in Ukraine?
Funded fascists, right? This was the 2014-15. Was it the height of the Azov Battalion?
I'm familiar with that. But if you say so, I'm not gonna deny you. If you're saying that happened, okay. But I don't need to defend Obama. I trash Obama all the time. I don't give a fuck. Fuck these people.
Okay,
fuck
well
Obama.
then maybe you're the wrong person to talk to on this. I don't know what to say. You think they're all fascists. So then I guess Trump is a fascist according to you, and you're pretty consistent, I suppose.
He's absolutely 100%.
Okay, well you're consistent in a way that's crazy.
No. Listen. Before we go there, right? I'm just like, you want me to bite bullets, so I have to just bite your bullets because I wanna gobble them all up. Right? I got no problem with that.
Yeah.
But right. I would say that, and like when people seriously discuss fascism, not just like on Twitter, right? When people are seriously discussing fascism isn't a light switch, right? It's not simply, oh, you're in a fascist regime or you're not in a fascist regime, right? We understand it's not a binary. Everything, I like to say, is a spectrum, and fascism is definitely included on that. And so, yes, you can have presidents who can take more authoritarian actions than others, right? Who can engage in brutalities that we might call fascism, right? You brought up FDR. Hey, that's a really good point, Lactoid. Good work, Lactoid, bringing that up. That's a good point, right? But different. We've had other presidents in this country sponsor genocides, right? Either directly by the American military, right, that we've done, or indirectly, where we had authoritarian regimes literally do a genocide their population. That's the thing that we've done, And I'm not talking about Israel. I'm not talking about Israel here. I'm talking about before then. This is not new, right? So like you can say if you're saying that's a fascist act, right? Yeah, it applies to a lot of presidents. What you've just discovered is that a lot of presidents do evil shit. A lot of presidents do evil, heinous shit, and they should all be in jail for those actions. Absolutely.
Okay.
But when we're judging,
Time.
but that doesn't invalidate. That doesn't invalidate the actual criticism itself. Trump has secret police. Police.
Prime.
Hold on. Let's establish this just quickly, right? With our good friend Lactoid. Hey, Lactoid, right? Is it
about ICE?
true? Yeah, is it true or is it not true that ICE is approaching people ununiformed and masked? Is that true or not true?
They're approaching people with. They do have signifiers on that they're ICE. They have masks on.
No, we've seen.
I can have the same signifiers, brother.
Their signifiers are like literally just regular street clothes. We've seen the videos.
That would be a person they
literally don't. They literally will.
How would you be able to tell?
I haven't seen this. This sounds like a bad idea. I don't think it. Can I answer?
Okay.
Can I answer, please? I don't think it necessarily makes it more or less fascist if they have uniforms or not.
No. Oh, building the picture of a secret police force, right? Building the picture. So we start there, right? That they're masked individuals, not identifying themselves, and then dragging people into unmarked cars. Is that true?
Seems like they would just be the police then if they had uniforms.
Sorry, I don't want to. Gibbs, please. Back to it. Is that true? Have they been dragging them into unmarked cars?
I'm not aware.
Oh, you're not aware. Okay.
No.
Well, they have.
I'm willing to accept that they have.
Okay, great, right? Have they literally black bag people?
Potentially. I'm sure they've arrested people too.
Sure. And and then where have they sent them off to? Have they sent them off to prisons, right? Outside of U.S. control, at least full U.S. control, where they've been tortured, where they've been physically abused. Is that a thing that's happened, Lactoid? Under actual authoritarians, those prisons run by actual authoritarians.
You're talking about CCOT? You're talking about CCOT?
Yeah.
Yes, there have been some people sent to CCOT for sure. Yeah.
Oh yeah. They've been physically assaulted. They've been sexually assaulted at that prison. This is the testimony of the individuals coming out there, right? So we have a police force that rounds people up in mass arrest, right? Millions of individuals for all kinds of spurious reasons. We can get into that some other time. Sorry, I don't want to pull this whole conversation into this, right? But we are taking them off, exfiltrating them out of the country as fast as possible, right? And then putting them in a prison where they're getting tortured, there, physically abused, sexually abused. In that prison, and then you say, well, what's fascist about Donald Trump, right? And then what's worse, you say, oh, well, Trump does things that you wouldn't consider fascist. Yeah, again, it doesn't matter, right? Like he can do things that I like. There are things. In fact, there's something he did recently that I really praised. Right? There's something he did recently I really praised. We haven't really talked about that. We'll talk about this some other time, right? I don't want to get off a topic, but he can do things that a person like doesn't negate the authoritarianism that he's engaged in, right? Like we can point all these things out. That's what exactly what people are doing. That's an honest conversation.
Can I respond?
Sure.
So I never deny that you can point to specific examples. Well, like what I said at the very beginning is if we're going to use the term label, if we're going to label, because labeling here matters. The only point of labeling something is to distinguish it from something else. You wouldn't use the same label on everything. Otherwise, the label loses all utility. The point of a label is to distinguish. If you're going to say, which you have, that, all the fascists are fascist, or all the presidents are fascist war criminals, we could just, they should all be arrested. Then again, maybe you're the wrong person to have this conversation with, because you're going to say, well, Trump is a fascist. And I'm going to say, okay. By what metrics do you label someone a fascist? And then you're going to describe metrics. And then you're going to describe metrics that would include, as in your own words, like Bush and Biden and potentially Obama. You weren't quite sure about that one, but like it was kind of close.
Hey, I'm willing to give you Obama.
Sure.
If you give me more evidence on Obama, I'm willing to give you
Okay,
Obama.
you're even willing to give me Obama.
Wait,
I'm going to bring this back to Doobie.
But
Prime, can I bring this back to Doobie?
please.
No. You ranted for a little while, Prime.
You can say, no, I can go as long as I want to, and I will if I want to. But I'm not going to do that. But I'm just saying, just give me a second here. All I'm trying to say is that if you want, you can we can do the thing that we make to make white people feel better, right? What we can do when we're talking about bigotry, right? When we talk about bigotry, and we say, oh, okay, this person isn't a racist, right? Instead, they've done a racist action, which doesn't necessarily implicate their character, right? Again, to call the feelings of white people on this one. So this is something you can do. You can say that this person is essentially a fascist, right? They have done taken fascist actions, and then you can tally up how many fascist actions a person has done, and the severity of the actions a president has done. That's another path.
Trump is relatively lower in the fascism degree than compared to other presidents.
We can argue that, but if you want to go,
okay, wait.
But this one Doobie's, because Doobie was the one who asked me the question. And then I want to talk with you, Nafon. Doobie, do you agree with Prime that Bush and Biden were fascists?
Not in the way that Trump is. I think Trump is way worse, actually.
So you think that the Iraq War and Afghanistan War and the prison program?
I don't think going to war equals fascism. I don't think going to war is fascism. Right?
You don't think it's comparable, or like I guess a feature of fascism is kind of warlike behavior?
No,
not really.
No, that's about as good of an argument as the secret police argument.
Not necessarily.
Going to war, not necessarily.
Launching various wars without like international justification.
Illegal. He should be in jail for them. But that
some of them were.
I don't classify everything.
Iraq was not legal.
Lactoid, as we know from our greatest ally, liberal westernized democracies in the Middle East go to war all the time.
You criticize them for this. You call them fascists for this.
Well, they're nationalist Jewish supremacist countries. Yeah, I do.
And you factor in the war, don't you? You factor in the airstrikes.
I don't think the average person would say going to war equals fascism.
No. It adds fascism points, like Prime was talking about. Like being a warlike country is like emblematic of a fascist country, as opposed to being a peaceful country. This is absolutely true. Militarism is a key tenet of fascism.
Yeah, I understand.
No, hold on.
That's
actually,
true. Trump does that too.
No. I'm not there.
Oh my God. Wait, I do want to.
This is actually not true.
Everyone shut up. No, everyone shut up. Doobie was talking. Doobie to finish, and then you guys can jump in.
Yeah, stop bullying me, okay, you fucking assholes.
All right, I'll be quiet.
So I don't think it even matters that way. Right? So I don't think we need to get lost in the weeds of what a fascist is. I think you believe that Prime believes what he's saying, right? When he calls Trump a fascist, right? You think he's being honest about this. The issue that I have that I'm trying to point to is how does Prime express these honestly held genuine opinions, right, that he has based on the behavior of these people? If calling them a fascist, apparently, it might lead to somebody shooting them, right? Like, how do you even engage with the topic?
How do I engage with the topic if people calling somebody a fascist? Like, I try to add the context, right? Like, if people who are saying that like Trump represents some kind of unique threat, which, by the way, by the time of the next Republican administration, the Democrats are going to be saying the same shit about Trump as they're talking about Bush, like, oh, he was so nice, he was so good, like, totally, like, trying to again compare whoever the current president is as like make him look as bad as possible by lionizing the prior president. But the question of whether or not Trump is like a fascist, if you're trying to use fascist in terms of like this new like horrible threat that's like changing the country to some like the features of the country to some kind of substantial degree that was not the case when it comes to Bush or Obama or Biden, etc. Like that's the kind of like designation that I think most lefties are talking about, and that's the kind of designation that I think is most harmful and most inaccurate. But if you're using fascist in terms of the incredibly broad way that Prime is using, and as long as he explains that, then I don't know how anybody's going to see what Prime said and say like, oh, like Trump is like uniquely bad. They're going to say, well, Trump is simply one member of like a long line of a broken system, which I think that narrative is much less likely to be conducive to violence.
Okay, just real quick. Like, Lactoid, I think the fascism word is silly to debate the semantics of sometimes, but you, I think, would agree with Trump has a kind of unique view of the powers of the executive branch. We didn't see Bush doing the same things, pushing unitary executive theory the same way I think Trump wants to.
In certain regards, yes. In other regards, no, right? I think Biden's attempt to use OSHA without Congress's approval to push mass vaccine mandates was like a massive overstep in executive control that Trump has not attempted to do. I think that the idea of packing the Supreme Court is and particularly anti-constitutional and represents a destruction of our third branch of government. That was something the Republicans have said they're not going to do as compared to the Democrats. Yes, Trump, there's other things that Trump has like talked about. I think Trump has been pretty like gone overboard recently on executive orders. Like that's, you can criticize him for that. That's fine. But again, I don't think that makes him uniquely bad compared to the shit that was happening before or was threatened to happen.
I think for one, the reason Biden did a lot of things that you might see as being, sort of overbearing or overstep the executive branch's power is because he genuinely has some concern for well-being people, right? Like Biden genuinely thought COVID was an issue and wanted to get the vaccine mandate as the thing to fix that. I think the reason Trump wants to do things that are an overstep of the executive powers branch is literally just because he wants power and he's egotistical, right? Like him, him saying, "Oh, I want to have the power to have some say over interest rates," right? Like I don't think does he really sincerely believe that like monetary policy is being severely mishandled? I think he just wants that power because I think he knows it's going to do well. Or I think he wants that power for himself because he knows it'll give him more power over voters. It'll give him more power over the economy. I think that's something that's kind of unique to Trump. Sure. But I also think Trump uniquely has sort of control over his own base that is relevant to the actions that Trump takes rhetoric-wise.
We gotta let some other people in here. So we gotta agree Corey, Ali, and then Gibbs.
So Gibbs, earlier, if I heard you correctly, if I understood you correctly, which I might not have, I think you mentioned that, the left calling, or I've never done it, but I don't think correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm confident I've never called Trump a Nazi. But you seem to frame it as like the left calling Trump a Nazi that somehow like invokes violence. But did I understand that sentiment correctly?
Yeah, I do. I that would be correct. Yeah, I do.
Okay,
think that
so then you would agree that J.D. Vance was violent towards Trump by calling him a Nazi.
I would say that would be a example of violent rhetoric towards Trump. Yeah.
Okay, so his own vice president is violent towards the president, right? That's
he was at one point, and allied with him.
We're forgiving people, Corey.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Even
don't talk
someone
about
as goated as J.D. Vance can make a mistake.
We're forgiving people.
Atone for it.
No,
it seems like he's atoned for it and asked for forgiveness, and they become good friends.
Okay, and so in that vein, then you
shows our acceptance levels on the right.
So then you would say also that Trump is using violent rhetoric when he says radical left Marxists.
No.
Okay, so can you finish this phrase for me? Better dead than
red. That would be
What is that invoking?
It'd be better for me as the individual to be dead than be a communist.
Okay, so someone calling a Marxist.
Not us killing them. It's better for us to be dead than red.
Okay, yeah, so that's not calling for death.
Self-suicide? I guess that's violent towards other
people.
Okay,
so it's better to be dead than a Marxist, right?
Yeah, I would agree with
that. So Trump.
I would rather be dead than be a Marxist.
Okay, but you would agree that Trump is being violent. That's violent rhetoric.
I
Right?
mean, if we're counting violent rhetoric towards oneself, then I guess we're also counting every My Chemical Romance song. Like, I mean, are you fucking kidding me with this logic that you're using?
Well, no. How is your logic? How is your logic then in terms of
Nazi labeling?
Why is labeling someone a Nazi violent and someone Marxist not violent?
Well, let's examine those two expressions. One is, oh yeah, he's a Nazi, and we should assassinate Nazis or punch Nazis out. This is a common.
Wait, where in the definition of Nazi does it say we have to assassinate them?
Well, I mean, that's what people have called for. People have called for that ever since the Nazis existed.
Right? That doesn't answer my question.
Hold on. There's a difference. Also, just in the own expression you used, we're going to use English. Let's break it down. Better red than dead implies it'd be better to self-harm.
No. Whoa. You reversed it. You reversed it.
I don't know. I reversed it. I'm just explaining simple English.
Better dead than red.
Better dead than red. It's better to be dead than be red. So it's better to die than it is to be a communist. Or that's what that means. It's not, go kill the commies. Like that's not what it's saying. Or it's saying it's better to fight them and die fighting them.
There's an expression. Where
self-harm.
Explain to me where in labeling someone Nazi that means we should assassinate them or kill them. Where?
I don't know. World War II? Like, I mean, are you fucking?
Give me a definition.
I mean, are you like this is history, bro? They went and killed the Nazis. That's what they're doing.
Hold on. Can I just expand it? I'm curious, right? Because would you apply that to people on the right, including Charlie Kirk, by the way, calling people on the left child grooming, satanic, child mutilating pedophiles, and also people who are like pro-Palestine, calling them like terrorists and terrorist supporters. There's the same level of violence attached to those things, I think.
Well, nope. This is the difference. Once again, you say something like that, and if you're actually a Christian, like Charlie Kirk professed to be, one of the things he did mention was tolerance and acceptance and forgiveness. That was a big thing.
Oh my God!
And so he would argue, and this is what Charlie Kirk would argue.
Charlie Sheen too.
Charlie Sheen might.
Satanic child
He would
mutilating
argue that
pedophile.
it is your duty. It is your duty to witness to these people and try to bring them back to the light and show them that they are following demonic paths. It's not to go kill these people because the Lord is the judge. There's a difference there. But that would be a fake representation of Christianity that you're pushing forward.
A question in terms of because Lactoid was talking about
also,
the labels and why we
I have that point.
And why we use certain labels to differentiate one from the other. Like you were calling Charlie Kirk moderate right. You said you guys see him as the moderate right?
I do. I do. Yeah.
You do. You guys. And because there's like Nick Fuentes and like a couple other people who exist.
I mean, we're both more radical than Kirk.
Yeah. Is that in the same regard? Like Hassan is the moderate left because like Haas exists and like what's his name? Jackson Hinkle exists, and they literally go hang out with the Houthis, and they have an active American communist.
No, Hassan is not the moderate left.
Well,
he's much further left.
Way more
why? I can tell you why. Because Hassan himself will tell you that he's a far left, like socialist that wants to destroy
No. I mean, so Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk will tell you he's a Christian nationalist. He believes in Christian law.
Yeah, which is a not moderate position.
He said that stoning gays to death is God's perfect law. So, like, obviously,
which
the guy's not moderate left or moderate right.
Wait, hold on. That's what you believe in as a Muslim, right?
He's a little bit on the far right. It's okay. He's a little bit Christian.
Wait. What do the Muslims say to do?
Can I clarify?
No. Don't let him run away with this. What do the Muslims say to do to the gays? And if it's dissimilar,
cares what the Muslims have to say.
No, because
the Muslims are fucking making law in America.
It sounds like y'all have
the fucking Sharia whataboutism.
Sounds like
Gibbs.
I'm going to address this stoning. I'm going to address
this is called throwing stones into glass houses.
I'm going to address.
Are you okay with it when Charlie wants to stone the gays, but I want Ali wants to stone the gays? Like, is that
it's
really
the same position? It seems like it's a moderate position.
I want to address the specifics, the stoning question. So Charlie Kirk did not call for like stoning of gays. It was a specific question as to like it was a specific question as to like biblically what does the Bible call for? Yeah. This would be a very similar question like what does the Quran call for? And then you explain what the Quran says without necessarily saying that should be enacted. That should be hold up without that being implemented as law in America. You're not. Hold on, unless maybe Doobies can correct me here. You're not going to find Kirk saying that element of Christian law, specifically stoning gay people, should be.
Christian law is revoked in the New Testament anyway.
Guys,
no, but that's going to inform the policy.
Finish your quote.
Should be. He did not say that should be implemented into American policy.
Of course not.
He did talk about like biblically this is the case, and by the way, biblically he's right. If you look at the Bible, that's what it says.
Okay.
That doesn't mean you put it into policy. But if you're doing an analysis of the Bible, that is accurate. Just like if you do an analysis of the
Old Testament law, not New Testament law.
And when you describe something as God's perfect law, right? You may not want that specific law written directly into policy, but that's going to inform the type of policy that you're going to then push for, especially within your group, which I would not consider a moderate position. If you want Christianity,
not necessarily.
If you want
is God's perfect law, is that an endorsement or
this is the problem. This is the problem. Like this, no, it's not.
If I said
this is the problem.
You're perfect law.
I know this is dishonest.
Would I be saying something positive about that or negative about that?
The reason why this is dishonest is because the specific conversation that you're referencing was a discussion about the Bible. Unless you're a fucking liar, if you read the Bible is very clear about what to do to gay people. It just is. Now, maybe if you're like just want to lie,
Old Testament.
Sure, and that is part of, and that is part of the Bible, right? And so when you're looking, can I please finish? And so when you're reading the Bible, and that's in the Bible, and you are not a dishonest hack, you're going to say, "Hey, look, the Bible says this. This is what the law. This is what the biblical law prescribes." He did not, in that conversation, very specifically, did not call for this to be implemented in American policy.
I'll agree with you. Wait. I'll agree with you. But in the same regard, if you had the same a Muslim political influencer who is speaking about like Sharia law, he's like, "Listen, this is what it says in Sharia law. I'm not necessarily pushing pushing for it, right? But
No,
like
that's not
these
what
are the things I
That'd be
believe.
honest.
I think, yeah, you'd be
But
honest.
he
like,
also
yeah,
goes
this guy
on to
said this is
talk
fine.
about-
I'm not
That would
sure
be
if it's
honest.
controversial.
This is
No,
okay.
no,
This is
but-
very.
no,
Hold
no,
on.
back to it,
Hold on.
back
Wait,
to it.
there's a second
Back
part
to
to
it.
this. Hold on.
But
I have
like-
to say something.
hold
This
on,
is very dishonest
back
bringing
to
it
it.
out of the Bible.
Back to it.
Hold
He
on. Hold
said
on. Brian. I
God's
really have to say
perfect- hold on,
something.
God, he said God's perfect plan. God's
Law.
perfect plan.
Okay.
Is that an endorsement
God's perfect
or,
law.
or not?
That's not an endorsement
an-
because you're
Okay,
misrepresenting.
if I
Hold
say-
on.
if I say
Hold on. Can I
non-com
fit? I have
is
to say
man's
something. You are
perfect law.
misrepresenting.
Sharia is
the Bible.
God's
If I say
perfect
non-com,
law.
You
Sharia
are
is God's perfect law.
Hey, hold on.
You
Answer
are
the question.
misrepresenting the Bible.
If
I will.
say that non-com is a man's
No.
perfect law, would that be an endorsement? You would say it's
No,
not an
no.
endorsement.
That well, in that case, yes,
That
but
wouldn't
in
be
this case, no.
endorsement.
Because hold on, this is the
Okay,
part
nice
you're
try.
doing wrong. Hold on, no, it's not a nice try. It's because this is how dishonest you're being. It's either dishonesty or purpose ignorance. Okay, in the New Testament and the Old Testament, they're both parts of the Bible. Lactoid is correct. That would be the canon biblical law back in the day in the Old Testament, right? That's correct. Now, Jesus himself, the inheritor of the mantle of God, in the flesh, in person, on earth, as the representative, states that with his death, the old law is no longer needed and the canon is broken. Hold on. And this goes on and is repeated with several examples. The Holy Spirit coming down and speaking to the Gentiles and speaking to the people in front of Peter, and Peter and Paul being sent on a mission to speak to people of other faiths.
What is all of this?
Hold on. This is important because y'all are misrepresenting. And Prime is laughing, and honestly, I am a little offended at this time that you're because
and you
what is
will be
happening?
offended 'cause
Cool,
I'm
that's
going
fine.
to laugh.
Because
That's
what is
happening,
happening?
Bob.
Hold on. What is
I'm
happening?
gonna
What is
offend you a lot
happening?
today,
Well, that's fine.
I'm
What
gonna
is
offend you a
happening?
whole
What is
fucking
that's fine. What is happening is that you are lying about what Christians believe, and you're lying
I'm
about
not
what
lying
Christians.
about.
Hold on,
I'm not lying about.
hold on, let me finish. You are lying about what Charlie Kirk said.
Bro,
I
you're
just
just
asked
fucking
about
leave.
Charlie
You're
Kirk
just going
said,
like a completely different
I
way.
asked about that. So nice try.
No, let me finish. Y'all just lied about what Charlie Kirk said because Charlie Kirk goes on in that later in the same speech when he's talking about that and talks about how there is a division between the Old Testament law and the New Testament where they talk about where the power of Christ comes in and pays for things with the power of his blood. And that is the New Testament canonical law, whether you're Protestant or Catholic or Greek Orthodox. And so when you sit here and prescribe that he is, no, it does. When you sit here and prescribe, when you prescribe that he is sitting here saying we should stone these people and it's God's perfect law, because he believes.
Okay, can I bring up like
when he says it's God's perfect law, it's because everything God does is when he says it's God's perfect law. Everything God does is perfect. Everything God does.
So Sharia is God's perfect law then?
If you're Muslim, then sure, yes. If Sharia, I will absolutely agree with that. I will absolutely agree with you, Ali.
And it's
If
okay to say
Sharia,
that?
if you're a Muslim,
I
you
didn't
believe
say
Sharia
that.
is God's perfect law.
Yeah, I didn't
That
say
is
that.
true. And no,
Nice try.
that's what you said.
Nice
You said he
try.
said, "Oh, it's God's perfect law to do this," and it is God's perfect law because God is perfect and nothing is imperfect, and that's why it changes in the New Testament. But you clearly don't understand religion. You are being dishonest.
I didn't say he advocated for stoning people. I didn't say that. Doobie brought that up, right? You can ask Doobie about that. But I didn't bring that up at all, right?
God's perfect
And
law
then I
5 times.
asked, hey, like when you say this is a perfect plan, is that an endorsement?
It is
Or
because
not.
it is and it
That's
isn't
only
because,
looking at that,
because
right?
it changes
And then you're
in the
dishonest
New
about
Testament
that.
from the Old.
You're
No, I'm not being dishonest.
He's
You are being dishonest
dishonest
because you don't understand the religious
You're
aspect.
fucking dishonest.
You are
And
being
that's what
dishonest because you don't understand the religion. You don't understand the religion, Brian. You are literally lying about the religion. You are literally lying about the religion right now. You are saying, yes, you are. Well, then you don't understand it because it's not a strict endorsement.
What did I ask? Hold on.
You
Repeat it.
Oh, I will. You asked, is in this case, and you listed one case, which was, is it God's perfect law? And then I said, oh, okay, no, in this context, no, because he explains how that law no longer applies in modern Christianity. It's ridiculous. And he's done this. Hold on, because every law by God is perfect as to people, and that's why it was perfect at the time, and it has changed under the New Testament. That's why we no longer put blood over our doors during the Passover. No, this is just facts. You are being dishonest because you don't understand the Christian religion, and you want to bash everything. Yeah, it's very disgusting. I mean, in other words,
don't worry, I'll be more disgusting.
So you think Charlie? So can I ask? I'm just going to ask.
The LGBT is a disease.
Wait, stop. I'm going to ask.
Wait, can I just?
So hold on. Is your honest opinion then, Prime? Honest, because you're very imposing here on your demand of honesty. You honestly think that Charlie Kirk wanted the law to throw rocks at gay people until they die? That's what you both think that Charlie.
I haven't.
No, so you don't think Charlie Kirk believes that? Do you?
Yeah,
Ali?
I think it, no.
Have I ever stated that? Rewind the
I
tape.
believe.
Did say that? No, I didn't. Once again, Gibbs is being a fucking liar.
I believe
You're being a liar. You're being a liar because you don't understand the difference between Old and New Testament law.
I believe.
Is there a difference between Old and New Testament law? Yes or no? Is there an Old Testament and New Testament difference law? Is there a difference between Old and New Testament law? Yes or no?
All I asked was one question.
You framing this dishonestly.
Lactoid.
Then you know you're just saying this dishonestly.
And I asked Gibbs a question.
Well, yeah, and you framed it dishonestly. Yeah, you've just framed it dishonestly. No, you're being a coward. You were being. I answered your question honestly, and you are being dishonest right now.
Good luck, Ali.
That's fine.
That's fine.
You're too much big of a.
I mean, I stated all the facts. You just are sitting here. You were trying to use a clip to frame something wrong. That's dishonest.
Hey, Lactoid, let's see if you can be brave the way
Gibbs be brave like Prime and lie about the context.
Shut up for a second while I talk to Lactoid, right? I don't want to talk to cowards right now. So
yeah, I mean, stop talking to yourself.
Shut up.
I mean, you're the one acting like a bitch right now.
Lactoid, shut up.
What, he's going to mute me next because he's a bitch.
Lactoid, I will make me. If you want me to, I will.
I mean, it's a pussy move.
So shut the fuck up so I can get to this. All right, thank you. Let's, Lactoid. Hey, if I say something is a perfect plan, I describe something, right? I say, this is perfect. Is that an endorsement or
in
not?
most contexts, but not all contexts.
Most contexts, but not all.
Can I offer more?
What are places where it's not an endorsement?
If you're describing the Old Testament.
Oh, okay. Nice try. All right, nice try. You can see the dishonesty in this group.
So can I offer
How
more?
is it dishonesty with this absolute
I just wanna-
Wait, hold on. And you, by the way, you have to agree with that, Prime, unless you think that Charlie Kirk was endorsing throwing stones at gay people until they die. If you think he was actually advocating for that, then I guess you can say that was an endorsement.
No, that's a dishonest framing. That's a dishonest framing.
How is that a dishonest framing?
Because I don't think he was advocating to change the actual policy to us have gay people in the town square and stone them to death in 2025. However, I do believe that he believed that this was the correct law. This was the correct thing to do to gay people. It's just that we're more civilized. It's just that we're more civilized now. So what he would do is push for to repeal certain pro-LGBT, repeal all pro-LGBT.
Not the stoning protections.
So he's not going to advocate for stoning, right? But that doesn't mean that belief isn't going to inform the type of policy that he pushes for.
Ollie, did you
which is still detrimental to the LGBT. So it's like just because he's not advocating for specifically stoning doesn't fucking mean much.
Is there a difference between New Testament and Old Testament law? Yes or no?
No. That's why I keep asking. If Zohran Mandami was like, listen, I think Sharia is the perfect law. You guys would be fucking you guys would.
No, I would, but I wouldn't. Hold on, I would say it's an endorsement.
I prefer that to communism, honestly.
New York.
Ollie, I'll build a bridge with you. If he said that, I will accept that he believes that the Sharia law is God's divine plan, which is what Muslims believe, because that is their perfect law, and there's nothing wrong with him saying that and advocating.
There's nothing wrong with Zohran Mandami, the mayor of New York, saying Sharia law is God's perfect law.
Hold on, I will fight it. Hold on, I will fight it on the grounds that no, I disagree and I think it's religiously flawed and it's not the correct law and not the perfect law. However, I would actually applaud him for fighting for his beliefs and pushing something.
Wow, that's a fucking bullet you're willing to fight. Okay.
I will bite the bullet because if you're the same, look, hold on, I will back a Muslim pushing for their laws. I'm just going to fight them on every.
There's a clip of Zohran Mandami. He says Sharia law is God's perfect law.
Well, that's what he believes.
The potential mayor of New York. And you would be.
Would you say
that isn't an endorsement of Sharia law? Yes or no? It's really a simple yes or no.
No. Let me get the full answer, okay? If Zohran is talking about like Islam, if he's on a podcast and they're having a conversation about Islam and he talks about Sharia being God's perfect law, and then he goes on to describe how he's not, like, he doesn't say he's going to put in any policy. He goes on later to describe how it's not really applicable in modern day, but that like the Quran very clearly talks about the law and how it's like the perfect law. But he also goes on later to like say that he's not implementing it in current policy, which by the way, you guys agree with.
A devout Muslim, as Charlie was a devout Christian.
Which yes.
But there's a differentiation.
Okay,
then let me please. Then that would be okay. And when I say okay, it's at least okay in the sense that I'm not going to think that he's like actually prescribing stoning gay people, which is the very obvious implication when you bring up this out of context quote.
Would you believe that he's endorsing? I just need to know. Like, it was a yes or no that he didn't answer. Was it yes or no? Would you say that Zohran Mandami was endorsing Sharia law?
What do you mean by endorsing? What do you mean by endorsing?
As in the potential mayor of New York thinks Sharia law is God's perfect
You
law.
mean
You'd be
implementing
okay with
it?
him running and winning potential mayor for New York, and you wouldn't use that against him.
And implementing
That's
it?
what I'm going to
And
say.
implementing it?
Please, oh my God, wait.
Implementing
Okay, cool.
clearly something different,
Do-
not endorsing. But
All
So
right, go ahead.
that's why I asked for
I just want,
endorsement, man.
like, a few,
Go
hold
ahead,
on.
Doobie. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead,
let's
Doobie.
not. I'm gonna let other people in, guys.
I asked what
Non-fun.
endorsement
And then
meant.
we're-
Okay, I just want
guys,
a few
non-fun,
very
and
simple
Doobie.
things. Okay,
Very
do any
simple.
of you seriously? Do any of you dispute the fact that Charlie Kirk wants to ban gay marriage based largely on his religion?
He also has advocated
Probably.
for a partnership separate from marriage because marriage is between a man and a woman under Christian
Okay,
law.
that's great.
different.
You don't
but
deny
that's
that he
similar
does
to
what he
an equal
wants to.
thing.
Yeah, it's like
That's great. Okay,
it's like
do you
40%
guys
of
dispute
Americans or
that he-
something. Sure.
Do you guys dispute that he also wants to ban all of abortions, including rape and incest, largely based on also his religious beliefs?
I mean, which is murdering children. So yeah.
Okay, I'm going to read you a tweet now from January 5th. Quote, the vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors. Okay, I'm going to read you another tweet now from September 1st. America does not need more visas for people from India. Perhaps no form of legal immigration has displaced so many American workers as those from India. Enough already. We're full. Let's finally put our own people first. Do those 4 facts strike you as more moderate or more pretty extreme leaning Christian nationalist?
Pretty moderate.
The reason why I
Those 4 things are pretty
Well, then
moderate.
Hassan
the
is
reason
moderate in that
no hold on
regard.
the reason why I'm going to say moderate, the reason why I'm going to, or at least maybe a
Hassan's
better
moderate too.
maybe a better term might be like mainstream, is because these beliefs these beliefs that you described represent like probably 30 to 40% of America. They represent this person actually has like an established or at least have an established voice within the Republican Party. Meanwhile, Hassan is like treated like a black sheep. He is excluded from the Democratic Party. He is not like platformed by the actual like political machine of the left.
Yeah, what,
And so
this is the issue with the Republican Party. Thank you very much.
And so
has buttloads of political power.
and so
is mainstream.
maybe things change with Zoran, but as of right now, I wouldn't call him like mainstream.
AOC and Bernie.
AOC and Bernie, I would probably call more moderate and mainstream compared to like Hassan.
And he hangs out with them and he endorses them and they endorse him.
Sure, I mean, I don't think they endorse Hassan.
We have Jackson Hinkle.
I don't think
hang out with the literal fucking Houthis.
I don't think they endorsed Hassan. I know. I think Hassan with his 9/11 take tanked like any kind of like real political interaction that he is able to have. Like, I'm sorry, you're saying, he's moderate. He said America deserved 9/11. You don't really come back from that.
I mean,
sorry.
Charlie Kirk wants to repeal gay marriage.
I just want to be clear. Like
X amount of things about Islam, about black people, about so on and so forth. Like, yeah, and in terms of like rhetoric, yeah, Charlie doesn't have the most moderate.
Nothing
rhetoric.
like nothing. He said nothing like America deserved 9/11, which is what Hassan said.
Well,
we got to let other people in.
Can I give you guys
That
more
is not
context
moderate.
about Charlie Kirk and what he believed? So I think it'd be
Sure,
helpful.
and then we'll go back to non-fun because non-fun wanted to tie into that as well. Sure.
Okay, yeah, just really quick. So my understanding is he was a 7-mountain mandate dominionist, which means that he believed that that Christians have a mandate from God to seize the 7 mountains of cultural influence, like schools, politics, the media, family, like etc. Like these are all like spheres of cultural influence. So they seize those spheres of cultural influence, and then once they have them, they use them to transform the nation into a Christian nation, explicitly Christian nation, with laws that come from the Bible, right? That are influenced heavily by the Bible. So I don't think that's something the average Republican wants or even thinks about, right? I think this is very, very far on the fringes, actually. I don't think that the average Republican would want to ban gay marriage, for example, like a non-fun brought up. I don't think the average Republican would advocate for, would say that he doesn't believe in a separation of church and state. He actually didn't think there was one. He thought that was like a made up thing, and there shouldn't be a separation of church and state. So he was explicitly advocating for there to be a Christian government in the U.S. Right. So I don't think that's like an average normie Republican position.
I would say you're wrong. I would say you're wrong about that. I know
if that's the normie position.
No, I would say at least 40% of the Republican Party is probably in the Christian nationalist camp.
This is exactly the problem.
Wait, Doobie, what percentage of Republicans do you think support gay marriage?
I just looked it up. Yeah.
Wait, but before you answer Prime, I want Doobie's answer.
I'd guess somewhere around like 40%.
Yes, 41% of Republicans support
shit.
gay marriage. And so when you keep pointing out Kirk's like opposition to gay marriage is like him being like extreme or him being out of line with like
60%
mainstream
agrees
republicanism,
with him.
this is just not true. Like this is
Yeah,
actually
60%.
very much in line like with most Republicans.
Yeah,
And, like,
the Republican
the other-
Party is an awful party. Thank you for
Well,
reminding
the
me
other
of
thing
that.
is y'all
Exactly.
sit here preach for the Bible. Kirk is sitting here. He's used this story multiple times. I've heard him, like seen him watch clips, and he'll talk about he with sin cast the first stone, which is in the New Testament, which circumcedes over the Old Testament, right?
Mhm.
So we're sitting here going, we all know that, and if you're being honest about the Christian religion, and you know
Real
this,
quick.
and even if he advocated in God's
Can't we
perfect
please get real
world,
quick?
hold on,
Real
and
quick,
even
you
if
gotta-
God, no, we're gonna finish this. Even if God's
No, I'm talking to
perfect
him.
plan,
To me.
even his perfect plan or perfect law, then he's admitting
After
that the
non-sin.
humans are not perfect, because the New Testament, he says he was without sin, throw the first stone. They don't throw the stones because Jesus teaches that. And then he says his sacrifice. So if you believe he's a Christian and you believe he's advocating for Christian beliefs, then you know that y'all doing dishonest framing by using this one clip out of context and ignoring hundreds of other
Thousands of
clips
clips.
where he talks about this regularly
Yeah.
as a Christian witness. So y'all are being bad faith and y'all know it. This is the same
Actually
as
true,
the Trump thing where the good people on both sides lie and hoax. This is the exact same 1 degree of separation bullshit I was talking about in my opening, and it's disgusting behavior.
Okay,
Yeah, Gibbs
let's
is
go
right on
to
this one.
non-fun Corey. No, he's not. And then we'll go to Ali.
Mhm.
I mean, part of what I was going to say got mentioned, but like obviously, like Lactoid laid out exactly the problem with the Republican Party is that on the left, on the side of left wingers, people like Hassan are marginalized, and the side of right wingers, Charlie Kirk, who believes like there shouldn't be like any immigration from Indian people, and that like the vice president has the unilateral authority to choose whatever elector or reject fraudulent electors. In his words, like this is the problem with the Republican parties, that voices like that are put into the mainstream.
The problem with this though is, and I think because we all have people that like we are, don't really lament the fact that like they get got, right? I don't think anybody here is crying about Hitler. But like the thing that like I think
We got to
is-
think about his
is
humanity, though.
scaring a lot of like right wingers, right? Is that when you guys are like saying, well, we're celebrating his death. I mean, not you guys specifically, but when the left is celebrating his death and they're saying, look, he supported this, and then when you look at that and you realize it maps onto half the country, like the concern
well,
there
that's
is
on the
25% of the
no,
country.
the concern,
half.
the concern there, well, half the sure, but like
Yeah.
most Republicans, right? Okay, it maps onto
Half of
most
Republicans.
Republicans. The concern there is, okay, so you guys are like, you guys want a significant portion of the country dead. Like that's the scary part.
Non-fun, you can respond, and then I got to move on.
Okay, I don't think I wasn't like trying to, and I don't necessarily think you were accusing me of it. Like I wasn't trying to like justify why or why not. Like Charlie Kirk was, like asking for it or whatever to some extent. I was just adding on. I forget what Dewey's even initial claim was at this point that got us in this whole conversation.
Rolling Stones.
He was a big Christian guy, for sure.
He was a big, yeah. I was really just trying to provide evidence at that point. I don't know.
Yeah, look, like, and Ben Shapiro's like very like his Judaism is like informs his moral philosophy. Religious, I think it's very difficult to like have religious beliefs and not have that inform your moral philosophy, because like in the same way that like there's secular ideologies that can inform your moral philosophy as well. Like there are things that we believe in that inform our decisions.
Ben
And when
Shapiro,
and I don't think Charlie Kirk's beliefs were all that different and all that like extreme compared to like significant major demographics of the country. That I don't that I don't want this to become the new norm where like we find out Grandpa Joe died and then hey, Grandpa Joe didn't like gay marriage, so let's go like piss on his funeral. That's fucked.
Also, just to be, like no elected Democrats have done this, but yeah. I was going to say no. I'm sure there's some have.
Destiny has, but
Corey,
not elected.
The ultimate
Destiny's a
elected
retard.
Democrat.
Corey Ali Doobie.
Okay, so also rewinding, Gibbs, you mentioned earlier, same conversation that I brought up earlier, of, I think you said more or less the sentiment was the left is literally killing us. So, like, is it your impression that, like, the killing is just one way? It's just the left killing the right?
I would say it's disproportionate, right? Like when I hear
Okay,
things
so-
like
okay,
righty violence or something.
Okay,
you know, like
out of
it's much smaller scale.
Okay,
And
so
you
out of curiosity, which one do you think the right should be held accountable for? Or which one do you think they should own up to?
I don't know. Give me an example. Like
No, any ones that you're aware of.
Like I mean, like I don't know. I'm like asking what you
Okay.
call, because some of them are like
So
questionable.
coincidentally, there's no right individuals that have killed on your radar.
Sure. You know what? Let's go. Timothy McVeigh.
Okay,
He was a
that's
right-leaning
okay.
guy, right?
Let's say in the past 20 years, since Trump was elected.
I mean, since Trump was elected, I don't know. Wasn't Dylan Roof?
Okay, what coincidence?
I don't think Dylan Roof really espoused the ideas of the Trump administration.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I don't think so either. But you know, I mean, he's
so Lactoid.
period.
Like, are you of the same sentiment as Gibbs? It's just one way, just the left killing the right.
No, I'm not going to say that.
Okay, so then, are there any that you would take the right should take account for? Like they should own this, or are you the same sentiment? I'm not aware of any.
No, okay. Just to be clear, like my point this entire time has been that I am criticizing the reaction.
My question.
I'm answering the question. I'm criticizing the reaction, and I'm saying that people like shouldn't be so awful about this. I think that when those senators from Minnesota were assassinated, that was really fucked. They were Democrat senators. It appears that the killer had a conservative motive. Trump went out and condemned that, as he should have. I condemn it. Not good.
Okay. And
Okay, wait.
I think at the time you argued. Hold on. I think at the time you argued with us on whether he was a Republican or a
We
Democrat.
didn't know. We didn't know at the time.
Okay, yeah, because I remember you talking about flyers in his trunk.
Yes, we didn't
right?
know. We
And
didn't know at the
talking about
time.
the Tim Walz.
I think. And by the way, there's still evidence both ways. I think I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt and like lean towards it being a conservative, especially considering who was
Okay.
targeted. But
I appreciate you.
But
saying
sure. We don't know for sure, okay? But Trump
We
still
know for sure
condemned it
this
right
guy-
away, which is good, and I condemn it.
I like
Wait,
that. Let's keep that evidence for later because we're
Okay,
going to bring that up again. I thank you for saying that. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not done. Just maybe a quick. So far, that's like the only one that you're aware of. That's the only one that take the right.
That's the one that pops out for me. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
I mean,
Right,
I don't think Dylan Roof is going to be like a Republican.
No.
I think white nationalism is different.
Okay.
Wait, can we?
And Gibbs, do you agree with Lactoid's assessment?
I mean, like Dylan Roof is. I would
That's not
agree.
what his assessment was. A different, as far as I know.
I would say that he probably had a mostly accurate assessment.
Okay. But how come you didn't bring that up earlier when I asked you?
I mean, I brought up Dylan Roof. I mean, like I didn't have
No,
like
no,
all
no,
these people
no.
off the top of my head.
It's not a bad example.
Okay. I'll give you the example.
Why did
was-
no? My question is, why did you have to go to Lactoid to get that out, and why didn't you mention it?
Well, I mean, there's other examples you could go to. Like I've heard. Okay.
Then why did you bring them up?
Hold on.
I asked
well,
you.
Well,
I gave you free. I gave you free.
Hold on.
airspace.
Because a lot of the times, this is the problem.
Because the right.
This is the problem.
Just like in my opening statement, the right will
No.
never take account for anything.
No, this
Okay,
is bullshit.
Lactoid
because
won't
a
even
lot
own
of
his
the times, y'all
opinion.
want us to act like immediately take accountability for shit that's dubious at best. Like we've seen evidence to suggest that this guy with Pelosi, for example, they had a previous history, like with
Oh
their
my
husband,
God.
right? So
They-
we've seen
there you go.
evidence
We
suggesting.
see
Now,
it.
I'm not
Yeah.
saying that's true, but you know what? I condemn the violence in general. If he's right leaning, he's left leaning. If the guy is Dylan Roof, put him in the wood chopper. If it's this guy, put him in the wood chipper. The right will be like, yeah, the guy's bad. He shot gay people.
I literally
Put him in the fucking wood
I
chipper.
literally asked you an
Every time.
open-ended
You know, like,
question.
the Pulse
I
the
asked you
Pulse
an
Nightclub
open-ended
shooter.
question.
You know, like
said
you know, put him
nothing.
in the wood chipper. Like all these shooters.
Yeah,
like,
so
put them all in the
why-
wood chipper. Like what's your point?
Why did it have to go to Lactoid to get that information out? Or you
I've
just
said this
weren't aware
other
of
times.
that?
I just don't know. I don't know which one you want me to
No,
say
you-
because the problem is
exactly.
Because
I'll
I'm
say
a
something.
politics god, Corey. That's
Yeah,
why.
the problem is
Please,
the problem
no.
is like you'll say
You're-
something
You're like
and then
one step above.
okay,
the
no,
Candy Gibbs.
no. The problem is we'll do like we did with this prompt, right? Where we know this guy's obviously a left-winging nut job, and then we sit here, we see the people on the left go, "Oh, he's clearly right-wing because his parents were Mormon," even though he's living with a transgender furry and they're fucking, and then they're sitting here
Oh
in
my
Discord
God.
saying this shit, and they're saying this shit, and they're saying it openly, and they're doing this, and we have witnesses, we have anti-fascist messaging on the bullets. We know this is things. We have
That wasn't
other
my
people.
question.
Hold on.
That wasn't
We
my
have,
question.
and then
My
hold on.
question
Then we
was-
hold on.
my
No,
question
then
was-
then
my
we see
question
the
was,
spin. Hold on.
why did it have to go to
No.
Lactoid? Why did it have to go to
I'm answering your
Lactoid?
question.
This
I know
is
you don't like
the
that.
issue. Is
Because
like
then
the-
what you'll do is you'll frame this, and y'all are trying to say this guy's a right winger. So then we have someone like the guy that shot at Trump, right? He comes along, and there's evidence that he was a registered Republican, and okay, cool. But then we find out he also donated to Biden and was part of BlackRock, which are more left than a right. So it's like you go, but they're like, oh, he's a right winger. He was a
Not answering
registered
my question.
Republican, even though he doesn't. So it's like y'all have these.
I think he did a commercial for BlackRock or some shit.
And then it's
Give me a
y'all want
break.
then it's like y'all want us to co-sign this guy's inherently right wing when there's like mixed messages. Just like the guy that killed the Minnesota people, right? Okay, I would probably say he was probably a right winger, right? Maybe, probably.
Why did you say that at the time?
Hold on.
Gotta give you one.
Once again, even in that case, there's other evidence that supports that it might have been a personal vendetta of some sort in like these cases because of point. So it's like, well, yeah, sure, you want us to like co-sign things that are not super obvious, and then when something super blatantly obvious comes along, y'all are like, oh, it's totally the same situation.
So I don't see and I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just saying I don't see why a personal vendetta would change anything about the question. And there's not an attack towards you, Gibbs. What I'm saying is that like these things are mixed, right? Like we can understand that these people are crazy people, right? Like the type to do mass shootings. Hopefully, no one here will be that type, right? Because those people are insane. Right, like one way or other.
Well, okay, that's why nobody's saying the guy that killed the Ukrainian girl is like, motivated by left-leaning violence. Yeah, we might say it's racially motivated.
He was motivated a little bit by racism.
Hold on, we're talking about DEI. We say he's racially, might have been racially.
Some racism, but he's also crazy.
But we're not sitting here going, oh, this guy specifically was a leftist, right? Because we know that it was probably mental illness and whatever, and then it was DEI that killed her. But it's like when we
trying to reach out. I'm trying to reach out to you. I'm trying to reach out to you here. So I'm not trying to, again, I'm not trying to attack you. I'll attack you later. Don't worry. That's coming.
That's fair.
But like, I'm saying that, I'm saying, okay, what we choose to identify as a political, an attack with political motivation and one that does it, right? Like that has complex and it has lots of rules as to what counts and what doesn't. Like I like to say everything's a spectrum, right? Like what is a political attack? You can actually go down this line, right? And you can find gray zones where this like you're attacking like a marginalized group, right? But like did you feel any hate towards them? I mean, you did shoot at them, or is it that hey, they just happen to be literally the closest people near you, right? You're like, I want to die by cop, and there's a group of Lebanese people near me, and so I'm going to shoot at them, right? And then if you're a white guy, it might say, hey, this is like racially motivated or politically motivated. Like this is how these things work. So I'm just saying that like it's very complex as to what counts and what doesn't. You just kind of like acknowledge that. We got.
Can I add one thing on my answer? I got to add something onto my answer that I answered Corey about. So I as charitably being as I am, of saying that hey, the list was all Democrats. So I'm comfortable saying there was likely some kind of anti-Democrat motivation there. Not only did Trump condemn it right away, but was there really any kind of significant celebration on the right of them dying?
No, we said throw them in the wood chipper.
I don't know if there was a celebration.
Was there TikToks of people dancing?
No,
this is the issue. We're asking like Twitter liberals on Blue Sky to change their behavior, but then like we make all these excuses for like Trump, who is president of the United States, and
Trump
also
condemned
is the president. It's the president. I understand. No, I understand. Trump condemned the Minnesota lawmaker shit.
Yes.
He's been very
and nobody celebrated it. Nobody in the right celebrated it. So Trump condemns it right away.
I don't know if that's true, but I do know. I do know for the Paul Pelosi hammer attack. What?
Yes,
I'm telling you, I don't know. It could be true, but certainly Trump did it with the flags. Has never been good at
the hammer attack the hammer attack was a little bit odd, right? I agree, it wasn't good. I didn't celebrate it. I think some people unfortunately saw some level of humor in it, especially since nobody died.
I don't care about.
I think when nobody dies, like we're usually a little bit more willing to like see humor.
I don't even care about like the people.
Gay lover. But I just want to make it very clear that I think this is an important distinguishing factor. When those senators, people keep bringing up the senators, when those senators were assassinated, Trump condemned it right away. So this is the president of the United States condemning the violence immediately, and there was no mass celebration on the right.
And if there was,
I gotta let in other people. We've been waiting patiently, right? I forget if it was Ali or Doobie next. Well, we can say Ali.
Yeah. Sorry. So it's like one, those were politicians, right? So like I don't know if the same thing gets extended to like the people who die on the left that people want to criticize, like George Floyd or whatever it may be. People criticize them and celebrate and dance and mock and do the whole spiel, and that doesn't seem to bother any of the Republicans at the time, right? So like for Charlie Kirk, I don't know why you want people to extend an empathy that he didn't extend to them, right? This is a guy who pushed. Brother, I'm not gonna lie. As a Muslim, the guy literally hated Islam as the sword the left is using to slit the throat of America.
Yeah, conservatives don't like Islam.
Yeah, that's fine. This is also just pre-Nazi rhetoric in terms of me. If this was said about Jews, it'd be blood libel, so on and so forth. This is something I've said multiple times.
Wait, hold on.
Just because it's an ideology you don't agree with. Just because it's an ideology you don't agree with, you're going to sit here and say that this guy was a moderate.
So you're admitting the left are Nazis right now because they're the ones persecuting the Jews, Ollie? Is that what you're trying to say?
You can criticize Islam. That's fine.
You just said they wouldn't use it. They wouldn't use the rhetoric that you're saying that it's pre-Nazi rhetoric because they're doing it to the Muslims
and painting Muslims in the same way.
Yeah, and if they're painting the Jews that way, then it's whatever. And then we've had people on this panel, which is their political position, say things that are similar, if not worse, than anything the right said about the Muslims.
About Jews.
And about the Jews specifically.
Are you saying
that's pre-Nazi rhetoric?
Hold on. Who said what about the Jews?
Well, okay, so I'm going to give you an example right here from this panel, and I'm going to give you an example from the other night. So first, we'll go with the other night, right? I laid out a bunch of policy, and I was told just saying their policy was inflammatory rhetoric. All right, cool. Now, just on this panel we had today, and you don't have to argue whether this is policy or not, but it's the same kind of logic. I heard people here Juby say, they're a Jewish ethno-state supremacy group, a supremacist nation that is starting wars with other countries for ethnic cleansing.
That's
right?
true.
Right,
the nation. So the nation is about the Jews. It's about Israel. It's about the nation.
Sure. But then you're going to go on to say a lot of people are like, anybody that believes in this brand of Judaism is Zionist and they're evil. That's the same kind of rhetoric that
Zionism
the
has
Nazis
nothing to do with Judaism.
the Nazis use. I mean, are you arguing that? Hold on. If I pull up a quote right now with Hitler saying the exact same things as the Free Palestine movement, what would you do?
Hold on.
Oh my God.
Hold on.
You're just fucking picking at straws.
I'm just asking you because you said it's the same rhetoric, Ollie.
It just seems like what you keep doing is like you are making a vague statement and say like, well, if someone else did this vague statement,
no, that's not what I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is Ali made a claim. Ali made a claim, and I actually have a direct quote from Hitler, where he says, "Hold on." He said, "Literal Nazi."
Let's not talk about Hitler.
Says the same things that Ali is advocating would be not
talk about Hitler yet. 1 second. We'll talk about Hitler. Don't worry.
You don't know what my claim is.
You can't escape Hitler. You can never escape Hitler. Right? He's all around us. He's inside us. Right? Okay. So, you made a claim about the people on the panel saying things against Jews, okay?
Which is what's happening.
You gave an example where it wasn't against Jews. It was literally like
that's a different distinction, not a difference in this case.
The Jewish nation.
We're talking.
Yes,
a Jewish ethno-state is talking about as a description of this nation of Israel, right? Not saying that like it's a nation filled with Jews. It doesn't mean like you're making a statement about Jews. That's crazy.
I need to respond to that.
A derogatory statement against Jews.
No, let me tell you this. Here's the thing. I have a direct quote from Hitler. I literally watched the clip today, and I went and fact checked it afterwards. And I just coincidentally, it's coming up now. And Ali's claim was this is the claim. He said if they use this rhetoric, and they said it about Jews, it would be Nazi rhetoric. Okay. In fact, I would agree. He's right. The same exact rhetoric that has been used by Democratic policymakers and by the Free Palestine movement is actually taking direct quotes from Hitler. That by definition is Nazi rhetoric. He talks about how the Zionist regime, supported by the British, is oppressing the Palestinians, and he goes on further and further and makes the same thing. It talks about from the river to the sea. These are exact quotes from Hitler. All right. And so when we sit here and you say, okay, well, one's Nazi rhetoric or would be Nazi rhetoric about Jews, and I agree with you and say, they've actually said the exact same rhetoric as Hitler. That's Nazi rhetoric, yes or no? If you use the exact same quote,
the sky was blue. If it said the sky was blue, we'd say saying the sky was blue.
Wow, what a coincidence! That Hitler said the exact word.
So in the way I'm referencing it, Gibbs, I'm saying that we have a bunch of political influencers like Charlie Kirk, like Valentina Gomez, like these people, like a lot of people who are using Islam and Muslims as scapegoats, right, to blame all the issues that are happening in the country, down to the point where we have Valentina Gomez actively going in front of these people, saying that Islam is the religion of rape. They're raping your children. They're raping your women. If you don't want your women to be raped, you need to get these Muslims out of your country. And this is rhetoric that is shared by these people. And so they're like, I don't understand how you want anyone from the LGBTQ community to share like an empathy for Kirk when he actively fights against them. I don't want how you want anyone from the Black community to fight against Charlie Kirk when he said all these things about DEI and Black women and so on and so forth. I don't know where you want this empathy extended just because someone died. right?
Sorry.
Also, I want to say, by the way, it's funny. In my opening, I literally said the two things that elected Democrats like don't cuck out to the far left on ever is Israel and the political violence shit. That they're all pretty pro-Israel and they're all hardcore condemning the political violence.
Let's go to Doobie and then Corey.
I don't even know where to go from this actually. So I'm just curious. Like I don't want to make this an Israel-Palestine thing, right? I just don't understand how me criticizing Israel equals attacking the Jews in some way. Right? That's I think the fact that you're conflating Jews in general with a genocidal ethno-state is pretty anti-Semitic in itself.
That's not what I'm
pretty
doing.
fucked.
That's not what I'm doing at all.
It's pretty fucked. It'd be like saying that all whites are like Nazis, right?
No,
like,
Doobie, that's not what I said. I said the direct quote from Hitler is a Nazi statement, and all he's claim was that, hey, if you were saying this about the Jews, it would be Nazi rhetoric. And then I quoted Hitler, which is the same thing that the Free Palestine movement and many on the left it said. And your response was, your response was, oh, these are true statements. Like, but it is a Nazi rhetoric, though. So you admit, agree with it.
But if Hitler said, again, like Graham said, if Hitler said the sky's blue, that wouldn't make the sky's blue Nazi rhetoric. It's just true. So if Hitler said,
but that's
I'm not aware. You're
going to say a thing that Hitler said. It was a fundamental.
Hitler famously known for saying "from the river to the sea."
I haven't done any additional research, so this is wrong. This hallucination. Well, then I take it back. I take back what I'm about to say. Right? I just put into Google. Did Hitler say Israel was oppressing Palestine? Adolf Hitler never said Adolf Hitler never said that Israel was oppressing Palestine because the state of Israel did not exist during his lifetime.
Well, that would make sense because I said the British who had the mandate were oppressing them for the Zionist power.
Nearly 3 years after Hitler's death in 1945.
So you're just misquoting me.
That
misrepresents not what I said.
The context of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Okay, sure. Well, then,
that's not what I said, is it? Okay. I said specifically, he said already, and you know this, you heard me say it. I said that he said the British were oppressing the Palestinians at the expense of the Zionist Jewish powers, and it's a Jewish conspiracy.
I'm sorry, you said the British. Okay, I heard Israel. No,
Israel and Palestine.
If you said that and I heard something differently, then I do apologize because I'm not trying to misrepresent you. But you're saying the British. Okay, so then when do leftists today talk about the British oppressing Palestine?
Well, here's a direct quote. While the Zionists try to make the world believe that the national consciousness of the Jew finds its satisfaction in the creation of a Palestinian state, the Jews, again, slyly duped the dumb Gorin. It doesn't even matter. The heads build a Jewish state in Palestine for the purposes of living there. All they want is a central organization for the international world swindler. Something popped up. Endowed with its own sovereign rights, removed from the intervention of other states. A haven for convicted scoundrels and a university for budding crooks. It is a sign of the rising confidence and a sense of security that at the time when one section is still playing the German, French, or English, the other with open effrontery comes out of the Jewish race. That is him directly talking about in reference to the British control with the British mandate of 1919 controlling Palestine and having they're basically the Jewish masters in charge. That's what he's talking about. So when we talk about this, it's the same fundamental language as Hitler, and when people claim these things like what I've heard on this panel already today. So it is Nazi rhetoric, whether you like it or not. That is actual Nazi rhetoric.
Hold on. So leftists, right? Like Doobie, I won't call Doobie leftist, but like people like Doobie use language like international swindlers, right? We talk about the British mandate. We talk about I didn't catch the whole quote. I was trying to listen. I'm sorry. But like we use that type of language, right? So that's the same. Right. So talking about Israel at all, any criticism of Israel, then you would say is Nazi language. Then,
no,
right? Any criticism. Oh, OK. So then what is fair criticism? Can we fairly say
I think
Israel
that y'all
is OK. So
I'll give you an example of fair criticism, and this will build a bridge. I think that Doobie passionately believes they're committing a genocide. I think I'm not sold on that, but I think there's enough evidence that you can accurately portray it as a genocide in some cases. I think you can argue they're ethnically cleansing. I think those are accurate statements. You can do this in or to some degree, or have a degree of fact behind them. I think you can say that without using Nazi buzzwords or using exact Nazi quotes.
What's a buzzword
happened here?
Sure. Yeah, what's a buzzword that we might have used? Yeah.
I mean, I would argue that anytime we're sitting here going, "Oh, it's a Nazi propagandist sort of thing," or in previous panels, Doobie's argued, "Oh, all these countries kick Jews out at certain points, X, Y, Z." I would argue that follows.
Wait, Doobie's never said all 109 countries kick Jews out. One.
Yes, you have.
And two.
Let DB.
So he knows he said it. That's.
Let DB handle it. Go ahead, DB.
Hold on. To be clear, yeah, I've mentioned that before because it's a true thing that happened in history. I've never said it was a good thing. I think it's a bad thing for people to be targeted for their ethnicity or their religion. It did happen as part of history. Hold on, just really quick.
Historical fact out.
Yeah, but you can say a historical fact that it also be Nazi rhetoric, correct?
No, wait, hold on. Just really quick. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
So it's just not that hard of a concept.
Again, to be clear, I believe that Israel is a genocidal
Stay silent.
run by Jewish supremacists. Again, a genocidal ethno-state. It just is. We can go down the details. And also, they for years now they've been enacting apartheid, right, on Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza. I think this is bad. I think it's a bad thing to do, right? So you're saying that me using that's what I say. Now I've gone into detail about I think I've had and to be clear, I'm talking about
also, Israel. I'm not accusing you of being a Nazi for the record.
That's fine. Hold on, I'm talking about Israel and Zionism as political ideology, right? Like a nationalist political ideology. I do have criticism of Judaism that I've made before. I think Judaism, because of this chosen people thing, I think that it does have this strains of ethno supremacy built into it, and I think this expresses itself through religious or traditional Jewish culture sometimes. So I've definitely a criticism of Judaism, the religion, but my criticism is never about Jews generally. I don't do this generalization bigotry thing for any group.
And for my thing, when you're saying Nazi rhetoric, I actually clearly say pre-Holocaust rhetoric, as in I draw correlations between the type of scapegoating and and narrative building that the Nazis were using to build this fear of Jewish people to lead to something like the Holocaust. I see a direct correlation with the same thing that people do with Muslims and Islam in this country and in the UK. And I'm saying that we're using the same type of rhetoric, which is I believe is going to lead to at least a mass exodus of Muslims from the West in the way that we talk about it. So yeah, it's not so much that I'm calling people Nazis. I'm saying this type of rhetoric is what led to Nazis. Is you have this group of people that you're othering completely. You're blaming them for things like mass rape of your children. Yeah, it's going to lead to huge problems.
Okay. All right. So, sorry. Was Corey? Did you have your hand up at some point?
At some point, yes.
Corey.
So
maybe 20 minutes ago. At some point.
That's okay. I'm not a super chat, so rewinding, going back. Okay. What occurred with Gibbs, I think, was super interesting. I asked to one of my arguments of the right will never hold themselves accountable. I asked an open-ended question to Gibbs of any political violence from the right that you want to take on. He said nothing, and then I extended the exact same question to Lactoid.
No, I said Gibbs, but you just didn't like that.
No. Okay, did you say anything?
Yeah, I said Timothy McVeigh, and you're like, well, the last 20 years.
I said since Trump was elected. Okay, yeah, that is true. Okay, and then you said, well, I can't think of, or gave some obscure example. But then when I posed the question to Lactoid,
okay, go ahead, come on.
No. Okay, either way, I'll continue my point. But then I went to Lactoid, and then he brought up an example, and then you eventually took ownership of that. Okay, where the
this was a good example.
That's good faith.
Exactly. So then answer my question, which I don't think you answered. Why did it take Lactoid bringing it to your attention for you to take ownership of it? Or not you, but rather to actually bring it up that this is the right thing.
I'll tell you why. It's real simple. I mean, if I asked you to list every example of leftist violence that ever happened, or I asked you to whatever, and then you listed or said, hey, lifted leftist violence, and you said this one, right, that just happened, and then you're like, okay, cool. Or if I said one of the biggest bombings in history, like Timothy McVeigh, and then you further narrow it down to Trump, and I just don't have one off the top of my head on hand, no, because I don't have that right in a second. And then Lactoid brings it up, and I take ownership immediately of it afterwards. This is bad faith. He said it. I said, okay, yeah, it makes sense to me. Like, and you're sitting here going, oh,
wait.
well,
So
why don't you?
Wait.
Because I'm sitting here going,
were you not aware of it at the time before I asked you the question? Like, that was just not on your radar at all.
I mean, I'm sure I was aware of it. I'm sure it just wasn't in the front of my mind.
Oh, okay, all right.
I mean, if you recall how the panel started, Prime asked me 2 questions at the beginning. He goes, one about the link thing, and I go, oh yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? And I had to go back in there and go reread the chat. And then he goes, what about the other thing, the other topic? And I'm like, what the fuck are you? And I go, if you're expecting me to have just everything at the front of my knowledge ready to go every second,
I don't think everything. I literally just asked an open-ended question. And so, okay.
I mean, anybody example I claimed it. Like, what more do you want?
Okay. Fine. Well, I'll move on. And then, okay, maybe to my point about, the right will never criticize themselves. What just occurred now, Lactoid, do you agree with that sentiment?
Well, so you're saying the right will never criticize themselves, and then you use me as an example of somebody who brought up a good example. Like, I'm on the right.
No. I mean, what occurred with Gibbs and Doobie.
I don't think Gibbs. Yeah, I think when you ask, like, put somebody on the spot and ask like a very specific question, they give an answer that's like outside of your time frame, and then you say, no, I want this within this time frame. Sometimes they can't think of an example right away. I was able to think of an example.
The interaction between Gibbs and Doobie that just took place there. What is
but the Israel thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't agree with some of the extrapolations that Gibbs is making with Israel.
Oh, okay.
I do think that you can criticize Islam, and I also think you can criticize Judaism. I think when it comes to Jewish people, it's a little bit like you got to be a little bit more careful because Jewish is also designating an ethnic group as well as a religion, as well as a religious ideology.
I'm not done.
Wait.
And so,
would you agree? Would you agree that quoting a literal King Nazi, like verbatim almost, is a Nazi? Hold on. Would you agree that King Nazi, big dick Nazi God over here, Hitler?
Okay,
would you agree that if he says something, that would be Nazi rhetoric?
Okay.
Not all. I'm not necessarily.
Maybe when he's not. Yeah, I'm sure that when he's talking to Ava Braun, how much he wants to fuck her.
Yeah. That was not Nazi rhetoric. Yeah.
But like when he's over here talking about the insidious Jewish international plot.
Yeah, that's pretty Nazi. That's pretty Nazi.
When did anyone use that within this panel? We never use that language.
We talked about the Zionist plot to sit here and keep up the national Jewish ethno state. That is exactly the same sort of language.
Literally what it is.
Literal verbatim to what Hitler said.
That's not verbatim. You don't know what the word verbatim is, okay?
I can find more quotes about that. That's going to say the exact same thing.
This is verbatim.
Yeah, verbatim means word for word, and I said it's word for word.
You say phrase A and then phrase B, and they don't match.
They're identical.
So they're not verbatim.
They are identical.
Stop that, right? Let's knock that shit off.
I mean, I understand you're confused with what identical is.
Yeah, but okay. So yeah, you don't understand what verbatim is. You don't get it, right? You're like vague sentence A, right, and vague sentence B. They're different, right? But they're verbatim. Okay, all right. So let's establish that part. And talking about Zionism was just a political ideology, and criticizing that, right, isn't criticizing Jewish people, right? We have Jewish brothers and sisters on the front lines against Zionism. And once again, like Doobie said, right, you're criticizing this political ideology with Judaism itself, right, which is extremely anti-Semitic. And again, I'm offended. Guys, I gotta put it out there. I gotta register my offense. My offense is anti-Semitic behavior. That's happening right here in my street. Hey, if Twitch officials are watching this, I want to say I condemn that rhetoric. I condemn that anti-Semitism, right? Because I can understand that my Jewish brothers and sisters, right, around the globe are whole individual people, right, who don't all have a group think, right? I don't follow all one ideology. That would be extremely anti-Semitic, and I don't do that, right? But unfortunately, a panelist here went a little too far. And the Prime Kai channel wants to apologize for that. Sorry. Moving on.
Lactoid. So it's not a criticism, right? Like if someone's saying things like the Islam's not compatible in the West, Islam is being used to slit the throat of America. We need a full moratorium. Islam is taking over the West. We must stand against the united growth of Islam. These aren't criticisms of the religion. This is a narrative painting of the religion and therefore of the people that are of that religion.
No, not necessarily.
Right? Islam is taking over the West. Muslims are taking over the West?
It is a very. I agree. It's a very harsh criticism of an ideology.
What's the criticism?
The criticism is that this ideology has components of it that are antithetical to like their idea of the West, right? And the best example of this, I guess they're going to point to Islam's effect in like Western European countries and how like Islam has influenced like politics there, how Islam has influenced certain criminal behavior there, right? Like they're going to point in that and say, hey, look, like this is we don't want this. We don't want this ideology like propagating and coming into America. I think that
taking over the West. That is an aggressive language. Isn't charging language.
I mean, again, it's aggressive, but it is towards like it is very specifically like toward. Yes, it's aggressive language. I think it's very specifically towards a ideology that I think I've got plenty of criticisms of.
So when people say fascism is taking over in America.
Well, you can criticize actual fascists. That's fine. The problem is, like, if you make the unfair link between people who are not fascists and fascists, just like, by the way, I think it was unfair.
Islam isn't taking over the West.
By the way, it was unfair when people made the inherent connection between Arabs and Muslims, because not all Arabs are Muslims.
But most of them are.
Wow. But sure, most of them, but not all of them.
Yeah, and so, but still, the implication is that Muslims are taking over the West, and so therefore we need to that builds what type of narrative against Muslims? What's the
Islam?
What's the
they're using the term
like,
Islam.
Who follows Islam?
This is what Christopher Hitchens was talking about. This is Richard Dawkins has talked about this. There's a large academic base that is heavily critical of Islam.
Non-funny, you gotta push in some time.
And that's fine.
Just do it.
You gotta establish
This is like exactly the same thing that like Gibbs was talking about earlier, where it's like, oh, these people like say everything up to like the most like extreme thing and like try to get away with it or whatever. Like Charlie Kirk like is the type of person that is gonna like say all these like insane things about Muslims because he does believe like America is a white country and should remain majority white, but because he says Muslim. Even though, like Christian, it's like we can retreat to like, actually, he just has like the same issues as like Sam Harris. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure Charlie Kirk, even if he doesn't express the most extreme outward examples of it, like probably does sincerely believe. I'm sure we can find clips of him saying at the very least, America should remain a white majority nation, and we should.
Charlie Kirk on the left, just real quick.
The Charlie Kirk on the left.
Yeah.
Rachel Maddow.
Who?
Rachel Maddow.
MSNBC.
That's the example I guess I could think of.
You're going to be completely dishonest with your rhetoric today. I get it. I see it.
You asked me a question and I answered it directly. Like I'm answering questions.
I think you lied.
Okay, you can believe I did not lie. I'm telling you that's my opinion. Maddow. How do you lie about an opinion? First of all,
what's the kid that
was smashed?
Rachel Maddow is a MSNBC political commentator.
What was the man war guy?
She's the alternative to Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Whoever that Manwhore kid is.
She's like pretty aggressive, but like she's not like beyond.
No one knows her. She
the
had
scope of the mainstream.
She had no fucking reach.
Nobody knows Rachel Maddow.
Yeah, no.
Harry Scissor. That's what's Harry Scissor.
Listening to Rachel Maddow.
More people. I bet you more people know about Rachel Maddow.
I thought you were at least going to say
Destiny.
I thought you were at least going to say Destiny.
No, Nick Fuentes is closer. Like he's like the right wing version of like Nick Fuentes or of Destiny. Maybe like Sam Hyde.
Who the fuck's the right wing version of Hassan or Haas or fucking Hinkle?
We'll take us go.
Is Hinkle really? I don't even know what fucking Hinkle is.
Communist.
Kind of.
American Communist Party. What do you
guys? If you're not half Chinese, like then don't talk. Corey.
I appreciate.
I mean, I'm technically Asian.
Okay.
That might have been offensive. Okay, maybe now someone can take Richard's offense.
Literally Middle Eastern. I claim Asian.
I'm not going to touch that. So Lactwood. So I have a question for you. You know, in my vein of like calling out the right, or like can the right hold itself accountable? I'm curious. Maybe a little bit of an experiment. So about a month ago, I believe, approximately, someone on the panel. Okay, I think it was Grid One. They said that America is not a democracy; it's a republic. I believe you're a lawyer. Do you agree with that? Would you sign off on that?
It's technically true that we're a republic, sure.
Okay, but it's not a democracy. As in, you sign off on the whole thing. And you, as a lawyer, you would put yourself on the line. I want you to say it. Say
it depends on what you mean by democracy. Like, this is a semantic game that I did not engage in that discussion for a very good reason.
Why not? Why not?
Because it's a semantic game. Like, what do you mean by democracy? What do you mean by republic? Technically, we are a republic. We also have democracy.
Okay.
Sort of,
so is that? Do you think that is? Would you say that is a true statement? Would you sign off on it? Would you actually own it yourself?
Yeah, sure. It's technically true. Okay.
So I
want colloquially, I would also call it a democracy.
I want you to sign off on it. Then, if you think it's true, would you actually truly you would put your name behind it as a lawyer? Yeah, but as a lawyer, you would put your name on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you the answer that I just said. Technically, we are
put your name on it.
Calm your tits.
I'm not
calm. Your tits are flapping.
I'm not.
They're all over the place. They're smacking you in the face. You gotta calm them down.
You want to go down this road?
Calm down the tits. Calm down the tits.
Let's compare.
Calm the tits. The tits, they're flapping. You gotta bra them.
I'll gladly take my shirt off.
You gotta get the brassiere. You gotta lock them down.
Let's see who
flex on him, Corey.
You want to go right now? You want to go?
Are you challenging me to a fight?
Exactly.
What the fuck's going on?
Please take your shirt off.
So stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me, and let me actually give you an answer. Let me give you an answer. Okay. On the most technical sense, we are a republic, not like a pure democracy. Colloquially, I would say that we're a democracy and that we're a republic. It's not a position that I argue.
Okay, so you don't agree with that assessment. Do you agree or disagree with that assessment?
Technically, it's true, but like,
okay, so then sign off on it. Put your name behind it. Be a man.
What do you mean? Put my name behind it? What are you talking about?
I
answered.
Are you arguing that it can't be?
Give me your point.
Don't bail him out, Gibbs. Do not bail him out.
Give me your point.
My point is, okay. What is your name, Lactoid?
Lactoid.
No. What is your name? Because everyone knows my name. What is your name?
Lactoid.
Exactly. You are a coward.
Because I'm not doxing myself?
He called you a bitch.
Yeah, exactly.
My name is Gibbs.
Wait. Why are you not giving your name? Why are you not giving your name? Tell me why.
Because Charlie Kirk was just shot. This one I tried on me.
Okay, so you are afraid, right? Tom, can you say that? You are afraid.
I'm afraid of like left-wing hacks, yeah.
Okay, so you are a coward, right?
I don't think being afraid of death makes you a coward necessarily.
So why can I give my name? So then, would you say that I have more courage than you in this context?
Well, you're the left wing. You people aren't being killed.
I will gladly criticize the left wing. I will gladly say that anyone who seriously watches this on is a moron. Okay, I will gladly say that.
Oh wow, you called them a moron. I'm sure they're gonna come after you for that.
Yeah. So what is your name? Will you sign off on it?
I'm not gonna dox myself.
And also,
what's gotten into you?
I don't even have guns. Okay, Lactoid has guns. That's the point.
Ollie, this is insanity, Ollie. You cannot sign off on this. This is
not insane because you treat politics like a game. Okay, you are literally probably using your gamer tag in this political arena. I'm not using my actual name.
I'm actually using my gamer tag.
Yeah, exactly my point. You will not criticize Grid One. You will not call him out for his BS because you will not sign off.
You were arguing with him.
What he said.
I just said he's technically accurate, but like colloquially, I don't think it's important to argue about.
Say
I'm not putting my actual name.
So because you're a coward.
Justin Gibbs,
bite that bullet.
I don't think it makes me a coward.
It was a
you're absolutely a coward
with democracy, like fundamental aspects to it. There you go. How's that? I said my full name, and we did the thing. What is that gonna? Does that make you feel better? Like,
you want to give me your name, Gibbs?
Yeah, I just said it. I, Justin Gibbs, believe that the United States, based on all my knowledge, Justin. It's already public. It is
Corey,
a constitutional.
Can you stop being toxically masculine, Corey?
Constitutional republic.
You don't know anything about being masculine.
You're being toxically masculine right now, Corey. You gotta tone down the toxic masculinity.
What's the point? Because Lactoid is using a pseudonym because he didn't want to be held accountable for anything that he said.
I don't want to get shot.
So okay,
and I'm willing to put my neck.
I'm not so tough that I can't deflect bullets.
Exactly. You're not so tough.
We got to move on.
Yes, I don't care how many push-ups you do, Corey. You can't deflect bullets.
We gotta. I don't know.
I can definitely deflect bullets.
Have you seen his pecs?
I haven't.
Yeah, I haven't either. But like, I'm assuming they're pretty good. But,
I was trying to, but you guys wouldn't help me with
hold on.
getting him to take his shirt
So,
off.
Okay, wait.
so hey, don't worry. Right, I got Corey. Corey, I got you. Right. So
Corey, take your shirt.
what I've just done is I've Googled the most common Canadian names. So Lactoid's name from here on out is Theodore Fournier. Fournier. I'm not sure how to pronounce this.
That is an insane common name.
Fournier. Theodore Fournier. So Theodore here, right, is being a coward with his name.
You give Theodore.
Theodore Fournier. That's his name, right? It's always been his name. He's just been too afraid. I've doxed him.
Wait, Corey, are you brave, Corey? Are you you said you're really masculine?
I'm more brave than you. Absolutely.
Yeah. Can you please say your social insurance number since you're so brave, and your address?
Wait, do you think? Okay.
Is this a game to you?
No,
you gotta give your social insurance number and your address.
Wait, do you think the person that goes up on stage on a mask, the person that goes up on stage, and the person that's petrified to go on stage, those all represent the amount of fear?
I don't have a mask. You're just asking me to provide a little bit more information.
Wait.
I'm asking you now to provide a little bit more information.
You agree?
What's your social insurance number?
No.
And address.
Let's go one to one.
Address.
Let's go one to one.
What's your address? What's your address?
Let's go. I'll even give my postal code. I'll even
What?
say there's enough information. There's enough information on my social media.
Let's just dox ourselves.
You can locate me within about half a square mile. Okay.
I don't want your actual fucking address. What's gotten into you?
You don't. I'm pointing out.
This is the weirdest point you've ever made.
No.
It's hypocrisy.
You don't actually get it. Okay?
It's not. It's hypocrisy because I'm not doxing myself.
The point.
Ollie.
The point. Wait.
Wait. I'll explain after. That's what I think.
Oh, you can go ahead and explain now. Nothing actually relevant to be said.
Can I just ask you a question? Do you think that the United States is a congressional republic with a democracy?
Oh my God.
Ask yes or no.
Gibbs, real quick. I think Corey asked Lactoid about a stance that he knows that you probably more or less agree with, right? And he's asking
not a controversial stance.
Wait, well, you're not willing to stand by it, even with your online moniker, right? Even with your moniker, you're giving qualifiers and being like, well, technically this and all Corey's asking.
I'm giving a nuanced answer.
I know. Well, he's asking you for a less nuanced answer, right? As in,
sometimes answers are nuanced.
Yeah. Well,
when did you stop? Did you stop beating your wife, Ali?
No. Huh?
Did you stop beating your wife?
Recently, yes. She got tired.
Yes or no? Did you stop beating your wife? Okay.
Recently, yes. She got tired of it.
Okay, well,
yes, nicely.
Nice meme, but you understand the point of my question. Sometimes questions are more than yes or no.
I understand the point of your question, but that's not what he asked you.
Did you stop fucking dogs?
He asked, I mean, not so long ago, right? It's still a hobby. Anyways, yeah, like when he's at you know that it's a fairly simple question to answer. Like, do you stand by the fact that we're not a democracy? And
with my real name.
No. He asked you beginning just to see if you'd stand by it, and then as he's pushed you further and further and further to test the fact that you were.
I will stand by everything I say with my own name.
Yeah. To be fair, he went kind of hard.
This is like unhinged.
This was a test. This was a test to see how willing you are to stand by your principles, considering that he's willing to stand by his principles.
Do y'all disagree?
Very bad point. Very weak point.
Do y'all disagree? Do y'all disagree?
So,
but do y'all disagree that it's constitutional?
Very weak point.
I want to get past that. I want to get past this point.
No, nobody rational is going to look at that and think there's an expectation of me to dox myself.
Everyone,
that wasn't the point.
Yeah. Means everyone. If you're a person, shut up. If not, then I'm going to oppress you, right? If you're not a person, talk. Then so I can oppress you. You're not a person. Okay, great. So I want to move past this point. Okay, all right.
What point?
It's been a hard tangent. I don't know anymore. I honestly don't know.
Wait, I'm just confused. Is that not what the U.S. is?
It's a democratic republic. It's a democratic republic. We all know.
It's not a democracy. Cool, then we agree. It is a constitutional republic with democratic thing leaning. So it could be a democratic republic, constitutional republic.
The question wasn't
you just said it's not a democracy.
We're a Republican, not a democracy. It's a nonsense statement. It's a nonsense statement. We're obviously a democratic republic.
Lactoid will never call it out because he's
democracy to power the republic.
I'm not going to call it whether it's a republic or a democracy.
What else would you do with? Yeah,
clearly the most controversial issue of our time.
If it's not controversial, then endorse it.
Prime, are you a coward? You haven't put your real name out there.
Everyone, shut up. No more. We're done with it. Thank you. I'd like to get back to the topic. Duppy is bored. Okay, look at him. Look at his face.
Look.
He's bored. I don't like
Well,
it.
because he's a coward. He's a bored coward, Prime. That's why.
Okay, move on.
True.
He's the bravest frog I've ever known. So.
In fact, there's only 2 real men on this
Well,
whole
hold on.
panel.
Okay,
Right.
I don't want to. No, don't. You're not going to bring this up, please. You're not gonna start. It has nothing to do with.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up something else then. Did you guys condemn the attack on Kyle Rittenhouse?
I'm talking. Listen,
who? When do you get attacked?
non-fun? Non-fun. Do you want to
Sure.
say something?
Wait. Yeah. Jared Kaufman would love to ask Theodore
Wow,
a question.
3 real
Okay,
men.
because he is, fearful that
Say
the
my real name,
Ukrainian
but people can't
regime.
pronounce it.
All right, the Ukraine.
Okay.
The Ukrainian regime is going to come after him. Do you think Donald Trump has done anything meaningful after this attack to try to tone down his rhetoric?
I'm going to read the last point of my intro. The Civil War rhetoric is dumb. Trump also needs to calm down the shit he says. The right said a lot of bad shit. Stay peaceful and destroy these losers with ideas. No vengeance.
Okay, so just to be clear, you don't think Trump has actually done. You think Trump needs to tone down his shit too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you think that it's more meaningful
You want
that
me to read it
Trump,
again?
who again is president, and Trump, who probably has a unique amount of control over his base compared to any other politician, I think, is being this sort of reckless, I guess would be the word, versus people on blue sky?
I think that given that in my intro, I very specifically called out Trump. I'm not going to say that just because Trump holds the presidency, that this means he represents some kind of significant cultural zeitgeist that isn't represented. That isn't represented on millions of people. I'm just going to say millions of people on the left who are celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. I think that this particular shooting, I don't like Trump's reaction. I really liked his reaction when the Democrats in Minnesota got shot, and he condemned it right away. And no right-wingers, at least to my knowledge, it definitely wasn't a widespread thing. Maybe you can find a couple, okay? But it was not a widespread thing where the right wing was not celebrating this death. I think that when you have a fuck ton of the left celebrating this death, this is, I think, what is pissing the right off a lot. And is it good that they're getting pissed off? Is it good that this kind of rhetoric is developing? No, it's not. And that's why I took the time to add it into my intro that it's not good.
Are these the same deaths?
Now, I was asked a question, right? It's Ask Lactoid, that's fine. Tell me, which Democrat politician condemned Rosenbaum for attacking Kyle Rittenhouse?
I don't think that's. First of all, that wasn't a politically motivated.
It wasn't
attack.
The
was
BLM,
really?
the Kenosha BLM riot that had been stoked by racial misinformation about the left-wing media for decades.
Maxine Waters specifically.
And so, hold on. So you have this left-wing misinformation-inspired riot, okay? And when the riot gets out of control and a minor is attacked by a lunatic, did any Democrat politician condemn Rosenbaum attacking Kyle Rittenhouse? Or did they shit on Rittenhouse?
Well, I'm sure there were some.
No,
I'm sure there were technically some.
Find me one. Did Biden do it as the president? Did Biden do it?
No, Biden didn't, because there was a disagreement over the facts of what actually happened there, right? And the people who attacked Rittenhouse, were they just loot? Or did they actually have a politically motivated reason to go after Rittenhouse, or were they just looters who wanted to get out whatever car dealership he was protecting?
No, they. Okay, so they were specifically at least Rosenbaum was not in the middle of looting something and Rittenhouse was stopping him. He specifically was chasing down Rittenhouse because he first of all, yes, he was very aggressive, and there's videos of him yelling at Rittenhouse earlier in the day. Now, 3/4 of following the trial, following the evidence in which it was crystal clear that Rittenhouse was attacked by this psycho that was taking place during a riot that had happened because of left-wing misinformation about race and crime and about police interactions with black people, okay? And 3/4 of Democrats thought that Kyle Rittenhouse should have been convicted. 3/4 for defending himself against an attacker, and they didn't condemn the attacker.
Do you think the perception that Kyle Rittenhouse was guilty is more defendable than the perception that the 2020 election was stolen, or the perception that the January 6th was an inside job, or the perception about any number of attacks by right-wingers was an inside job or a false flag by Israel or any of this shit?
I think
that you see on the right?
Yes, I think the misinformation, and this is the point that I brought in my intro that I was going to talk about. I think the misinformation has been about specifically like police interactions with black people is like particularly virulent and has caused a tremendous amount of destruction. One of the main inspirations for the BLM riots in back in 2020 that caused over $2 billion worth of damage, that killed 25 people, right? One of the main causes of this was this belief that's been pushing the American people that unarmed black men are being hunted by the police. And when unarmed black men are being hunted by the police, this can justify violence, right? There was a study done. According to the far left of Americans, they believe tens of thousands of unarmed black men are being killed by the police every year. According to left-wing Americans, they think thousands of unarmed black men are being killed by the police every year. Even among conservatives, they think hundreds of unarmed black men are being killed by the police every year. The real number in 2019, which is when the study was done, between 19 and 27, depending on how you measure it. So the entire country is under this mass delusion, okay, that unarmed black Americans are being hunted by the police, and this is what caused the BLM riots. And there was during these BLM riots that caused billions of dollars worth of damage, that caused dozens of deaths, and that when Kyle Rittenhouse was attacked by people who are participating in this riot, and did politicians come out and condemn Rosenbaum, this guy who, by the way, since the trial, we learned he was a voracious pedophile who had been released on just horrible person on many different grounds. But no, they don't condemn him. There's no official statements coming out about how Kyle Rittenhouse was the victim of an attack from this mob of like actual like criminals. No, they condemned Rittenhouse. 3/4 of Democrats were saying Rittenhouse should have gone to prison. Even the lieutenant governor in my state condemned the result of the trial as being wrong and unfair. When if anybody who followed the trial, it was absolutely clear that Kyle Rittenhouse was innocent and that he was defending himself against like horrible, violent criminals.
Americans do overestimate like anything that's just commonly in the news cycle. Like Americans vastly overestimate the amount of money that goes to foreign aid simply because, things like the aid we give to Ukraine and Israel are in the news cycle constantly. I think the reason Americans were overestimating the number of unarmed black people killed every year, which I do agree the left bears some responsibility for perpetuating some of that stuff, it's just because broadly that was the thing that was in the news cycle during the 2020s, during the summer of love, obviously. Americans are stupid, okay?
Okay, did the politicians condemn it?
I don't think holistically I would say the politicians on the left condemned, for example, the belief that more unarmed black Americans were killed.
No. Sorry. After the trial, why didn't Biden come out after the trial and say I accept the decision, I condemn the attack on Kyle Rittenhouse, he defended himself. That was the evidence showed.
Probably because Biden had a disagreement with the facts of the case. Or Biden didn't feel a need to comment on it because he knew his base had a disagreement.
Probably because we don't want to endorse underage kids going across the state lines with guns to defend property that isn't theirs. Because we don't want to endorse that type of action. That
I think you're spreading misinformation.
To defend themselves, quote unquote.
I don't want to do a whole
Okay. So when I want to bring up the specific, hold on. This is the point. This is what the current mainstream kind of DGG talking point has been, okay? Like, you can't blame us streamers. Look at the president. The president does the bad thing. We can do anything we want because president didn't do the thing that we want the president to do. Okay, what about this very specific example in which the facts are absolutely on my side on this and how Kyle Rittenhouse is absolutely innocent, and anybody who actually paid attention and looked at that trial, anybody who actually looks at the evidence knows that he was unjustly attacked, and the Democrats, both at the establishment level and the 3/4 of the actual Democrat population, shit on Kyle Rittenhouse for that and continue to do that.
Let's ask. Hey, does anyone agree with DGG?
Non-Fawn was definitely making those points multiple times during this discussion.
Were you making a DGG
about what?
About why are you condemning the streamers? Look at the president.
No. So I think I don't know if that's. I don't know if that's holistically agreeing with DGG. The point is, I think it's probably more relevant. I think it's probably more condemnatory when someone that you voted for, someone who is president of the United States, and someone who I do think has a unique ability to control his base, unlike comparable to even most other politicians, is not doing anything significant to lower the temperature. Meanwhile, the issues that we complain about on the other side, although Electroid is, in fairness, bringing up politicians with Rittenhouse, are mostly people who are unelected leftist on blue sky.
I'm bringing up Biden. I'm bringing up my governor. I'm bringing up any governor.
Sure.
Biden should have been in jail. I know we agree.
Oh my
I disagree with that, by the way. I don't want Biden to get arrested. Okay, just to be clear.
Okay. Well, then you're
Brave.
not going far enough, right? Let the hate flow. Biden should be in jail.
See,
we should put him in there.
This is the right wing being more conciliatory than the left is, non-fun, by the way. I'm saying Biden should not go to prison.
And
the left is saying that Biden should go to prison.
That guy to go to prison. It's not even conciliatory. It's like you're
His
scared.
roommate to be Donald Trump. So once again,
Wait, hold on.
the guy on the left, right, is consistent, right?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Prime. Like this is like
so should President Biden, right? There's room for all. There's room for a lot more American presidents, right? How many American
Prime, you want every?
I'd love to find out. Actually, okay.
Right, Prime. You want basically every U.S. president who participated in the war on terror to be in prison, right? That's the motivation.
Yes, should President Bush have gone to the Hague? Absolutely, 100%. He like our friend Lactoid said. Now, I'm not sure necessarily if this is quote unquote fascist. I'm not sure if I would attach that label to it. I could be convinced, right? But at the very least, Lactoid was right when he lied us into wars, right? That killed over 1 million people, displaced, destabilized.
Yeah, Iraq was
the
pretty
whole
fucked up.
region,
Well,
right?
none of those.
Lied about the WMDs, right?
Caused this invasion of Islam to the West.
People, false to the United Nations. Yeah, actually, that motherfucker
I think you'd have
should be in
to.
the Hague. Absolutely.
I think you'd
100%.
have to be more specific with what actual war crimes he committed for him to actually go to the Hague. But I mean, I understand the point. I just think
the Muslim
that's
invasion started
There's
with him, right?
There's also
The
not
invasion of
the
Muslims
Hague is a
started
bitch.
with the bombing in Iraq, right?
the what bit?
The invasion of Muslims, right? Like the influx of refugees probably started with the bombing tactics they had in like Iraq and Afghanistan. We bring a lot of refugees over here, and then we complain about this. Technically, like George Bush is the reason we should be yelling at him.
Hold on. First of all, a large
Muslim
influx of refugees came from the Kurds after Saddam Hussein was gassing them for a while, and they became our translators, and we used them more. So yeah, I would say it's a little more nuanced than that. But also, the Hague is a bitch, so there's why.
Here to you, non-fun, right? Just type this in. Didn't do any research, right? So if it's incorrect, I apologize. Hey, prompt to Google Gemini: is starting a war under false pretenses a war crime? Starting a war under false pretenses can constitute the crime of aggression, which is a serious violation of international law. Though the act itself is typically called a war crime.
I don't think that's I could be wrong. I don't know if that's sort of individually prosecutable, like at the ICC. Like the cases that the ICJ and ICC have tried before are all like people from Yugoslavia who have like they themselves individually like ordered the massacres of people, not like the head of state who has like kind of broadly supported a war.
And they rarely prosecute anyone of any actual power, right? We pick on the African states and one time a European state. But we don't. The generally international law is used against the weaker ones, the weaker nations, rather than anyone else. Yeah, whatever.
Why is that?
We understand this about how that works. But let's move back. I would really like to move back to the topic at hand. And okay, so I want to apologize to Lacta because I don't want to. I see you were trying to make a larger point.
Yeah.
Previously, it's not like you're. Okay, just I know you're trying to make a larger point. But there are other things I want to get to. First of all, hey guys, if you want to us to react to any of your comments, if you have something you want to say, want the like you disagree with the panel is saying, or agree, or whatever, got something, consider using a super chat, right? YouTube.com/PrimeKai. Give us a super chat. We'll throw your super chat on screen and we will react to it. So consider supporting the channel that way. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, all the time. Can never get these right after years. But on Twitch, subscribe. Give bits or give subs. If you want to help us that way on YouTube, super chats are a great way to support the channel. So shout out to anyone who does. Okay, so but back to it. So I wanted to do this a long time ago, but we didn't really. We're all over the place. Okay. I'm not even sure which one I should do first. Let's start with the trans ideology comment that Gibbs made all the way back in his opening statement. Well, before I start throwing accusations, which you know I love to do, Gibbs. Before I do that, I'd like you to expand on what you meant by that.
Actually, that's a really good point here. So when I brought up, so this is the reason I brought that up is because I just did a panel on Saturday, and one of the people was a One was a big DGG guy. I don't remember. I think it's Dan was his name or something. He's like works with I can't remember the other guy. Hangman maybe. I don't know. The other guy though, his name is Joey Atkins. He's a lawyer and senatorial candidate for the Democratic Party in Florida. Okay. And so we were arguing about policy, and I brought up like the transgender athletes in sports, right? And this is a policy that some people have pushed on the left, like from the high level. I brought up also the crime thing, and like Badani wanting to push like no crime, whatever. California had under $1,100. It's going to increase crime. Well, if you don't prosecute for that, it's going to lower crime. All I say. So I brought up Democratic policy, and then when I brought this up, and those are like Doobie said. Factually true statements. Right? I can make a correlation. Yes, these are policies people on the left have pushed. And then when I said that, he goes, "Oh, that's dishonest and inflammatory phrasing," which I find interesting because in that case, a person who's actually a member of the Democratic Party and running for senatorial office is saying that is incendiary language when we're basically describing a factual policy they have that I can link to the party, which is interesting because in this panel we have had today. We have, and I don't want to go too far back into this. I had direct quotes from Hitler, right? And those were Nazi quotes. And those were not of the Nazi Party, right? And those were factually true statements. So which is it if you're on the left? Is it that some things can be factually true and incendiary, or is it, is it? I'm real confused here. Like, help me out with the double backflip logic you got going.
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, okay, so why is it in one case it's incendiary and not evil rhetoric, and then in the other case, oh well, it's fine because it's true, even though they're both essentially the same thing. Y'all can either pick A, it's factually true and Nazi rhetoric for the one, or it's B, the trans thing, like in sports, is a factually true statement. It's the both.
The statement that you were making within your opening statement, this was referencing that trans ideology had something to do with the shooting.
Yes, I would say, yeah. So I would say, arguably, right? We know for a fact that they're in the trans ideology. We know that there is
explain what that means.
Right.
So there are in the trans ideology.
So yes, we know this person was steeped in it. They have bullet casings referencing furry memes. They're dating a trans individual who, yes, that person has worked with the government. However, other trans people in the Discord groups were celebrating this immediately and deleting it, and they were in the groups assessed it. So yes, it does, because this is the people that were cheering him on, and we even know he confessed in these groups right now. We know this. So
how does
was it actually confirmed that they were dating, or were they just roommates?
What happened?
Yeah, we have.
They were dating. They were lovers.
Yeah, we have witnesses that they said they're holding hands, kissing, and whatnot.
Sorry, hold on. We gotta go through this piece by piece. How does people cheering something on an event afterwards have to do with anything with the event itself? Right.
Well, there's evidence they were cahoots.
The trans people in general were in cahoots.
No, not in general. Not in general. Actually, I think that's a good point. I want to elaborate on
it.
I am actually very upset about this on the right, because I'm not like a conservative, like Christian fundamentalist, like person that pushes that. I have trans friends. Okay. I have friends with LGBTQ, and it's frustrating me because I have people that are liberals, right, and they are trans, and they have told me several times they are worried because people that are extremists that have pushed aside is going to cause backlash, violence against them. I think this is an example of what could be happening here. People are vilifying trans people as a whole when it's one small group in this Discord of trans individuals who happen to be trans, but it is leftist ideology based, that they're sitting here advocating. I think the bigger issue is the leftist ideology, but it is a fact that it is trans leaning in ideology.
Okay, so hon, again, so now it's a Discord group after the fact. They were cheering, and they were doing stuff before, allegedly. Yeah, they wanted to pick up the rifle. They were coordinating with Tyler.
Yeah, allegedly, there's arguments that he was. There's statements that have been made that they might have had foreknowledge. There's groups that have in the area active, that deleted.
We don't know yet.
Tyler was.
We don't know yet. We don't have that.
They're investigating group ties. We don't know yet.
But we do have for sure the evidence that this person was a trans. He dated a trans individual who had explicit anti-Charlie Kirk and anti-MAGA beliefs, and we think they were tied together.
Sure, but first of all, not to be anti Charlie Kirk, you wouldn't have to just be on the left, right? I'm not saying that they're not.
Sure.
Right. Yeah. Great. Okay. Just wanted to establish that.
But he was on the left, though. The killer.
But he was on the left.
I'm willing to believe that. Like I said during the the WIC panel, right? I'm like, it's more likely than not that whoever did this, I don't know the name.
Yeah, I think you've been good faith about that.
Fair. Okay. So yeah. So as far as I know, fine. Right.
Not with the Christian.
But still, like, we are working out, like, just like our, because, and this is why I want to bring this back, Lactoid, right? Just like how at the time, right, we didn't know about the shooter's ideology, according to you. We didn't know about the shooter's ideology, who for the Minnesota assassination attempts, right? Like, we now don't know, right? So, like, statements are being made, but we actually don't much know.
Well, so let me.
Right?
So there was no Kings flyers that were in the car, and that was kind of, I think that lended some credibility to we don't know for sure. When I first saw pictures of the shooter, I thought I saw like a mat, like
which one?
Their screen when they're in their dorm, when this person's in their dorm, there's like a computer monitor, and there's like a on the screensaver, it's like a map, or I thought it was like maybe a map game. And when I saw the map game, like Crusader Kings or Hearts of Iron or something, that was massive evidence that this guy was a groiper, and I thought maybe this guy's a groiper, right? But as it was pointed out to me, that's just like a
Crusader Kings is a groiper game.
If you, I'm just saying, all else being equal,
Deathly Ill is a groiper because she plays.
All else equal, if you're playing Hearts of Iron, you're more likely to be a groiper. Okay, I'm just saying. But then it was discovered, like I was explained to me, it was just a screensaver of like a natural like landscape, and then we figured out what was on the bullets, and then the investigative agencies were coming out and saying that this guy had been like indoctrinated into left-wing ideology, and then we find out that like his partner is he's actively romantically involved with the trans person, which I mean, I guess right-wingers could be, but like statistically speaking, all the stats are pointing to this person being very left-wing.
So I want to talk about that, right? And one, I don't know if this person is trans, but if they are trans, then
partner,
I can accept that. Yeah, the partner, not the shooter.
Not the shooter.
But okay, so and I want to say again, that individual, and Gibbs mentioned it in passing, but this individual is actually working with the cops, right?
Yep.
The roommate, possibly lover,
Yep.
is actually working with the cops. So let's definitely keep that in mind.
Very good.
It's important.
Sure. But like being romantically involved with a trans person, of course, doesn't mean that you're left wing.
It
right?
indicates you're more left. Probably
it does.
More
It doesn't necessarily. Hold on.
Well, Prime, can I ask you a question?
It is evidence at the very least.
Before you ask me a question, hold on. Sorry, I didn't get the point out that I'm trying to make. This is, hey, something I talk about often, right? You've heard, if you've been here for a while, not non-fun, because he hasn't heard me yet say this, but something I've talked about on many occasions is, hey, it's actually quite illuminating when you listen to sex workers, right? The things they have to say. They say a lot of interesting things, right? Trans sex workers make money. They make a lot of money. They make, well, not a lot of money. Depends on who you're talking about. But they can make a lot of money, right? And they make a lot of money with conservatives.
Who are closeted.
Yeah.
It was known. It was known they were lovers. So obviously they weren't doing that good of a job being closeted.
No. Whatever. That's not the point that I'm making. I'm saying that like conservatives, right, can have oftentimes have sex with trans people. Like trans people oftentimes are fetishized, deeply fetishized by the people who hate them. This is a thing that happens in marginalized groups, that the people who oppress them, like fetishize them. That's the thing that happens.
Like Mark Robinson.
So these conservatives.
That must be why I'm into women.
Well, right, I mean, this individual who came from a seemingly right-wing family. All the evidence is pointing to a right-wing MAGA family. That doesn't mean that they're not conservative. Again, I'm willing to say that they're probably liberal, right?
No, his parents are conservative.
Yeah. So I'm saying I'm complicating. I'm complicating this narrative, right? Like, hey, like the reason why people are unsure in this moment, in this case, is because there's conflicting information, and it seems, especially by like what he was writing on. But especially it seems like what he was writing on his bullets, right? That this guy is a serious like a turmoil online, like Redditor 4chan type of person, right? Like with the Helldivers reference, and then the Bella Ciao, which seems to be one is in the Helldivers games, is what I'm being told, but also it has been an anti-fascist song, but has been ironically adopted by Groypers. And I forget what the other ones that he put in there. Oh yeah, if you're gay, if you're reading this, you're gay, LMAO, right? Like this type of individual, like whether this is like politically motivated in that way, like it seems like brain rot, right? And I think like people are reading into things that don't necessarily even have a meaning, right? This is just like deeply like layers of irony poisoned messages that we're getting out of this individual who is alive, luckily, and can still talk at some point, hopefully, right? So I'm saying that at this moment, again, and I'll keep saying it, I'm very much willing to believe that this is a left-wing motivated attack, right? That there was, he had maybe to defend his trans lover. That could be a thing that that happened. But people are making positive statements. The governor's making positive statements. The governor of Utah is making positive statements that we don't know. And then like people online, a lot of commentators are making positive statements that we don't know. And these statements, right? If we're talking about an ideology, if mentioning an ideology is dangerous, well, then mentioning trans ideology would also be dangerous, right? That would be a dangerous thing. If I can't mention fascist, it would also be dangerous, right? Gibbs?
Here's the thing, though, Rod. I guess I got two questions for you. Right. So one, let's just go through your logic. I'm going to start with the smallest like point of contention that I think you can agree with first. Is part of the reason we think Gen Z is the most conservative generation in a long time. A, yeah, Charlie Kirk's work, but B, it's kind of that like rebound effect where people rebel. And if he was raised by a conservative family, would you also agree, since you said they're fetishized, the idea of rebelling against your family and espousing views that are against them, would you agree that it's a possibility? I know you didn't say this.
Okay.
Would you agree that it's a possibility that instead of what you're just saying, where it's like this undercover thing, I know you're not saying that, but just like the positive, this idea, it could also be the opposite, is that he has taken stances opposite of his family and is openly living with them in a like state of rebellion. You would agree that could also be a possibility, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I think we're on the same page here. The issue that I'm having, right, because like I said, I'm really concerned for some of my trans friends now, because the right wing has taken it's all trans ideology, all the trans are bad, and that is very concerning to me. But on the flip side, I think the problem people on the right are having is and you haven't done this, so I'm good on you for this. The problem I'm seeing is when people have posted and they've like not quite said they're a Groyper, not quite said that whatever, let their audience underneath say this, and then there's no evidence that there's any trans motivation, and then it turns out, oh, this guy's actually dating a trans individual, and there people are like on the right receive. Where's the right's apology for this? When it's like, okay, yeah, the guy wasn't trans, but he was dating a trans individual. Would you and I agree that's like a 1 degree separation? It's kind of like ticky tack. Like,
I'm sorry, the right doesn't get an apology for constantly.
Sorry. Well, I would say, in non-fungible reason. Okay, so non-fungible, if you want to respond, I'll respond after you. You want to say something quick?
Sure. Yeah, the right doesn't get an apology when after every single attack ever, they conspiratize about how it's all the left's fault and how it's all trans ideology and how it's all because people don't have a family unit and don't have a Christian, and then one out of every 100 times they turn out to be 50% right. No, you don't get an apology for that.
No, that's not what I said. Literally, this is what happened. I'll use an example because I know he's a big boy and he can defend his stance as he wants to, because I'm talking to him later this week. But Wick posted a status, for example, and he said, "Oh, where are the right wingers apologizing when it came out this guy was from a conservative family?" And a lot of people on the right said, "Well, hold on. There's clearly leftist Antifa messaging, or it seems like, and there's arguments that the Arrow thing is not a Helldiver reference because it's also a reference that Antifa and other movements have used."
No,
and we've seen that. Yes, it is. You can argue it, but we have evidence all the way back from 2018, which predates Helldivers. And so then on top of that, and that's not even the strongest. But the point is, when they say, "Oh, we deserve an apology. This guy wasn't a trans shooter. Y'all were totally wrong," and then we find out, "Oh, actually the guy was dating a trans individual. Do you see that like not as a bait and switch when someone like Wick does something like that? Like, and once again, Wick's a big boy, and I'm not saying but it is this 1 degree of separation kind of problem, and that's the one that's coming to mind now. I saw other people saying similar things, where it's like, oh, there's nothing to do with the trans, and then it's like, oh, well, the guy's actually dating a trans individual. Even Prime sat here and just said, oh, well, it could just be a personal thing where he wants to defend his trans lover, and guess what? Even then, if it's even just that, that's still something tied potentially to the ideology, and it feels dishonest when you go, there's no evidence he's trans. We deserve an apology. He's a right-wing conservative. Then it finds out, oh, well, he's actually dating somebody that's trans.
No, I agree. It could have something to do with the fact that he wanted to defend his transgender girlfriend or whatever, but you don't get an apology when you, prior to there being any evidence, conspiratize about this stuff, especially when there's so many people on the right, like who is the whatever Christian nationalist on Tim Pool that was like, oh, transgender people are ticking time bombs to kill Christian children. Like,
but
oh my God.
I didn't ask for an apology. Your side asked for the apology from us, saying that it's a right.
No, I understand. I understand. I understand.
It's exactly or close to exactly what the people on the right were saying. You don't see an issue with that?
It's not close to. I don't see a big issue. No, I see a bigger issue of people conspiratizing before any evidence comes out about whether this person is transgender, especially when, as I mentioned, so much of the rhetoric. Yes, even if the conspiracy is right, or even if the conspiracy is 20% right. No, you don't get credit for like saying that, for having this unhinged conspiracy theory that like transgender people are evil and fucking to kill Christian children. And then after the fact, if some of it is confirmed, you don't get any credit for doing that, because it's insane.
What if it does become it was a trans terror cell, even if they were extremists? What if it does end up that there were 4 or 5 people in cahoots, like, and they were like helping him plan, or we're going to pick up, and they were all trans or trans?
5 people is a terror cell now?
I mean, well, honestly, if you got 300 people total in your whole terrorist organization,
we took terrorists, and it just means fucking anybody.
Hold on, how many people
anybody is a terrorist?
How many people were? Hold on, okay, let's pretend the conspiracy aside. How many people were alleged in the 9/11 hijackings? Like 11?
From a group of how many?
Well,
From a group.
Right?
It would be a cell, right? That'd be what, 9? Okay, a 9. That would be a cell, right? So if we find out 9 or 5 people in that range, would you call that a
breaking
cell?
Off from Al-Qaeda? From the idea is that they broke that they.
Wait, so you can't be a cell unless you're a part of something else.
It wasn't 11 people. 11 people aren't Al-Qaeda. 11 people are a part of Al-Qaeda,
a cell of Al-Qaeda.
Yeah, okay,
correct?
so these are 5 people who are a cell from where? Is there a terrorist fucking trans group?
Well, you could be in a terror cell and not be affiliated with any group. We saw ISIS do that all the time. They would radicalize people, and they would be lone wolves, and they would be trained by people that were actually in the group. That's still part of a terrorist network or a terrorist cell, even if they themselves are not part of ISIS.
I mean, you would assume there's a network, right? If you're saying there are cells, there's a network.
Equivalent of ISIS, then.
Sure. Well, okay. There is a group that today was I'll find the link. It's in my Discord. But they basically deleted their profile today after it was open that they were going to expand it, which is a militant trans organization, guns right organization in there. So, maybe it's total coincidence, but hey, in my mind, I mean, I haven't seen any evidence leaking. However, it is a coincidence. If it turns out they were linked, would you then argue that's a cell?
Are you guys gun rights now?
Hold on. That could be the case that it was some weird transgender terror cell again to sociological point. Like there's yeah, exactly. But there's no point or there's no like organized network between like every single transgender person fucking organizing all this shit.
Terror cell to operate. You don't have to be part of the network.
I know, I understand, but you're saying obviously a terrorist cell typically is going to be part of a larger terrorist network. Like for example, what you mentioned with ISIS or whatever. There's no equivalent to ISIS on the transgender side or whatever. But to be clear, if you are transgender right now, you kind of should be freaked the fuck out, because there are a bunch of people on the right blaming you and your quote unquote ideology for all these killings, and they want to take guns away and they want to do a bunch of insane shit. So
the reason
you should
why
be freaking the fuck out.
I'll answer your question directly, right? About at least what I think is your question. If I'm not answering, then I apologize. Should the right have to apologize over not quite getting the story right and saying that the shooter was trans, but it turns out their lover was trans? If that indeed is,
I mean, it just feels like duplicitous 1 degree of separation bullshit. 1 degree, and we're being asked to answer for it, and then when it turns out it's like 1 degree, they're like, "Well, we don't hold no responsibility."
Guys, right? Here's the thing, though, right? I want to half agree with you, right? Like to say, oh well, you're saying like trans, like this. Like I just use the term trans ideology, even though I don't like that term. But I'm just
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
it's not a
Trans
gotcha. That's
yeah, and not an attack to you either. But trans ideology, like to say that trans ideology wasn't involved at all to them when turns out they have a lover, like that seems like a disingenuous statement, right? Okay. But on the other side, let's remember the timeline of what happened, right? It was just last week, right? We can all remember this. Immediately after this happened, immediately, we didn't have I don't think we even had a picture yet of this motherfucker. Immediately after this happened, it was blamed on a trans shooter. Immediately, right? We have people on the right talking about this. We have politicians discussing, hey, like, shouldn't something be done about these trans shooters? They're a danger, right? Trans people are a danger to us. There was a lot of that happening immediately afterwards, right? And we had no evidence at all, right? And so doing that type of thing, right, which is Charlie Kirk engaged in, doing that makes things more dangerous for trans individuals. So when people were saying, well, I don't want to speak for all these people because I'm not all these people, right? But I imagine what people were saying is like, no, we're not going to give you an apology. Is that, well, the right literally likes to fearmonger, and I think you actually agreed with this, Gibbs, already, right? It's literally been fearmongering against trans people, right? They have reason to be afraid, which is what you said about your friends, right? They should be afraid. So that's what that's what I imagine these people are saying. I could be wrong about that, but like I imagine they're saying, hey, yeah, you are saying that trans people are directly a threat. They're out to kill you, right? And I think this happened before the Charlie Kirk assassination, but I could be wrong, right? But someone's proposed within the White House, they were proposing the legislation of banning trans people from owning guns, right? Yeah. Like Latcho and I had a discussion about that.
I would be against that, but I'm glad they did it.
I am against that, and I think.
But guess what it did? It caused the liberals to suddenly understand 2A is important. So I mean, maybe it was a good.
I guess take the W's where you can, but
yeah,
But I think one of the ways
one
of the ways I think to combat this, because I agree with you, Prime. I am concerned that the administration is going to, especially maybe not now, but I was concerned that they might capitalize this to try to push like the trans gun ban or something. I think the best way to combat this is just to emphasize that the trans one is the one working with the FBI.
Yes,
like that is the person that's being cooperative. The killer is not, but the person who is being cooperative is the trans. Like, what more do you want? I mean, that's what should be happening. Would you also
have said that it would have been better if the governor had not revealed their gender identity?
Would it be better? I don't know. I think that having information is good. I like that the FBI emphasized that the partner was in full cooperation with the FBI and being very helpful. I think that it'd be responsible to emphasize that a lot. And I'd be okay with the FBI taking kind of special care to really emphasize that this person has been particularly helpful.
Sure. Does this put the person mentioning their gender ideology in this moment in time? Do you think that makes it more dangerous for this individual? That it might. I don't think it'd be particularly hard to find
maybe
this person's name. The media won't say, of course, but like I don't think it'd be particularly hard to find them.
We already have their name.
They live in the same house, right? Or apartment. Oh, you have their name. Okay.
Who dropped their name? Was it the FBI?
I believe so. Or a source within the FBI gave it to somebody.
So do you think that makes it more dangerous for them? Just not the fact that they're a roommate, but specifically trans.
What I would have done, here's what I would have done. If I was the FBI, and by the way, I could be more competent than Kash Patel, honestly.
Easily. I'm sure you could be.
If I was in charge of the FBI, I would release that the partner was trans. I think that's important to counter certain narratives. I would highly emphasize that this person has been cooperative with the FBI and not a problem. I would not drop their name and definitely not a picture of them. I don't know if the FBI actually did that. It's to me, probably equally likely that some crazy 4chan people could have done that too. I don't know. I don't know exactly who dropped the name for the first time, but if it was the government, I don't like that. I would not have done that if I was in charge. I would not have had this person's personal information put out there, especially if they're working with the FBI. Like, they are currently an active witness essentially and collaborator with the government. We probably shouldn't be, announcing those people for obvious reasons.
Okay, we're almost out of time, but sort of separate question.
Wait, do you think the news should be allowed to give out their name? Because say that FBI, I don't know how they released it. I'm guessing, but you said it wouldn't be that hard to figure out, right, Prime? Do you think the news is justified if they go and they find out independently this person's name? They go, oh, we find out this is the roommate. Do you think they should have the ability to do that?
I don't know
I don't
what
think so.
the newsworthiness of knowing the name. In this moment where people are looking for someone to blame, releasing the name of an individual close to a mass shooter, that seems like they would put them in danger. Now, if we found out this individual at all worked with them or encouraged them, that's a different story, right?
Yeah, I agree
But
with Prime here. Yeah.
Yeah, if they were just in close proximity, fuck no. I'm sorry, there are a lot of fucking crazies out there.
The other way to look at this,
As you
Gibbs,
can see.
and maybe this can convince you, Gibbs. This person is actively working with the FBI to put the killer in prison. This killer's got a whole bunch of fans on the left. The partner might be in danger from the left too, right? From certain aspects of the left, right? Because this person's working with the pigs, quote unquote, right? This person's working with a snitch.
No, I mean that's absolutely correct. I think the problem I'm having is you also have to remember at the time that you said remember the timeline. This person was on the run. They did figure out who the person was before he got caught, right? And then it's some people, this information was already quasi out there about this individual. So it's if you are asking the public to assist you, and part of that information is his roommate's identity, and it's something people are looking at. I don't know that you in the case where it's an open manhunt and this person comes out, that it's oh, we can't release it. That might have been pertinent info to catch him potentially if the public had to help catch him, the Night Stalker or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of
What?
It's
I don't know what you're saying. I don't understand that.
So, okay, Mike, there's an open manhunt. They've asked the public to help. They've got whatever. And so then they find out who this person is. And part of it, the information is okay, well, how should we be finding them? Well, they might talk to their significant other. So keep your eyes on it. Who's your significant other? Their significant other is this individual. So, it's maybe that's something people would do. Because, say their significant other hadn't been cooperative and had decided to run. Oh, and then we're gonna flee together and meet up somewhere, and then it would be useful to know who that person was and watch for them on
story.
Right, but that's not what happened. They had asked before they found out that they caught him for the public to help, and we did know who this person was. So it's kind of if they do release this information, that could be a tool in order to help catch you. And now it turns out the trans individual ended up helping the FBI instead of running off with him.
Oh, no, to be clear, even if they
didn't
help, right? Let's say hey, I'm going to use my constitutional right of not speaking to the police, right? If they decide to exercise that right, and the fact patterns of the case, as far as we know, understand right now, is that the roommate had nothing to do with this, right? If that holds to be true, can't be sure, right? But if that holds to be true, but in this universe, they decided, hey, I'm going to lawyer up, right? I'm going to hire Lactoid, and I'm not going to say anything. We would still not release their name, correct? Even though they're not cooperating?
I agree with Prime. There's no reason to release a person's name. I can't think of a reason.
Okay, I can, right? I gave you one. Okay, did you agree? Say I was married still, and I killed somebody. Okay? And it was a high profile, somebody, and they were on an open manhunt, and they know that I have money, and they don't know how they're going to track me, but they know it was me, okay? Or they know, or whatever. And so they go, okay, well, we're going to release other potential associates of him, be aware that they might be with this individual. No. And my wife has decided, and my wife has decided at the time she's going to meet me. So someone sees her at the airport and talking to a dude dressed funnily, I have a big nose and glasses on. Would you agree then that would be useful in catching me if they could recognize my significant other?
Yeah, I agree in that very.
So then you agree.
Hold on. In this very limited circumstance where it's we got to find the person, and we know that they're with somebody.
Well, that's what was happening.
So I don't think that's what was happening. If I'm not
mistaken, it was. That's what he wasn't on manhunt. They asked the public to help.
Wait. The time period matters here. did they release because I'm pretty sure they released the name and the picture of the partner after they caught the guy. Am I wrong on that?
Pretty sure.
I'm not 100% sure, but it was within a very short period of time.
Well,
there was questions of whether or not they caught him or not.
If they caught him,
3 separate fake people.
If they got him in
Okay,
custody,
but if they caught the wrong person and they want to look at other person's interests, like what would are you still? You're like
if they caught no Gibbs. If they caught the wrong
God.
person, they wouldn't know who their partner was.
I listen. I understand that, but if you release 6 names that are persons of interest, all right, or you release 3 names because they had the first guy, it's not him based off evidence. They caught a second person, it's not that guy based on evidence. If they go, okay, we do know for sure it's this person. This person's a person of interest. These are people that are known associates. Have you ever had a problem with them releasing the information on known associates of mob?
Gibbs. If they have the guy, because I'm assuming that this guy, they only knew the partner because the partner was the partner of the guy. If they have the guy in custody, even if they have the wrong guy, that the partner wouldn't have anything to do with some other suspect out there because they are the partner of the guy that they have in custody.
And would the public be able to say this partner has? Let's just say the partner wasn't cooperating, but with him, right? Would you say that it would be useful for the public to be like, oh, I haven't seen the killer, but I have seen their partner at these XY things buying this gun or buying this ammo. Would you find that as useful information that could be given to the police?
If they had some.
So there's a bunch of different scenarios then where you need the partner.
Hold up, Gibbs.
And I thought of these in 10 seconds.
Gibbs,
stick to lawyer.
It took him 10 seconds.
Brother. If the person wasn't cooperating and they had some reason to suspect they may have been involved in the crime, that could be a reason. But as far as we know,
what if
this
they're
person
cooperating but giving lies?
But Your Honor, I came up with these
God.
reasons. Under 10 seconds, Your Honor.
Lactoid said in the beginning, you could find no idea. I've given you 3 in 30 seconds.
You got me, Gibbs.
3 in 30 seconds,
I'm just
Your Honor.
saying.
3.
Hold on.
The only L of the night, and it came from a fellow conservative.
No, you know what's really crazy though is you're framing this hold on. You're framing this like somebody has it okay. Let's look at Tashiki 6ix9ine. I mean, this is gonna be a great example right here. Tashiki 6ix9ine was involved in crime, and guess what? Yeah, whatever his name. Yeah, whatever. And he decided he was going to turn on whatever.
A fellow terrorist.
Whatever his name is. Listen, he snitched, right? Okay, and he was involved in those crimes. It's not unheard of for people that have snitched and reported several other crimes to not get busted, then get busted later after it finds out they were involved in other crimes or a partner. Like if we find out, okay, this guy did admit to this, helping because they're afraid they're going to get caught and be wrapped up as a conspirator. Guess what? Okay, maybe they get amnesty for that bullshit. But what if we find out they were actually plotting stuff later on? Like there's a ton of reasons.
Gibbs, let me give you, but fair enough. Okay, but let me give you. I don't think a lot of those possible scenarios that you described are
highly possible.
Situational here. I think in this situation, this person's highly cooperative, giving evidence. Doesn't seem to be like a lot was gained by putting out their information. But here, we're going to weigh the potentialities, the potential benefit that you just described. Let's weigh that against what I think is a massive detriment, which is, I have information on the killer, but I don't want my name and face plastered on TV. So I'm not going to come forward now and talk to the FBI. I would be much more worried about that withholding evidence.
True, though, as well, wouldn't the opposite be true? Say you are the person. You might want your name and face out there. Because guess what? I'm the trans person that turned him in. You can kill all the other transes.
Then you can come out and say your name.
I mean, maybe they did. Do you have any evidence they didn't tell the FBI to release the name to prove their?
I don't.
Speculating. You don't have any evidence.
I don't. This is right. I don't. 2 L's from the conservative every time. Oh my God.
Yeah, do we know that the trans person isn't a jihadi working with Hamas?
I think we do. We do know that.
We know that they're not.
What did they say about Israel?
I mean,
any Hitler quotes?
Can I just take a moment?
Is America a republic or a democracy? Has the trans person been asked this?
Thank God the shooter wasn't Muslim. It was a great day. It was a great week to be a minority. Just let it be known.
Well, what happened today, though, Ollie?
Great week to be a minority.
Hold on, Ollie. What happened today, Ollie?
What happened today? Something happened?
Yeah. A Muslim individual tried fireball in some place.
Oh shit!
Well, no,
in the name of the trans.
Yeah, but Charlie Kirk is more important, so it's okay. We'll cover that up.
I just read this story a little while ago. Yeah, from their last names, I don't know if they are Muslim, but they have Nasir as last name, so I don't know. And they put an incendiary device under a news van. And it tried
in
to
Salt
set
Lake City,
off,
Utah.
and it didn't actually set off, and the bomb squad, got rid of it. But anyway, so that's
it's a Muslim
thing that
trans
happened.
organ.
So anyway, hold on, guys. So I want to ask you something. So on this note, and then we can wrap this up here, and I'll move on for our lives. So Gibbs, right? I think part of the problem, one, I don't know if, and I'm saying I actually genuinely don't know if it is like routine for police to release known associates, right? And to combine that very loosely. Like when I hear known
in the
associates,
movies, yeah.
one, I think like known associates like as part of crime. Like, oh, these are the people, like this is another, like this we're looking for a drug dealer, and these are other drug dealers that he is known to associate with. One, I don't know if they actually release that on a regular basis. So I'm not sure how useful it is to do that, especially if those known associates might necessarily be informants or work with the prosecutor later on, right? I don't think that's a thing, but I could be wrong. On that. But two, especially when we're talking about a nationalized, sensationalized crime, right? That is especially offensive to the public, right? Let's say we're talking about a child molester, right? And we're looking for the child molesters out there, right? And you just did something terrible, and we're looking for them, and we let the public know about his known associates, and by that I mean his roommate, right? Hey, have you seen a known associate of a suspected pedophile? Hey, what do you think? People in the public, what kind of conclusions might they draw about this individual? Just a roommate. That's all we know about them. A roommate. Known associate. Let's release their name to the public, right? Like that invites problems. Like it invites a violence or retribution against these individuals who might not necessarily deserve it all. I mean, vigilante. They shouldn't be doing vigilante violence in the first place. But still, like it primes the public, right? It primes the public to think this person is a problem. Is somehow related to the situation as well, and it makes their lives more difficult. And you can't take that back afterwards, especially if you have the wrong guy too, right? Especially if the suspect is completely wrong, then this person, whoever they are, their roommate, is now forever linked to a pedophile case. Like, would you understand how that might be a big problem?
No, I mean, maybe. I mean, there's all sorts of things. I think that this is somewhat.
I actually don't think we know the name, by the way.
Oh, what? The person?
The trans person. A picture has been floating around, but I'm not trying to find the name. I can't find the name.
People are able to find their TikTok and stuff. I don't know. We might not know the name, but we know some of their social media.
I think it's Lance Twigs is what the person's name.
Well, don't say it.
Well, it's not doxing. It's already public knowledge. I mean,
well, I know, but like, why?
It wasn't to me.
I mean, well, that's tough cities. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say it when it's being reported by national news. Like, sorry, that's not.
What are they?
Like,
a coward?
Yeah, what are we, cowards? We literally just had a whole panel at this thing. In fact, I argue they're not a coward if they're working with
Make a good point, Lactoid. We can discuss it.
You know.
Do you want to take off your shirt?
If I put my name in here
got you on site.
He just called me
got
fat.
You in the red eye.
Yeah.
You brought it up initially, not me.
Okay.
I will gladly go toe to toe to you anytime.
I bet he will. Like, this was. I've never seen Corey be as toxic.
He's on T supplements now.
I have no problem saying that. I don't treat politics like a game like Lactoid does. And I will absolutely die for all of my convictions. And I'll stand by everything that I say. Lactoid will not.
Oh, let him know. Let him know. Oh, yeah. Right? He said pry his convictions out of his cold dead hands. What do you think about that, Lactoid? Huh?
Yeah, he's on the T's making some progress. He's getting very masculine, very aggressive.
Okay. All right. I'm not gonna say anymore because I don't want Corey to be mad at me. So what we're gonna do here is
I encourage it. Having that wrath thrown at you, kind of sexy, then.
Let's wrap things up. Hey, audience, if you've enjoyed this content so far, consider supporting the channel. Sub to the channel, give bits, give subs. Right? If you haven't done so already on Twitch, right? Support the channel that way. It's a huge help if you do. Thank you for anyone who does. Resubs also are very helpful. We appreciate our resubbers. Ad-free viewing in our emotes and whatnot. And on Twitch, sorry, I still never get it right. On YouTube, thank you for people who super chatted, who supported. You also be a YouTube member. That's a help. So consider supporting the channel or following. You haven't done so yet, right? Like follow the channel, however you can on whichever platform you can. Follow the channel. If you found this entertaining, because we have big fights like this constantly. So we have an outro to all these wonderful, amazing, beautiful individuals. Right. Sorry for our friend Lactoid. Thank you, Lactoid. You and Gibbs were carrying the mantle. I invited more people to be conservatives. They dropped out, right? They didn't want to face us on the battlefield of
They
ideas.
don't want to face Corey.
But Lactoid, probably a good idea. Corey would have taken someone's limb off, especially with Scott. Oh man, Scott would ask for it. But Lactoid, battling a sickness, right? He didn't let that stop him. He decided, I'm going to be a part of this. I've got a conservative point to make, a bad one. Nothing's going to stop me from doing it. So, Theodore, thank you for being here. I wrote it down so I don't forget. Don't worry. This will be coming back again. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Look, I appreciate the invite. I appreciate everybody who talked to me. I'm just going to, I guess, reiterate something that I wish would just sort of be in the public consciousness to just say, which is that this murder was horrific and inexcusable. I'm like many people, I saw the video and like that. I've seen a lot of shit, right? Because of my job, like I've watched a lot of people die, a lot of gory accidents and stuff. That was particularly kind of jarring, and anybody who can watch that and then afterwards just be like, jumping for joy and doing TikTok dances. I mean, I think it's despicable. And even if you don't, which you should, but even if you don't, this, I think at the very least kind of paints a very kind of scary picture about the current political polarization of this country, which I have consistently brought up on this panel, how it's, really bad right now. And it's probably close to the worst it's been since the Civil War. Not as bad as the Civil War, of course, but bad. So let's do what we can to move away from that.
Agreed. I can 100% agree with everything our good friend Lactoid just said there. I was going to say something else there as well. Yeah, I forget it. But anyway, we'll go to our friend Gibbs. Thank you, Gibbs, for coming on again. I wanted you to have more backup on this, but as always, when Gibbs is excited about a topic, hold us on. So appreciate you for being here, Gibbs.
Yeah, I appreciate you always having me on. It's always good. I always look forward to it. Monday is my favorite night of the week when I can be here. Secondly, yeah, Lactoid's not the only one battling the sickness. I'm battling this sickness. I'm sick and tired of all this baby back bullshit that the fucking left keeps doing with this dishonest language and dishonest framing where they're playing piddly dicks with word games and thinking that nobody's catching on. That's what they're doing. They're playing piddly dicks, and it's fucking bullshit. It's disgusting, and they need to stop. They're actually worse, in my opinion, the ones that are doing that than the people celebrating. Because the people that are buying the Charlie Kirk 3D printed thing and selling it around, the people sitting here putting their name on this bullshit, they at least have the balls to come out and say and own this evil position, and so we know who the enemy is. But these other people that are these perfidious word games where they sit here and are duplicitous and have this plausible deniability, they're much worse because they're bad faith actors, and we should call them out, and we should call them out by name. And that's exactly right. Corey was right about that. For example, it is a little bit cowardly to be afraid to not put your name on something. I come on here, I came from a whole different sphere than politics. You can thank the leftist crazy ideological agenda for me being in politics, because it got so bad that I came in here and stopped doing what I was doing in streaming and started doing this pretty much as my main content. And I'm not afraid to put my name on shit. And it's crazy to me that we're going to sit here and have this conversation about, oh, we shouldn't put the name to these. It's wild because they're sitting here doing this every day. And I'm sad, I'm disgusted, and I'm sick of it. So if you want to continue this conversation, we're going to be continuing Thursday with a large panel of people at 7:30. And it's going to be exciting. I'm sure it's going to be more heated, especially as more details comes out. I don't see this issue going away anytime soon. Charlie Kirk won the debate. We are Charlie Kirk now, and the sad part is that we beat him. We are Charlie Kirk. Y'all couldn't beat him, so you killed him. And
Jesse.
you know, Blacktoid may be worried about putting his name and face out there. I'm not. You're gonna have to kill me to shut me up. It's gonna get worse, and there's gonna be more of us. I'm just, y'all thought he was the white radical one. Wait till you see who else is out there. And I do have concerns about that. And I encourage my right-leaning brothers and sisters to maybe don't embrace the evil extremists on our side, because that is a concern. But come back and fight for your actual beliefs and stand up and speak your beliefs loudly instead of letting an evil group take over his name and run with it. That's what you should be doing on the right wing. On the left, stop being so goddamn evil and playing these duplicitous games. And thanks as always for having me.
So two things. One, we can all agree, on both sides of the aisle, that Lactoid's a coward by not telling us his real name. Luckily, I doxed him for you, so you don't have to worry about that. Theodore Fournier, all right?
There's no way Theodore is actually the most popular name in Canada, is it really? Where'd you get that? Where'd you get that from?
No, I'll tell you.
Ted makes sense. Ted being the most popular name in Canada makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so in 2023, it was the third most popular name in Canada for baby names, Theodore.
That makes sense.
There were others, but they weren't as funny as Theodore, so I picked that one instead.
That's a pretty Canadian.
So, okay. Well, shouts, Lactoid. Also, just one more thing, Gibbs. One day, will you tell us the rules of Piddly Dicks? You always say people are playing it all the time. I like to. Is it like it's like hopscotch? Like what is it?
It's like you know, the rules of Piddly Dicks is you're playing some bullshit ass game. It's like kind of like my dad used to say, when you're bored, you get your hands like this and you do your thumb this way, right?
Okay.
And then when you get really bored with doing that, you go the opposite way. That's playing Piddly Dicks. You're sitting here cockfighting instead of coming out here and doing anything of substance. That's what it is.
Okay, understood. Piddly Dicks.
Piddly
Got
Dicks,
it.
yeah.
All right. I appreciate you, Fred.
That was the most Texas thing you could have described.
I mean,
all right.
Listen, they come in cattywampus. We got to explain it to them right.
Cattywampus. Okay. Another time. Let's go to our friend Corey. Corey. That was intense, right?
Sure.
We expect that nonsense. People don't expect anything better of me, but like Corey, like you're
courageous Corey, actually.
Yeah, courageous Corey. Who's got his name out there, right? And in case you don't know, I mean, like, you can say your name, but
yes,
like,
you can look me up. I don't care.
Okay, well there you go. Thank you, Corey, one way or the other, for being here. We like all sides of Corey that show up. We haven't found a bad side of Corey yet. Actually, I might disagree on this one, but like, found a bad side of Corey yet. But thank you, Corey.
Thank you for inviting me. And again, I find it again a little bit strange or interesting that Lactoid essentially said, why can't just all the left or the people just condemn the violence? But like, so here's the difference. I can do that. I can say I condemn all political violence. Corey Campbell. I condemn all political violence. Lactoid TV. Okay. Wow. Such impact. Such courage. Okay. And the difference is I tried to pin him to just one position and that he knew was nonsensical, but he can't actually attach any sort of name to it. Either his pseudonym, he can't say, I'm a Lactoid, I'm a lawyer, and America is not a democracy, it's a republic, because he's a coward. And he has the ability to do that because he can remain anonymous, okay? And he's gonna say, well, I'm afraid, okay? I'm gonna get shot. I'd be curious to know, who do you think is more in danger? Someone like Destiny or someone like Lactoid, okay? Where I'm pretty sure Destiny, who is banned on Twitch and pretty much denounces all Marxist-Leninists, I wonder if he received death threats. I wonder if people know where he lives, okay? And like Lactoid, do you consider Destiny a cuck?
Literally,
Sexually, literally, isn't he?
Okay, so you would agree. You would agree that
politically.
Destiny the cuck is more brave and courageous than you. You would say that.
Let's go.
Kind of based. Kind of based.
You're gonna say it? You're gonna say it, Lactoid?
The Destiny's the cuck is more courageous than me.
Stephen Bennell III, you know, his name's out there
Stephen Bennell
pretty.
III.
Stephen Bennell, the
You know where he lives too, at least in
Yeah.
that area.
You're gonna say it?
We also
He's-
know Nick Flint is where he lives.
He's probably more courageous and more reckless than me,
Okay, good. For once, you can say
especially
something
with other
your chest.
people's stuff. Kind of reckless.
Yeah, or just politically, because yes, my beliefs are if you want to be in the
He is
political
bold
arena,
politically. If I could give him one thing, I will give him that. He is bold politically.
yeah, you would agree. Destiny the cuck is more bold
Mhm.
politically than you are and
Yes.
braver than you are.
Hitler
right?
was
Agree?
more bold than me as well.
Okay, yeah, sure. And you're definitely making a great equivalency there.
Am I wrong? Was Hitler more bold than me, Corey? Yes or no?
Yeah, I would agree. He is more courageous than you.
And
yeah,
braver than you.
absolutely.
Hitler was more bold than me.
Even
brave.
Nazis, right? Like, when does Lactoid even ever get a win? Right? It
Yeah,
never
yeah.
happens, right?
Literally,
Okay,
Hitler's even more-
Lactoid will it will take him a long time to grow a backbone. Okay, and I find it also
Indeed.
hilarious that he invoked my tits. Okay, again, I will gladly take off my shirt. I will gladly take off my shirt.
Please,
Yeah.
please.
You want
take
to
your
go?
shirt off.
If I do it,
Yes.
you promise to do it to Lactoid?
Yeah, Lacto, both of you
Okay,
take your shirts off. Take your shirt off.
You're gonna
In
do it?
Lactoid's defense, right? And Lactoid, you can correct me if I'm wrong, right? I feel like you weren't actually making a comment on his your physical appearance there.
Yeah.
I know the overall sentiment, but still, you want to take me up on that offer?
And you want me to go shirtless on cam
Shirts.
Yeah.
for a sufficient
Push
for
us contest
a
right now.
donation for a sufficient
no,
sub?
no,
Okay, I would
no.
do it. Yeah.
But it's funny. Okay,
I'll donate $10 to the charity of your
I
choice.
think just
Charity of my
$10
choice.
$10 to the shrimp fund.
$50 to Prime Kai.
$10
We
to
got
the
some-
shrimp.
you can go to the
I
super
think
chat.
just
$50
last
for-
week, Lactoid was pointing out how Gibbs was mogging me. Am I mogging you yet?
Mogged.
What was the context of Gibbs
Mogged.
mogging you?
Yeah, exactly. You don't even remember that. Okay,
I
I'll pull up
don't.
the
You don't
clip
even
later
remember.
on.
I
Exactly.
don't.
Don't even
Uh,
remember the
a joke.
mog.
A joke. But anyways, like I sort of suspected, the conversation was not all that productive to me. And Lactoid, yeah, no courageous, and I think he's largely a weasel. But yeah, this was a pleasure. You can find me on Twitch, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram. It's Corey Campbell. That is my name. Okay, there's enough information on my social media that you can know my city, you can know my province. Okay, because yes, I will absolutely die for what I believe in and say it. But non-fawn, always a pleasure. Ali, always a pleasure. Doobie, always a pleasure. Gibbs, always a pleasure. And Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Prime.
Thank you. And oh, wait a minute. $50. Hold on, no. $50 super
To
chat
you, that's not to
immediately.
me.
It is not. It's yo,
No,
$50
no.
super chat. Come on, shirts
No,
off.
No,
Shirts
no.
off.
It's no way.
Do it
No.
for the
Shirts off.
meme.
I
Shirts
no,
off.
no, I'm not doing my
So
shirt
on
off
top
for
of-
$50
on
to
top of
you.
On top of being,
Yeah, to
you're
me.
a
You do your
scammer.
shout out for your money to you.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, hold on.
scam the
They- wait,
audience.
they want-
I said a
Go
sufficient
on.
like sub for me.
The audacity of you to
If-
scam
okay, how
the
about this?
audience.
Nice
How
word
about this?
choice.
If I take my shirt off, because I've done that before on stream, that was years ago. If I take my shirt off, will you take it off as well? And Corey, all three of
No,
us.
if
Absolutely,
I,
yeah.
look, I would need some kind of sub for me, and then I would do it.
I get a black chest in there too. Awesome.
Like, what
Look at the courage on display.
This is
Look
at the
This
courage
must
on
be a very
display.
exciting porn, let me tell
This
you.
$50 does come to you because it helps me do the reverie, right? And this is your favorite night
Right.
of the week, right? Like
Hello, reverse
said it before,
Oreo, let's get it.
You really enjoy being here, and I appreciate the fact that you enjoy it, right? The $50 helps make that happen. Thank you, Audacity.
Audacity.
Look,
$50.
I don't want to. I
Keep
don't
it
want to take my
down.
shirt off, but like I said, I will do it if with sufficient donation to me. But I don't want to do it.
No, you're just saying sufficient. We don't even know
What
what
does
that
sufficient
means.
mean?
I said
How about now?
sufficient.
How about
What
I
is
do
it?
I do it with you? Will that make you feel better? I'll do it right now with you. I'm the fattest one
50?
here. I actually have tits.
50.
For free. Well, they already gave 50. I'll do it with you right now. Hold my hand, like come on.
I
Let's
apologize.
take our shirts off
Audacity.
for these men together.
Okay. Yeah. Let's do it.
Well, wait,
No,
Corey,
do it.
Corey,
Okay, I
will
gotta do
you
it
still
for the
take your
50.
shirt off?
Yeah, of course.
50, One
Yeah.
second.
Yes.
1 second.
Oh no. It's Lactoid. My deal
Oh,
was
I thought you were
Lactoid.
just
You're
doing
calling
it for
out
the free
Lactoid.
ski, for the love for the boys.
Standing offer on my channel, you donate $20 to the Shrimp Welfare Project, and I put the shrimp costume on. That's what it's for.
Only
So-
if you take
Send
your
your-
shirt
your
off
link-
will you
your
get
send your
money.
link
This
says it's
is
full, by the
a
way.
strip club
It's not
stream.
on.
I can be naked
we
under
go.
the shrimp costume. How about that?
Not fun. It said earlier when they did it that it was full. I don't know if you noticed. You fixed
I
it.
think
Alright.
he's just confused because we reached
Prime
the original
is
goal.
shirtless. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Right. Prime, more bold.
Absolutely
than
more
Lactoid,
bold.
apparently. Again, Audacity, I do apologize. All right. Even though Lactoid is always here, like all the labor I put in for Lactoid, he doesn't want to show his appreciation at this point in time. Okay. All right. Lactoid doesn't actually want to follow through. Very cowardly. Like Corey said. Okay. Corey, do you want to
Very
take off the shirt?
anti-libertarian of you to put out a contract
sure,
and then
why
break
not?
it.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Not living by your
Oh my
libertarian
God,
values.
Corey! Fuck.
Corey.
Look at
Oh,
Corey.
Those
We love to
those
see it.
traps, they tell the future. He wakes up, he looks at his traps every morning, goes, "What do you guys
Ooh,
think?"
We love to see it.
He's
Corey.
ready.
Whoa! Look at those shoulders. Oh my God, very sexy. We're
Corey, you
earning
should
that
just start doing the
$50.
shows like this. I think that.
I used to do my workouts. Okay.
Hey, there you go.
Okay, Gibbs,
Lactoid.
Gibbs, you said
So
you
Lactoid.
Oh yeah, I mean, Lactoid. You want to do? You ready, Lactoid? Come on.
Lactoid.
Come on.
I've
Yeah.
said no.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
that's in my
What a masculine
Uh,
man. He's gonna.
Yeah, hold on.
Non-Fawn, I believe you're quite young. Okay,
Oh,
take
yeah.
take notes.
Doobie-
okay?
Doobie
Don't
losing
ever
his
listen to
mind right
anything
now.
about
Yeah.
Lactoid, about masculinity.
Yeah,
There we go.
masculine
We're
Lloyd.
gonna earn it. Okay,
Come on,
all right.
Lactoid. You ready?
Now, our friend Ali.
What happened?
What happened?
What do you guys
Ali,
want?
Right? Come on. We need those.
This is really gay.
It's only gay if you look into the
Yeah.
eyes.
Yeah, we need those Lebanese chest hairs. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Look at that. Look at these men. These champions, right? Here with their chest out. Yeah. Roy.
Yeah, a lot
That's
of
how we're
men
doing it,
slapping
all right?
meat.
Yeah, we love to see it. We love to see it. Real men. Okay. That's non-fun. It's hard to make a request for him because he's new.
$5 to the Shrimp Welfare Project. I'll do it. Anyone in chat, one of you guys, okay? $5 to the shrimp.
For the service of providing the revelry to you, and you'll be invited again, Non-Fun. I think you're doing a great job here, Non-Fun. Can you take off your? Would you be so willing to take off your shirt?
Like I said, $5 to the shrimp, buddy. That's all it
Oh
takes.
my God! Come on. Hey, we don't know what everyone did. Come on, Non-Fun. You can do this. You can do it. Don't be a lactoid.
I have
dude.
some obligation
don't be a lactoid.
to try to raise money for the shrimp, all right?
Oh
He's
my
got- he's
God!
stand-up
Okay.
business for his
All
cause.
right. So, I mean, we can clearly separate the boys from the men here. All right. There's a clear denomination. Yeah. All right. And if our friend Doobie could, I know from personal experience, he likes to.
Uh-oh.
send
Lactoid doesn't have an excuse
other
now. He
men.
just got a bunch of
Ooh.
donations. He has to do it.
Was it
Oh, did
50?
you get a bunch of donations, Lactoid?
You got
Yeah, someone gifted him a lot of subs.
20 tier 1 gifted.
How much money is that?
Tier 1 gift.
That is
20 times 5,
20.
that's 100, right?
no, it's gonna be 20 times 275.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
they
How much is
Twitch takes
that?
a cut, but
Is
yeah.
Okay.
that 50?
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
know.
I mean, it depends on the game.
yeah, it should
Yeah.
be close to it.
You said
Yeah, yeah.
275 each?
That's what you should get in the revenue. Yeah,
Yeah.
not counting the benefit you get from
Lactoid.
the from.
All right.
Yeah.
Is the
There
cam
we
going
go.
off?
There we go. All right.
We don't get
All
the
right.
show, Lactoid? I thought usually when you're at the club you pay for the show.
That's right. Yeah, I gotta do the dance.
Well, I think someone gave me 10 subs, which I will, I guess,
no honor.
donate to the shrimp on behalf
Okay.
of them. So,
Time. It's time. All right. Hey, ladies, this is what we provide, right? Well, we have email audience. We really have any. But
Yeah, one of you out
ladies-
there.
So Audacity, thank you for setting this off. I do appreciate you for the $50. Awfully kind of you, Audacity. So shout out to that individual. Okay, hold on. We're gonna take Audacity's thing down for a second. Oh, we gotta get more of that skin. Oh yeah, we love to see it. We love to see it.
Good on you.
Oh,
Okay.
finally done. Yeah. Okay. We
I said.
provide. We
Oh,
provide.
another sub got you. There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Any subs to me? Any subs to me? No. All right.
We do have a shared hype train, level 7 right now.
What is that? I don't know what that means. Does that mean I get any money?
You get different emotes, and then it makes you more likely to promote you to like other stuff, like the Kappa trains that you get, which give you something specific. So
Okay,
like,
so I don't get money. That's okay then. Never mind.
it
Alright, and
leads
then
to more money.
I said
for
earlier.
advertising.
I said earlier that you guys are getting like really gay with the fashion shit, like, all the labels and shit. And at the end of the stream, you guys were all shirtless. Like I don't know what the fuck's happening here.
We're comfortable with. Hey, listen. If,
No
if,
labels,
Fabian,
bud.
if Fabian was here, he would tell you this is part of becoming in a fraternal society where men can be men.
Or men can be men.
Yeah,
That's
that's
how
what-
it's
I'm not bashing it. Okay, you guys want to get naked with each other? That's fine. Go for it.
Yes. Okay, well we provide. So we'll continue on with the outros here. All right. This is
My shirt's going on now.
Okay. No. Why? Hold on. We can wait till the end. Come on. Wait. You're not cold there. You're good. You're good. Put on a blanket, okay? Put on a blanket. You're good. Okay.
Oh
All right.
Lord.
We're almost done. So,
Yeah.
Doobie, thank you for being here. Thank you for stripping, I guess. And thank you for being you, Doobie.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm Doopy. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics. And yeah, you'll find me there.
Always underwhelming, but I appreciate you.
Yeah.
Let's go to our friend Ali. Ali, thank you. All right, thank you for sharing those beautiful Lebanese chest hairs. All right. Thank you for joining in, being part of the crew, right, and not having to be harassed into it, like Lactoid. Thank you for coming through and being part of the whole panel conversation.
Yeah. So I was thinking about it, and it's I think you guys are being honest, Lactoid and Gibbs. You guys are being honest in your perception that you guys do think Charlie Kirk is a moderate, and you do believe that, you know, the Republicans see him as a moderate, so on and so forth. But then I think that's the issue, right? If the issue on the left isn't dishonesty, but it's perception, to the point where like you see Charlie Kirk as a moderate, and then when I ask you, you think the alternative to Charlie Kirk would be a Rachel Maddow, someone whose name isn't going to be as known as recognizable as Charlie Kirk. When I went out last week, the local vape shop, people were crying about Charlie Kirk. There were like random aunts on Facebook that I saw, like just going to like memorials in Michigan about him. This guy's name was like pretty fucking out there, and he had some pretty strong influence. And the influence was further right than what I guess we perceive as moderates, right? Because then my argument back was, well, then Hassan is a moderate if Charlie is a moderate. And no, your comparison was Rachel Maddow, which I thought was dishonest, right? But I believe you. I just think that perception is fucking insane. And so that if your perception is that like Charlie is moderate, then all the criticism of Charlie that you've seen this week would have been the moderate left. It wouldn't have been the crazy or radical left. These are the response to his rhetoric. So these were the people he was battling with, the far right versus the far left.
Okay, thank you so much. And finally, non-fawn, right, also needed to be harassed.
Yep.
And cajoled.
Only a little.
Only a little. Thank you for being here. Thank you for participating. Much appreciated. Handsome guy, handsome bastard. Sean, thank you for gifting membership on YouTube. Awfully kind of you. Thank you, as always. But yeah, thank you, Non-Fawn, for joining in, for being part of this. We actually did this one time before. Just putting it out there. We just kind of did this one time before. We had like way back when I first started this channel, we had like a bunch of people on screen topless. Even some people who may not have shared my gender. Anyway, Mayor, I don't know. I didn't look at their genitals, so I wouldn't know. I can't be sure. But in any case, that was an exciting day. But anyway, thank you, Non-Fun, for being part of the whole
Yeah,
thing.
I mean, yeah, I know I don't always come here, but I'm glad I had the opportunity to show up to the ones that I'm more interested in. You should check out my YouTube channel if you enjoyed anything I had to say. I've been busy defending the glory of capitalism to all those people who are on the Jubilee video with Patrick Bet-David who are arguing against it.
Jubilee Therapy
yeah, so
by
you should-
Non-Fun.
Yeah, I know. I've talked to like 7 of them at this point. I think I have one more lined up to defend capitalism too. But yeah, that's what you can find all that stuff on my YouTube channel, where I also stream, and I multi-stream to Twitch, Twitter, and Kick at NonFun420. You should come check me out if you want to help me do an IRL stream at the Unfuck America tour.
Okay, love to see it. Much appreciated to everybody. We're gonna raid out. All right. This has been. We got a lot of viewers. Got shout out to our friend Gibbs, who made us do the link thing.
Yeah,
but hey guys,
more.
we got a lot more viewers. Hey, if you haven't done so yet, follow our channels. All our individual channels are part of the shared group chat there. Follow me at Prime. I'm not sure how that works. Can you follow individual? I don't know.
They'll be able to click your channel and follow you.
Okay,
yeah, it shows all the different people in the chat.
Follow me, Prime Kai. Right, I put this on. It's a lot of fun. We do these things. If you found that at all entertaining, come back in the future. We'd love to have you. Right, follow our friend Lactwood. Follow our friend Gibbs, and everyone else here, including Corey, Non-Fun, Doobie. Go to his Discord channel, and our friend Ali. I am going to rate out to. Let's see if we can find a woman. Let's see. Woman, is there any ladies out here? Okay, there's this woman who's just laying down and doing literally nothing.
With 1,000 viewers, I'm sure.
Seems like the right person to write on out into.
Does anyone have a suggestion? I'll do that.
No, that's the proper moral choice.
You could raid Enemy Charlie or why not?
Oh, okay. Charlie, what's her name?
Enemy Charlie.
I said enemy.
One word. Okay. Enemy like a foe.
Yeah. Okay. 451 people. Okay. Yeah, she's got a lot of people. All right. We'll rate out to Enemy Charlie. Again, thanks everyone for being so kind. And we will be back in the future. Go.
I gotta go as well. Bye. I'll be good.
Okay. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Fun time.
Bye, everyone.
Peace out, fellas.
Take care. Be well.
And
it's kind of weird when it's just both of us. you gotta leave first.
Yeah. Yeah. We're not streaming right now.
I am streaming.
Oh.
This is gonna get clipped. All right.
Bye, Fred.
Catch you later.
Yeah.
All right. We're gonna. Well, there you go. Just 1 second, 1 second. All right, we're back. So, what's up, guys? Does that technically count as OnlyFans work? I would say no, because there was no sexuality. Well, actually, I guess somebody maybe gotten something sexual out of that. I don't know. I don't think so. Let's see here. Blop. Who's all hanging out still? Oh, what's up, guys? What's up? I did have pants on the whole time, so we're all good there. Yeah, look, I'm a man of my word. I didn't want to do it, but if I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. Anyhow, thank you guys so much for tuning into today's episode of Lactoid TV. I hope it was a productive conversation for you guys. I think it was. I think we were able to really kind of make the points that we wanted to make. We talked about... Apparently some shit's been going on Twitter, by the way, while we've been doing this panel. So, yeah. So you guys can take a look at that. Catch you guys later. We're going to go ahead and raid on out. We're going to raid on out into... Let's raid on to Wick. Most of the time he's not streaming, so take a moment, give him a big hello. I'll catch you guys later.
It's also a deontology, and those duties haven't changed for 2,000 years, which is why it's a tradition. And what makes a tradition? The best way to describe a tradition is as an experiment that worked. Why else would it be traditional? It worked. That's why
right.
They kept doing it.
That's right. And why these guys spurred when I asked